ದೇಶಕಾಯೋ ಯೋಧನಿಗೆ ಸೇವಕನಾಗಿ
ದೇಶಕಾಯೋ ಯೋಧನಿಗೆ ಸೇವಕನಾಗಿ
ಹೊಸ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆದಾರರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನಾಗಿ
ಹೊಸ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆದಾರರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನಾಗಿ
ಆಹಾರ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕರಣೆಯಲು ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ ಬೋಧನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಹಗಲು ಇರುಳು ಶ್ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಹೊತ್ತು ವಿಜಯ ಕಂಕಣ ದೇಶ ಕಟ್ಟು ಗುರಿಯನಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಗಿದೆ ಪಯಣ
ಭಾಷೆ ದೇಶ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಳ ವೀರ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಪಸರಿಸಿ
ಅನ್ನವಿದ್ದ ತಾಯಿ ಇಂದು ಅಮೃತೋತ್ಸವ CSIR ನವೀನ ಚಿಂತನೆಯ ತಾಯಿ CFTRI ಹಸಿವು ನೀಗಿಸುವ ಮಳೆ
Good morning, distinguished guests, Director CSIR-CFTRI, scientists, faculty, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CSIR-CFTRI, I am pleased to welcome you all who are present here physically and virtually to the National Workshop on Initiatives and Progress to address hidden hunger. Today, we gather here to discuss on most overlooked challenges of hidden hunger, a silent crisis that affects millions by depriving them of essential micronutrients critical for health and development. Since its inception in 1950, CFTRI has been a pioneering force in addressing hunger and malnutrition through innovative food technologies. CFTRI has been instrumental in developing fortified flours to address micronutrient deficiencies and developed ready-to-use mixes and fortified products. The Bengal famine occurred in 1943, predating CFTRI's establishment, to prevent future hunger and set up about 400 plus food technologies to address the timely issue related to public health. Let us begin this workshop with the journey of CSIR-CFTRI. May I now request the technical staff to play the video.
CSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. The
May I now request our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Shashikaran, former Director, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director, CSIR-CFTRI, Dr. Ajay Kumar Kehra, former Commissioner, Maternal Child Health, Government of India, Country Director, Engender Health, New Delhi, Professor Reena Das, Head, Department of Chandigarh, and Professor Jatindra S.K. Sahu, Center for Rural Development and Technology, IHRF Project Coordinator, IIT Delhi, to come on the dais to grace the occasion, please. I request Dr. Giridhar Parvatam, Head, Department of Food Safety and Analytical Quality Control Laboratory, to kindly accompany the guests. A round of applause, please. Thank you, Madam and Sirs. May I now request our beloved Director, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, to greet our Chief Guest, Dr. Shashikaran, former Director, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, with a flower bouquet as a token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. May I now request to present bouquet to guest of eminence, Dr. Ajay Kumar Kehra, former Commissioner, Maternal Child Health, Government of India, and Country Director, Engender Health, New Delhi. Professor Reena Das, Head, Department of Hematology, PGIMER, Chandigarh. And Dr. J.K. Sahu, IHRF Project Coordinator, IIT Delhi. Thank you, Madam. Now I request Dr. Giridhar Parvatam, Head FSAQCL, to greet our beloved Director, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Amruta Kala to greet Dr. Giridhar Parvatam with a flower bouquet. Thank you, Madam. I now request Mrs. Pooja D, Technical Assistant, Department of FSAQCL, to come on the stage to sing the invocation song.
O Devi Sharade, O Devi Sharade, ವಂದಿಸುವೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆದಿಶಕ್ತಿಯು ನೀನು ಸಕಲ ಕಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆ ವರದೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳುವರು ನಿನ್ನ ವರದೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳುವರು ನಿನ್ನ ವರವಿದ್ಯ ಭೂತಿಗಳ ನಿತ್ತು ಸಲಹಮ್ಮ ವರವಿದ್ಯ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳ ನಿತ್ತು ಸಲಹಮ್ಮ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆ ವಂದಿಸುವೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಆದಿಶಕ್ತಿಯು ನೀನು ಸಕಲ ಕಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆ ಕರದಲ್ಲಿ ವೀಣೆಯನು ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನುಡಿಸುತ್ತಿಹೆ ಕರದಲ್ಲಿ ವೀಣೆಯನು ಧ್ವನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನುಡಿಸುತ್ತಿಹೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾಂಬರೆ ಧಾರಿ ಶಾರದೆಗೆ ವಂದಿಸುವೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾಂಬರೆ ಧಾರಿ ಶಾರದೆಗೆ ವಂದಿಸುವೆ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಆದಿಶಕ್ತಿಯು ನೀನು ಸಕಲ ಕಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಓ ದೇವಿ ಶಾರದೆಯೇ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Mrs. Pooja, for your melodious song. Now I request Dr. Giridhar Parvatam, Head FSQCL, to formally welcome the gathering and give an overview of today's workshop.
Good morning to you all. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome our distinguished chief guest of today's national workshop, Dr. Shashikiran Boyindala. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Shashikiran is the former director of ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. He is a pathologist who is having an expertise in nutrition, food safety, and toxicology for over 35 years. He is the man who made the know-how for the double fortified salt in India with iodine and iron that are available to the 10 leading salt manufacturers in the country area. I welcome you, sir. I welcome the Madam Director of CSIR-CFTRI, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, who has taken over the charge of CFTRI in 2021. She worked at the same in CFTRI Mysore for almost 32 years, having joined as a junior scientist in 1991 and rose to the chief scientist and head of protein chemistry and technology department before taking on to the mantle of this director of this institute. She is the first woman to serve as the director of CFTRI. I welcome you, madam. Dr. Reena Das is another expertise present on the dais today. Dr. Reena Das is the head Department of Hematology, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Chandigarh. She is an expertise in venous thromboembolism and also bone marrow reporting and also thalassemia. I welcome you, madam. We have another chief guest here, Dr. Ajay Kumar Khera. He is an ex-commissioner of Maternal Child Health Government of India and presently the country director of Engender Health. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Jatendra K. Sahu, he is the IHRF project coordinator, Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi. He is looking after overall the IHRF rice fortification project. Dr. Sahu leads the food and nutrition and health research group at IIT Delhi. I welcome you, Dr. Sahu. Another distinct personality, Dr. Indira Kabode, Deputy Director, Nutrition Department, Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka, supposed to come, but due to preoccupied things, not able to attend this program. It's my pleasure to welcome the team IHRF Project Monitoring Unit present here. Dr. Gulfa Muhammad, Priyanka Bajaj, Manish Kumar, and project members from IIT Delhi, Niftim Kundli, IIT Kharagpur, FIXI Delhi. I also welcome the Gates Foundation person who is looking after this activity, Ms. Ruchika Sachdeva. We have representatives from KHPT Karnataka and international organizations like PATH, Nutrition International, World Food Program, and MicroSave. I welcome you all for your presence to this inaugural function of this workshop. The quality control managers, technical officers from Food Corporation of India from regions like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and private labs are also present here. I welcome you all. The invited speakers for today's program, Dr. Sumit Arora from NDRI Karnal. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Prashant, he is a professor at St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore. I welcome Dr. Prashant. And also I welcome my colleagues from CFTRI, head of the departments present here, students from CFTRI and local colleges of Mysore, media persons present here, and all those attending this event virtually. A very good morning to you all. On behalf of CFTRI Mysore, I welcome you all to this national workshop on initiatives and progress to address hidden hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, initiatives to address hidden hunger or micronutrient deficiencies employ a multi-pronged approach that focuses on enhancing diet diversity, fortification, supplementation, public health interventions. These efforts aim to ensure access to a variety of nutrient-rich foods, enhances the nutritional value of commonly consumed foods, and also provide targeted supplementations wherever it requires. Various strategies and initiatives have been already on, like diet diversification, food fortification, supplementation, public health intervention, biofortification, nutrition education, and government initiatives and international cooperation from agencies like World Food Programme, Path, Gain, etc. A lot of progress has been achieved during the last decade towards increasing the awareness, policy changes at country level, program implementation, research and development, and alleviation of poverty and inequality. Along with the constraints pertaining to the limited infrastructure, the behavioral barriers like cultural norms and food preferences are one of the bottlenecks that needs to be addressed to smoothen further this process. And lastly, but not least, the climate change issues are also we are facing. So these things also has to be addressed. Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, the Madam Director of CFTRI, is responsible for involvement in this IHRF rice fortification project, wherein CFTRI is also a proud partner of this program. This has provided a significant opportunity for CFTRI to share its knowledge in the analysis of fortificants in rice and showcase CFTRI's capacity building and skill development initiatives. Thank you, Madam, for giving a consent to organize this workshop as a follow-up to the 3-day training program that we conducted for the FCA participants and the private labs, wherein 36 participants attended this training program for the past 3 days on method validation and analysis of rice fortificates, iron, folates, and B12, and all of them present for this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing hidden hunger requires a sustained coordinated effort from governments, international organizations, researchers, and communities. This national workshop will involve discussions and deliberations on all these aspects, particularly on the progress made in addressing the hidden hunger. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to you all for this national workshop, and I hope you will have a smooth and successful proceedings as well as a good time at CFTRI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Jatindra K. Sahu, Center for Rural Development and Technology, IHRF Project Coordinator, IIT Delhi, to brief about IHRF project activity. Sir, please.
So, very good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. Singh, Director CFTRI, and Dr. Sasi Kiran, former Director NIH, our leading guru in this program, and Dr. Ajay Khera, Dr. Giridhar, Dr. Rima. This IHRF, we say IHRF, probably you don't know what is IHRF, which is abbreviated Innovation Hub for Rice Fortification. We briefly say IHRF, and many times you will find that IHRF, people talk of IHRF. And I will talk something about micronutrition, that you see there are big stalwarts standing in front of me. I'm not talking about what are the issues, but challenge is that if you talk about Indian agriculture system, our system basically agro-produce, So if you see in global perspective, and you say that we are the 4th growing economy in the global perspective, and if you see the grain production, it is 330 million tons of grain you're producing annually, right? But think is that where it does it go? And if you see the production wise in terms of agro producers, we are the 1st, 2nd, 3rd in terms of global ranking. The question is that where does it go? That is a question for India, especially the country. Therefore, it comes the hidden hunger. The question is that there may be so many rationally behind this. So think that, therefore, again, if you see Government of India or many institutions, we have initiated so many programs. You can see PM Poshan, IDC Midday Scheme. But the acceptability comes, because if you see it is a food fortification, we are dealing with the food. When we talk with the food, it is final goal is consumer. Right, it is not like any kind of devices where you produce and sell in the market. The final goal is a consumer, whether consumer accept those programs. You talk about meal fortification or wheat fortification or your salt fortification, depends on the consumer perspective. So therefore, we at IIT Delhi, in collaboration with different institutions, basically we have collaborated with 5 institutions right now, and we have frame a network of higher learning institutions. Basically, if you talk, we have collaborated with IIT Delhi is one the coordinating institution, and IIT Kharagpur, CFTRI, and NIPTM and FISCAP. So basically, if you see their profile, they are the leader in terms of food science, nutrition, global perspective, right? Of course, Indian scenario. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to leverage these higher learning institutions with the local institutions, because the flow should be from the top to bottom, and it should reach at the grassroots. That is success of our any program, which consumers should accept it. So in this whole process, this IHRF Physical Innovation Hub for Rice Fortification is a collaboration of currently 5 institutions, IIT Kharagpur, NIPTM, Kundli, and CFTRI, and FISCAP, and IITD is the coordinator. And if you see the profile, we are strongly working based on the mandate of their institutions. If you talk about the CFTRI, they are quite good at terms of analysis. Of course, they are excellent in all the field, but we are relying mostly on your testing methods, how to strengthen labs. If you see in India, the labs are lacking. How to strengthen? If you talk about private labs, you talk about government labs. Lab strengthening is a major issue. Probably they can share more about this program. We have a session tomorrow where all the partners will speak what they have achieved till now so far in this project. Lab strengthening and SOP and quality standing, different quality techniques, methodology, we are solely dependent on safety, but they are doing a great job for it, because they have been achieved so many labs. They have been to Assam, they have been, of course, yesterday they concluded a session here in WhatsApp where the 36 people participated in that program. Oh, that is a success. We are looking in that way. Initially we started with the less number, the number is gaining up. So that is the success of the program. That means people are accepting this kind of food material to the market or in that grassroots. So because what is the problem of talk about the rice. Rice is a very typical challenging issue, because fortification rice is very challenging, which is a bit solid and solid mass, right? So in that way, we are facing a lot of challenges, but we are trying to build a, environment with the higher learning institutions where we will support the program in terms of science, technology, management, and supply chain. This is our whole goal. So far, I will highlight some of the activities the IHR is doing, and we see the IIT Kharagpur, because they are the pioneer institute in terms of introducing the fortified rice in the India. And this is led by Professor S.N. Mishra. Their team is working extensively how to build the indigenous machineries in Indian context, because if you see all the machineries are imported from China. So whether you can develop our infrastructure in terms of manufacturing the FRK in terms of extruder, basically, that technology, basically extruder technology, where we can have indigenous engineering in India to build the extruder. That is their challenge. We have assigned and safety, I told, they are working on quality assurance and quality control, safety, and then NIPTM is working basically accreditation system of premix and your FRK and FRK. So again, FISCI, another partner we have, that is basically international NGO. What we are doing, we depend on a lot of training programs on them, because at the end people should be trained and they should be aware about the program or about the food material like rice, food. So we are solely dependent on them, and they are doing a great job in this project. And they've established a e-resource that is available on the this interactive platform on the their website, and if you can search and you can have some kind of feedback if you need some kind of training program, some kind of feedback, any kind of feedback you want to know, you can have that you can use that platform. And IIT Delhi, we are strongly working on innovation in terms of rapid detection kits. If you see micronutrient, they are very, in terms of rice, the level and sensitivity is very low. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to achieve some kind of rapid detection kits to detect the micronutrient on real-time basis. If you see the volume and scale of the rice being floated on the FCI or kind of public distribution system is quite huge. So what we're trying to do, whether you can develop some kind of kits or tools where you can assess the micronutrient content in the rice or fortified rice or FRK or premix on the real-time basis. Another work we are doing, of course, we are basically contributing rapid detection kits, and we are, again, if you see the premix, people talk about the premix in terms of what is the source of your iron? Because iron source is a very typical challenge. People use, if you see FSI, they have identified 2 sources of iron, and sources of iron detection, but manufacturing uses, some kind of low or cheap sources of iron in that premix. So how to identify this source of iron? That we have a technology, we have developed that one, and we are working on it, how to popularize this technology on the mass scale. So with this, we have a lot of program. We have experienced 2.5 years of, basically different experiences, and we are bringing these issues or challenges or some kind of feedback to the system, because we are working closely with FCI, DFID, and your FSI. So, of course, all this, policy, regulation, everything comes from top-down approach. So what we're trying to do, whether you can take this feedback to the system and bring out some kind of refined or defined solution for that. So this is our aim of this IHRF. And the second thing that we are also working with the different developing partners, because my partners are there, this WFP, PATH, GAIN, and TechnoServe, and KSPT, they are our partners. GAIN also. So they are our partner, which, we are, we are research institutions or academic institutions, our presence in the grassroots is very poor. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to collaborate with the developing partners to link with the state kind of universities or kind of colleges. Those are pioneer in terms of food science, nutrition, agriculture, so that the flow will flow from the top to the bottom side. In that way, probably we believe that that will create some kind of success of this, not in rice, probably other programs as well. So with this, of course, we have, of course, Dr. Prashant is not there. They are our partner who evaluate kind of impact on human health, because that is the final goal. The example of Banaspati, it is banned right now. So this kind of impact we need to evaluate, to sustain for a longer time. So St. John is our partner institute as well. So with this, I thank you all. So this 2.5 days program, we will be trying to understand what are the challenges. Of course, we have invited various stakeholders, various speakers from milk, from oil, and also wheat. So they will be sharing their experience. So, and their challenges, because this is not a scientific, we don't expect, okay, science is one part, but we love to listen more about the experience sharing and how it will build a very concrete, very solutioning approach to make the program successful. So I request all of you to actively participate and give your feedback as well, so that we'll develop some kind of guidelines, some kind of regulations at the higher side. Thank you so much. I welcome you to this program, and I'm looking forward for your active participation in this program. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight, sir. Let us now begin this auspicious occasion by lighting the lamp. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join for the ceremony.
दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीप
Thank you, Madam and Sirs. May I now request Dr. Reena Das to deliver her address to the gathering. Madam, please.
Thank you so much. It's my great privilege and pleasure to be here. This is my first visit to your institute and also to Mysore, so it's extra special because of that. 10 years ago, I had not heard much about food fortification, and I'm basically a pathologist by training, and my concern was really tackling the anemia, which is a very prevalent problem in the country. But over time, in the last decade or so, we have been involved with multiple projects, and we call ourselves implementation partners. That means you all do all the hard work, which is in the labs and also market surveys, etc. We go to the hardcore people who are actually using these products and find out whether the acceptability is there and whether there is any difference which is happening to the blood levels of these micronutrients that we test in our labs. So I'll tell you very shortly about my brief introduction to this. When we used to buy the rice from India Gate, and suddenly I shifted from India Gate to the product that I'm forgetting, which is fortified. So my husband asked, why did you shift to this rice? I said, it is fortified. So I've heard that, this is very good for us. So then one day when I noticed my maid, she was washing the rice, and I saw these floating kernels, and I asked her, what do you do with this? She said, I throw these. So I said, okay, we are a technical support unit for the WFP, and we are going to the villages to, train the Anganwadi workers that, this is the way to wash, but the same thing is not happening in my household. So I realized that, apart from just providing this particular rice, which is there, which is fortified, the instructions should also be there on the label. That unless the instruction is there, how does a user know that this is the rice which is floating? Because many times, when the rice is half broken, we think that it's partially, it is not good quality and it is getting floated off kind of a thing. So I think there is a long way to go. We have to get hold of to actually many people, because this hidden hunger is really a problem which is there. And I can see that a lot of work is being done, and I'm sure all the participants will benefit a lot from this workshop, this 2-day program, and whatever you've learned beforehand. I'm very, very happy to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. May I now request Dr. Ajay Kumar Kehra to deliver his address.
Respected Madam Singh, the chief guest, Dr. Sasikaran, and the expert, the guest sitting on the dais, representatives from the various organizations participating in this particular national workshop. A very good morning to all of you, and greetings to all of you on behalf of Engender Health. And at the outset, I will really like to thank the organizer for inviting me to join this particular 2 days workshop. We will learn regarding the food fortification, what are the challenges, what are the issues which are being faced. Now, as you're all aware that micronutrient deficiency is a big public health problem. I am not giving you the data sets, but you're all aware that hidden hunger or the micronutrient deficiency is a major public health problem, and the problem is much more in the women, in the girls, and the children. And then the reasons are varied. Reasons could be biological reasons, reasons could be socio-cultural barriers, reasons could be, there are a lot of, gender inequality. That's why we find that micronutrient deficiency is much more common among women and girls. We'll talk about in detail about what to do, but that is the state of affair, we are all aware. And the problem is so much that, it is impacting the overall health and development of the mother and the children. And you can understand, anemic mother will give birth to an anemic child, and then the child will, suffer from various diseases. And even the overall cognitive development of a child also gets impacted. So it's a kind of a very vicious circle. I think this micronutrient deficiency really needs to be tackled in a big way, considering it to be a big public health problem. And you also must be aware that considering this as a major public health problem, the government of India has also come up with a big program which is called as the Poshan Abhiyan program. And where, their targets have been set that by 2030, we should be able to reduce anemia prevalence in the country by 50%. I mean, this is a tall order, this is a huge order. Presently, we are having a 60% anemia or 59%, and we are asking that, aiming for 50% reduction. And I think this 50% reduction is only possible if we can think of, variety of interventions put together. And obviously, there are a number of interventions to address micronutrient deficiency. It could be like, doing an advocacy with the community for, diet diversification. And you must be knowing Anganwadi workers, Asha workers, or maybe the school teachers or parents in the community, they continue to talk about diet diversification. But somehow, because of, various social reasons, it is not possible to do that diet diversification. I mean, it is a costly affair, diet diversification. Saying is very simple, but it is a costly affair. And then, considering the burden of this micronutrient deficiency, Government of India also came up with something called as the micronutrient supplementation programs. That means every pregnant woman, lactating woman, every child is being given prophylactic or preventive iron and folic acid supplementation as a regular feature. And this program of IFA supplementation is there in the country for the last more than 30 years, which is called as the Anemia Prophylaxis Program. And now the new name of the program is Anemia Mukt Bharat Program, where iron folic acid supplementation is given to the vulnerable population. But if you really try to look at it, for the last 30 years, we have been giving iron folic acid, but till today we have not been able to make any dent in the so-called the anemia level in the country. So there is something behind it, whether this strategy is wrong. But we looked at these, available data sets, and you will be shocked to know that we are talking about IFA supplementation, but their coverage remains less than 15 to 20%. Now, by 10 to 15% coverage with IFA supplementation, you can't expect anemia level to fall. So that means there are challenges in terms of giving IFA supplementation. So then we all, as a technical expert, public health professional, realize that food fortification is one public health intervention, which can really make a change by providing the micronutrient supplementation to the whole population, because we have to keep safety in mind as well. And food fortification is supposed to be one of the very well-known cost-effective public health intervention. And we have seen the results in India. We have seen the results of the National Iodine Program, where the salt in the country is iodized across the country. Uniodized salt is not allowed to be sold. And that was a great example of fortification of the salt by iodine. And we have been able to really demonstrate a significant decline in the goiter level. Goiter used to be the big manifestation in the sub-Himalayan region. But now you don't find those cases. And we have really been able to, I will call it not eradicate, but able to reduce iodine deficiency disorder to a large extent. I think one of the biggest success story within India, and which is being talked about globally. Now I think, considering the high level of anemia, the micronutrient deficiency of folic acid, B12, vitamin A, vitamin D, and other, the elements, magnesium, calcium, zinc. You know, I think food fortification is supposed to be the way forward. It is not that we are replacing food fortification with the existing intervention. Existing intervention must continue, but food fortification should be given the priority. Now, I think government, I'm so happy to note that Government of India has given a mandate of food fortification, at least in the so-called the social safety network. That is the PDS, public distribution system. There is a mandate for giving it in the midday meal program, in the integrated child development scheme where the food is being provided. The fortified food is being provided, you know, and this is being provided to the vulnerable population. And we are certainly, you know, going to see the results of this outcome, you know, the fortification. But in terms of the fortification, there are challenges being faced. It is not so simple that we just say food fortification. There are challenges. There are challenges in terms of quality assurance. There are challenges in terms of acceptability. You know, there are challenges even at the level of the policymakers. Sometimes policymakers are not convinced, you know. We have to come up with, you know, a kind of a clear advocacy tools, techniques, strategies that why it is the need of the hour, you know. So I think this is a high time that we need to take this food fortification as one of the biggest initiative. And to my mind, I think this could be another success story in preparation, you know. And I think if we can do this food fortification successfully, we should be able to reduce something called as the neural tube defect. And there are many countries in the world who have really demonstrated elimination of a disease called neural tube defects, which is not being spoken very commonly, but by folic acid supplementation, one can think of eliminating. And similarly, you know, anemia reduction is also possible, but it has to have a very sustained efforts. So I think this 2 days workshop is really going to tell us about what are those issues, what are those quality issues in particular, the laboratory issues in particular, and maybe the community challenges while implementing this program. That will be really going to be the eye-opener for all of us to take this agenda of food fortification forward. And my best wishes to the organizer for taking this, you know, 2 days workshop. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of food fortification and women health in various stages. Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite our today's chief guest, Dr. Shashikaran, Pharma Director, ICMR, NIN, Hyderabad, to deliver his keynote address. Sir, please.
Good morning to everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to come to CFTRI yet again, and I thank the director, Dr. Sridevi, and also Giridhar and Gulfam and Vanish and others who have helped me to come here. And it's also a good opportunity for me to meet Dr. Ajay Khera, whom I used to meet in the health ministry those days, and I'm seeing you for a long time. So this is, much has been said about it by the speakers earlier. So in NIN, if you remember, we brought out what is called as a dietary guidelines. I don't know how many of you have seen the dietary guidelines. The dietary guideline shows a beautiful plate, which is called as a My Plate, in which about half the plate is fruits and vegetables, and then whole grains, etc. How many of you can swear and say that you all eat that kind of a food? I'm sure none of us do. So we have different categories of people in this country. Those who can afford and also are aware of micronutrient, but still don't take care of their food, which is us. And we also have people who can't afford it, and therefore they are unable to eat. And there are some people who are aware, but they think they can get their micronutrients from vitamin supplements. So this has led to micronutrient deficiency across all income categories. We are not only thinking of low socioeconomic, every one of us are in some way or other deficient in some micronutrient or the other. Now, if more than 100 countries across the world have fortified their food for quite some time, and WHO has recommendations on food fortification. The first food which, as Dr. Ajay mentioned, which was a success is salt, and that was fortified with iodine. And many years later, at the NIN, we also added iron to that and brought it out as a double fortified salt, so that we don't jeopardize the iodine deficiency, at the same time see that iron is available. But its success has been fairly limited due to a variety of reasons. In fact, industry has been very cooperative, and we had made sure that we gave the rights of making that kind of a salt to any salt manufacturer. We didn't patent it or anything. Any salt manufacturer in the country can make. But there were some issues regarding the quality of the salt which is being used. So we had to use a higher quality or a better quality salt, and that sort of shot up the cost price. And then only some major industries were able to produce that particular kind of salt. So fortification as a policy, we all agree upon. But how do we deliver that? That is where the cooperation of the technologists like the IITs and this particular fortification hub group, international agencies like World Food Programme, and some other foundations are involved in trying to bring out the best quality. Just now, Professor Das also mentioned about the floating rice, which again is a technological issue. And therefore, these kind of technological challenges are coming throughout the fortification programs. And of course, Dr. Sahu and others are trying to solve that problem. Dr. Ajay also mentioned it is not just the iron deficiency anemia in our country. Of course, iron deficiency is the number one because prevalence is almost 60%, especially among women and children. But you also have folic acid deficiency. We don't see folic acid deficiency except unless your family is affected or somebody in your family surroundings is affected. And this cannot be stopped after giving folic acid supplementation after the woman is discovered to be pregnant, because the neural tube forms within days of conception. So we should either give it to the adolescent girls who are potential mothers or have this universal fortification program, and therefore folic acid is another important. You may want to know what is the dimension of that. Is that it is estimated by, as far as Indian pediatrics is concerned, every 3 children out of 1,000 children born live have some form of a neural tube defect or the other. Very often we discover that a child has problem in walking, etc. And when you take an X-ray, you see that the spine at the lower end is split into two, what we call a spina bifida. So in terms of numbers, when you calculate based on the number of live births in our country every year, we'll be adding 2.5 lakh children with neural tube defects every year, which again is a huge burden on the healthcare, on the families. And so it can be prevented by something as simple as adding little folic acid to one of the staples. I think it should be done. And then, of course, you can't indiscriminately add folic acid too much because it will mask B12 deficiency, and B12 is also can cause neurological problems. So this package of iron, folic acid, B12 has now become an essential combination for any kind of fortification. Now coming to rice fortification, a lot of work has been done. Rice is already into the public distribution system. We have many rice kernel manufacturers in this country. It has increased quite a bit, and we are doing very well, except for the small technological issues, which will be sorted in no time. But the thing is, there's a large part of the north and west and central India who don't consume rice. They consume mostly wheat. So what happens to that group? So we are not able to reach out to them, and therefore there's a need for wheat flour fortification also. So both should go in parallel. Many years ago, my colleague, when Dr. Madhavan Nair and his group started our wheat flour fortification using ferrous sulfate along with iron sodium EDTA, because wheat flour's problem, that is whole wheat flour, most of the rest of the world, about 80 countries have wheat flour fortification, but they fortify the refined flour, which is the low extraction flour, what we call as maida or they call as multi-purpose flour, with very little fiber. And we now, in trying to reduce non-communicable diseases, say that don't use refined flour, use whole wheat flour. So if you have to fortify whole wheat flour, the phytates in that will interfere with the iron bioavailability. And therefore, we have to choose the right kind of iron so that it is bioavailable. Fortification's common denominator is we have to ensure bioavailability. Mere addition of a micronutrient is not the end of the story. Very often, because of low bioavailability, we do not see success in the program. So bioavailability has to be tested, and only bioavailable versions of the salts need to be used. While we are striving hard to do all this, there are also a lot of people who are saying that if every food in this country is going to be fortified with something or the other, won't it lead to excessive intake of nutrients? So this has also been considered by the researchers and the policy makers, and a lot of calculations have been made. And we find that even if a person that consumes a maximum of almost all iron fortified foods, and then you calculate, you'll find that they'll never reach a unsafe level, what we call as the upper limit. So we are now, the RDA is, we are on 22 milligrams with an estimated average, we go around 18 milligrams. The safe level is 45 milligrams. Over and above all that is that if you look at the basic mechanism of iron absorption in the body, there are almost 10 to 15 different checkpoints where the body tries to limit iron absorption if it is not required. Many of our studies have found that when you fortify any kind of a food and give it in a public distribution, the non-anemic people do not raise their hemoglobin significantly. This itself shows that it is ideal for a population fortification because it will never go excess and it will never increase the hemoglobin of a person whose already hemoglobin is adequate. Iron fortunately gets excreted in a very efficient manner. The iron which enters our gut enters into the duodenal epithelial cells, and within a matter of 4 to 5 hours, the iron gets taken in by the protein which is called as transferrin. Then what happens to the rest of the iron? The whole epithelial cell drops off, carrying with it the iron and just out to the feces. We have a beautiful mechanism so that the iron toxicity issues are more theoretical. It may happen in some unusual cases, but even in Madam Das knows, she did a lot of work, that even in people who have got hemoglobin disorders like thalassemia, etc., where iron overload is known, the kind of iron which causes toxicity there is not the iron which is orally absorbed, but the one which is given through transfusion. So people sort of mix up these things and try to say that this could be harmful or more. So we have a lot of science behind all this, and we have a lot of engineering behind all this. And agriculture technologists also are doing their bit in trying to find methods or new seed varieties which naturally contain higher amount of these micronutrients. We have a problem that in our country, soil nutrient capacity has come down. So enriching the soil in the country for getting better crops with better nutrients is one more action which is taking place, but that is happening in the agriculture department. So we have several good plans for the future, and in a very short time we should be able to have micronutrients available to every citizen of this country, so that over a period of time we will be able to overcome. Another problem is the dose is also an issue. The amount is, if you want a significant rapid improvement or a reasonably rapid improvement, you should give the adequate amount of iron. It is not sufficient if you do a fortification which is not going to give results for another 5 to 10 years. We need to see something happening in the next couple of years. So the dosage also we have to have a relook. The FSSA is looking at revising the standards of the fortification components, and we hope the right dose will be delivered. And since the fear of toxicity is only theoretical, I would hope that as a matter of time, all the best possible fortificants will be there in our cereals. So thank you very much, and I hope the discussion for today and tomorrow will go on fruitfully, and each of you, particularly those who are involved in the industry, who are the ultimate people who are going to deliver the goods, will actually be able to come forward with the additional knowledge which you acquire from the experts here. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights regarding technological issues associated with food fortification and need of resolving them. Thank you, sir. May I now request our beloved Director, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, to deliver the presidential remarks. Madam, please.
A very good morning to all present, dignitaries on the dais, all the members of the IHRF, delegates who have come from different parts today, all my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to Mysore, I think, and especially CFTRI. We have entered into our 75th year of existence in this royal city, thanks to the generosity of the royal family. And it is truly said that if you have a relaxed mind, you can work better. Our campus has always relaxed us the minute we enter from a bustling city into the gates, and the greenery around has helped us to do a better job. While CFTRI started in 1950, and the mandate was given that we need to arrest post-harvest losses and ensure that our population got sufficient food, no matter which part of the country. There was only this building at that time, the mansion. And many other buildings were built later on. And to see that the splendor of the mansion was maintained, none of the buildings were vertical to a higher extent than this one, nor were they colored differently. So to the left came up the technology block, and to the right we call the SRP block. Why am I mentioning this? SRP stands for synthetic rice plant. So in the 50s itself, there was the thought, because India was not having sufficient grain, especially rice, to feed its population. All the rice that was grown was being shipped to the British soldiers who were fighting the war. And the Bengal famine happened. So using extrusion and tapioca starch and other ingredients, synthetic rice was made. Unfortunately, at that time, the technology was not so advanced, and people did not like to eat that instead of rice. Today, we are saying that there is much more acceptability of the rice. But having said that, again, because we are a technology institute, I will just dwell a little bit about the synthetic rice that is being extruded. And today we are actually using the rice powder to make the rice kernels. And like our previous speakers did say, especially our chief guest and the other guests of eminence, about hidden hunger, I will not elaborate too much on that, but we have seen this effect that especially there is impaired growth and development in children. There is a weakened immune system, there is an increased risk of chronic diseases and reduced cognitive function, all because of poor diet. And we all know that if there is a sick person in the house, then the quality of life of the entire family is affected. Plus, they are not able to deliver, therefore the burden in our hospitals is more. Add to that, maybe our policy makers do understand numbers, so our GDP is also affected. It is estimated about 1 to 4% is lost. Of a $4 trillion GDP is lost because of nutrition-related problems. And the government does realize this. They have been spending a lot on nutritional intervention programs, on supplements, and the Poshan Abhiyan, the ICDS. All of these programs, it is, the number I got is 48,440 crores per year is being spent on these programs. So what happens is you cannot increase it even by say 50 paisa or 1 rupee, because per child per day the costs are going to be enormous. And India definitely contributes a large portion of this problem to the global numbers that we see. And also within, if you look at the individual level, the productivity losses are greater than 10% of lifetime earnings, and so on. Now coming back to the fortification of rice, using the rice itself, definitely there are technological problems. The first one is probably what was already mentioned by Dr. Das, that the washing. In India, we like to wash the rice. No matter you say that it is okay to use it as such, we still want to wash it 2 or 3 times. And especially if there is some kind of turbidity seen, till the water becomes clear, we go on washing it. Which means that if some water-soluble vitamins are there, some loss would be there. Then there is definitely the density problem, that this would be lighter as compared to the rice kernels itself, so we tend to remove that, especially if there is discoloration. I do remember in the early days, in the WhatsApp, it kept coming that there is plastic rice, and to make it more dramatic, the plastic rice all came from China. So definitely you are not supposed to eat that. So then if you look at large procurement of rice and storing it also, because of this density difference, there will be a tendency, if the mixing is not okay, and long periods of storage, there will be some kind of segregation, and you would find that some part of the sack would have no fortificant at all, where there would be over-fortified portion in the sack itself. So therefore, the testing also becomes a challenge. It would depend on which part of the bag you have picked up your sample from. All of this are, then comes the sensory quality also. If somebody is very sensitive and very used to eating in the traditional way, then probably they would find a slight difference, a slight medicinal kind of a thing, and do not prefer that. So we have to keep all of this in mind when we are talking about public distribution systems and a large population consuming a staple like fortified rice. And as Dr. Sheshikiran mentioned, our soil is depleted of nutrients, our water is contaminated, our air is polluted. Somewhere they say that during my grandmother's generation, one orange had so much nutrition that today you would have to have 4 oranges to meet the same quality. And add to that the stress levels that we are having, and the kind of physical activity that we are lacking, the sedentary lifestyle that we are leading, the number of processed foods that have come into the market, whereas our traditional thali did have menu diversity, and there were many occasions like, Ekadashi, you don't eat that, you eat this. It was very scientific, that just to ensure a lot of diversity in the food, these practices were there. I do not believe they were so much religious as much as to ensure that our body got all the nutrients it required. Today we have simply removed them from our plate, and we are only eating one kind of food. Plus, we do not have sufficient sleep, we have a lot of stress, we don't drink enough of water, and we have fancy names like I'm in depression, I'm this, I'm that, and we keep popping a lot of medicine also, which is causing a lot of havoc. So I'm very, very happy that today all the stakeholders, whether it is from nutrition background or doctors or policy makers, they've all come here on one platform to CFTRI and will be discussing the various aspects to address hidden hunger. It is time that we actually find solutions. There was a time when we did not know where we were, or there was lack of affordability or accessibility. But today we are in a stage where all of that is eliminated, and we should be able to now find solutions. So I'm sure that this workshop will also talk about a lot of solutions and how to find them. And I wish all success for this deliberations, and very soon I hope that India will overcome this problem, and we will not have the dubious distinction of being number 1 in these kind of problems. I thank you, and I hope that these deliberations will really lead to many more in the future, and India will overcome the problems very soon. And I thank all the dignitaries, all the invited speakers, and all the delegates for realizing the importance of such discussion and coming all the way to Mysore. Thank you all.
Thank you for your insights, ma'am. To conclude the inaugural session, may I now invite Dr. Sindhu Nambiyar, Senior Scientist, Department of FSAQCL, to propose the vote of thanks. Madam, please.
Good morning to all. First, we will felicitate our chief guest and guest of eminence. I invite Director to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Sasikaran Boydala, former Director, National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request the Director, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Ajay Kumar Khera, former Deputy Commissioner, Maternal and Child Health, Government of India and Country Representative, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Director to felicitate Madam Professor Reena Das, Head, Department of Hematology, PGI MAR, Chandigarh. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we will would like to request Director to felicitate Dr. Professor Jatindra K. Sahu, Project Coordinator, IIT Delhi. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of CSIR-CFTRI and the organizing team of this national workshop on initiatives and progress to address hidden hunger. First and foremost, I express our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Sasikaran Boydala, former Director, National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, Hyderabad, for gracing this inaugural session with his presence and for sharing his valuable thoughts that truly set the tone for our deliberations. We are immensely thankful to our Director, Madam Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, CSIR-CFTRI, for her continuous leadership, guidance, and for presiding over today's session with such encouraging remarks. We are also privileged to have the presence and thoughtful reflections of our esteemed guest of eminence, Dr. Ajay Kumar Khera, former Deputy Commissioner, Maternal and Child Health, Government of India and Country Representative, Engender Health, New Delhi, and also Madam Professor Reena Das, Head, Department of Hematology, PGI MAR, Chandigarh. Thank you all for lending weight to this event through your presence and perspectives. Next, I would like to thank a heartfelt appreciation for Professor Jatindra K. Sahu, Project Coordinator, IIT Delhi, for his inputs about the Innovations Hub for Rice Fortification, one of the key collaborators of this initiative. I would also thank him for his constant support to carry out the project work, and I also take this opportunity to thank all the faculty and students who have contributed to the rice fortification project. Next, our sincere thanks to Dr. Giridhar Parvatam, Chief Scientist and Head, Food Safety and Analytical Quality Control Laboratory,
CSIR-CFTRI, for the overall coordination of this workshop and for introducing the workshop and highlighting its vision and scope. Now to the entire organizing committee, scientific staff and support team, thank you for your dedication and hard work that made this inaugural session seamless. Finally, to all the attendees, our invited guests, faculties, students, and online participants, thank you for being a part of this collective mission to tackle hidden hunger through scientific and policy-based interventions. Now, I would also like to thank the departments, various departments of CFTRI, PMC, TTBD, Civil and Construction Maintenance, Electrical Division, Agri-Horti Division, UNU, and Security Division for their help and support. Lastly, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the media persons for covering this event and helping us to take the message of this workshop to wider audience. A heartfelt thanks to the venue and support staff at Cheluvamba Hall, CSIR-CFTRI, for their excellent arrangements and hospitality in ensuring a smooth and pleasant experience for everyone here. With this, we look forward to 2 days of meaningful discussion, collaboration, and innovation. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhu Nambiar. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short tea break in the quadrangle and kindly reassemble by 11:35 for the next session. Annapurna Singh.
I welcome you all back to this auditorium for the next session. Now we are going to have a theme talk given by Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, the Director of CFTRI Mysore. Now it's my privilege to introduce you all about our Director, Madam. Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, an accomplished food technologist and active researcher, has taken over as the Director of Mysore-based Premier R&D Institute in 2021 January. After passing out from CSIR-CFTRI with MSc Food Technology in 1988, Dr. Sridevi worked with Kisan Products Limited, Bangalore for a short stint before returning to alma mater in 1991. She grew up to the position of Chief Scientist and Head Department of Protein Chemistry Technology before moving to the position as a Director of CFTRI. She received her postdoctoral degree in food science she received her doctoral degree in food science and technology under the supervision of Dr. A.G. Appurao during 1996-98. She had been with the Institute of Microbiology, Hanover, Germany on DAT fellowship. In the career spanning over 3 decades, she worked extensively on both basic and applied aspects of food science. Significant contributions were made by Madam towards the unfolding protein structure function activity relationships, protein and enzymes as the food ingredients, nutraceuticals from traditional foods, and technologies developed for combating malnutrition. Some of these technologies that are transferred to industry include amylase-rich energy food, soy protein hydrolysates, heat-resistant sesame seeds, and supplementary food for severely malnourished children, and many so on. Over 40 entrepreneurs have taken these technologies so far. During the 12th 5-year plan period, as principal investigator of the Wellness Food Project, an array of innovative products were brought out targeted to every sector of the population. Further, a pilot-level malnutrition intervention studies were undertaken during the same period with the participation of over 200 Anganwadi children in order to assess the efficacy of supplementary foods developed by the CFTRI. She has published over 50 manuscript publications in peer-reviewed journals, and she holds a total of 11 patents to her credit, including 5 US patents. Dr. Sridevi has guided 6 students for doctoral thesis along with over 40 graduate students so far. Currently, she is focusing on alternate and unconventional sources of protein and micronutrients to combat malnutrition and development of novel food ingredients for health benefits. A gold medalist in graduation from University of Mysore, Dr. Sridevi has represented as Young Scientist Fellow and also in Hanover, Germany in 2000, and also as an INF Craft Fellow in 2006 and Indo-Finland Exchange Program in 2018 and a speaker in Knowledge Summit at Lyon, France in 2019 and so on. She is a recipient of Dr. Rajamalpi Devdas Memorial Award conferred by the Nutrition Society of India. Dr. Sridevi has been Governing Council member of NABI Mohali and a member of Expert DBT Committee on Public Health and Nutrition and BA's Committee on FAD 14 and Board of Studies of University of Mysore. She is also chairperson of SFSCA committees. She has been the life member of the major professional bodies such as Association of Food Sciences and Technology of India, SBC, Society of Biological Chemists, Nutrition Society of India, Association of Microbiologists India, and so on. She is nominated as one of the members of the Governing Body Council of CSIR. She is an honorary fellow of Karnataka and Science and Technology Academy and also the fellow of the prestigious Association of Food Science and Technologists India. With this introduction, I would like to request our Director Madam to deliver the theme talk on this conference, on this workshop. I welcome you, Madam.
Once again, a good morning to all present here. I am not sure how much time I'm going to take, so I request the organizers to please prompt me to stop. I would, two of my colleagues are talking later, and they would be covering more specific to the theme of this conference also, of addressing anemia and what work CFTR has carried out. So mine is more on the technology part and the kind of products that we had developed. So like I told initially, CFTRI has been involved in addressing undernutrition especially, and in the 50s itself there were an array of products. I will be telling a little bit about them, where fortification was also done. And this was more food-to-food fortification. We did have a lot of groundnut at that time, and so we were making groundnut protein isolate, and that was getting mixed to make the Indian multi-purpose food and so on. So I'll just say a little about what CSIR-CFTRI has done in the area of food and nutrition. So while we have also developed a lot of technologies so that they will be shelf stable, they will be sensorily acceptable, and they will retain more or less the nutrition that was there in the grain, as well as we have also addressed undernutrition, especially in children, through nutritious supplements. And we have carried out impact studies. We have been very active in disaster relief management. And many of these disasters, we ourselves have worked through the night, both the scientists, all the employees and their families, children, everybody joined in, and our scientists themselves went to the disaster area and delivered the foods. Then we have been involved in training, where whether it is students, farmers, industry, women, and so on, all of them have been trained in this institute so that they understand the importance of the role they play in food processing as well as post-harvest management of food. And we have been mentoring a lot of entrepreneurs in this area. And definitely we have been testing, especially for nutritional claims. We are the nodal referral lab, and like it was told, we have the certification of both NABL as well as FSSAI. And one very important aspect is our engineering services. Many of our traditional foods do not have the machines. We have been adapting the machines that are designed for some other grain and for another product, and we are adapting that to actually process our own grains. And therefore the overheads are more, and it is not really optimal. So we have designed a lot of machines for our traditional foods, and all of these activities actually fit into the kind of slogans of Government of India, whether it is import substitution, Swasthya Bharat, doubling farmers' income. All our activities do fit into all of these vocal for local or developing skills and so on. So our focus areas have been majorly shelf life extension, improving the nutritional quality of food, ensuring food safety, ensuring process efficiency, and reducing the time of processing, mechanization, through mechanization, product development, especially in the area of convenience foods, developing green technologies and food packaging. And today we are talking of circular economy, therefore waste management, valorization, and so on. So this is just to tell you the timeline of when CFTRI started and what were our thrust areas. Today we are looking at ready-to-eat foods because the consumer wants convenience. And we are talking of personalized nutrition, therefore we need foods for target groups of consumers. We are designing and fabricating novel food processing machines. We are very much into analysis and ensuring safety, as well as designing the right packaging for a specific food. We are concentrating on traditional foods and understanding, actually giving a scientific validation to these foods, because there is a lot of claims that is made without any scientific validation. We are trying to do that, of course, keeping in mind the sensory quality. and of course the training. Already Dr. Shasikiran has touched upon this, so depending on who is eating the food, the RDA of nutrients is varying, and there are major nutritional problems in India. Therefore, it is very important that fortification needs to be done, and the IHRF has taken a major project, and all of us are pitching in to help towards that, especially to understand iron deficient anemia and to find solutions for that. And India needs it more than anywhere else in the globe. And definitely when it comes to hidden hunger, women and children are the most vulnerable because of accessibility, availability, as well as affordability. So like I said in the morning, there are a large number of Government of India programs that are there, like Poshan Abhiyan, ICDS, supplementary foods, and so on. And a huge amount of money is invested into that. But again, like Dr. Khera said, we are not seeing the kind of results that we would like to see at the end of this. While CFTRI started 75 years ago, talking about undernutrition and solving the nutrition problems, 75 years from then, we are still talking about that. So it is time now that we actually understand how do we go about it and come up with a strategy. And therefore, this particular workshop, I think, is very, very important. So if you look at children now specifically, you will find that we have a very, very big population, given that we are 1.4 billion, that you find a large population of Indian children who are underweight, stunted, wasted, and so on. And this is not just enough that you give nutritious food after they have developed this, because already many of their other whether it is cognition or it is motor or it is immunity, all of them have already got compromised. And at a later stage, when they are in their 40s, maybe they develop the lifestyle-related diseases also, because they are at a greater risk. So there are many reasons why why this happens, but I will not go into that. I'll come straight to what CFTRI has done. From the very beginning of its inception, we have been developing products and technologies, and this has been done with consideration of the RDA. So mainly our focus has been children between 3 years to 5 years, and again from 5 years to 12 years, the school-going children. And apart from these technologies, we have also been training the people who make these foods. Once we have given the license, they should understand, because typically we have seen on the field that many of them, when they are preparing the food, they do it according to their taste. So if they don't like a particular taste, they over-roast the ingredients, or they under-roast it, or they substitute it. There are so many other things that happen on the field, so we try to educate them and make them understand what an important role they are playing, and why they should be doing what we are telling them should be done. Of course, we are creating livelihoods, because many of the people who are making these foods are generally women, the self-help groups, and they are then participating in the tenders and supplying to the state governments. So we are creating a livelihood also. We have been in recent years trying to intervene, but not substituting what the government gives. Whatever the government is doing in a particular state, we don't interfere with that at all. We only try to analyze those products and find out what are the gaps that are there missing in the RDA for the children, and we give a small snack, that too at the end of the day when no other food is given to them, just before they go home. And from that, we have seen a positive impact with our intervention. And then, of course, we have been also improving the products. Many times, the state governments do not want to change their THR, the take-home ration. They say, we want only these ingredients. We have only these facilities to process them. So we are trying to optimize on the field right there to see within the given capabilities, what is it we can do to improve the products. And for this, we have worked with the Odisha government, with some NGOs, as well as with some institutes also. So what is that CFTRI has done? 1950, there was no cow's milk in the country. We had only buffalo milk. We were at ground zero as far as food industry or dairy industry was concerned. And the multinationals that were marketing baby foods in the India refused to touch buffalo milk, saying there's too much of fat and too much of protein, and the curd tension in the stomach of the infant would be so high that digestibility is affected. Therefore, India has to import all the baby food that is required. And that was the first problem that was given top down by the government. And if you look at this second, while the tin is very old, you can see the CSIR logo on the lid, which is that wheel. And this was the roller dried milk that was given. So this was before spray drying became the norm. And what did CFTRI do? Copper vessels were used for collection of milk, which means that the 85% to 87% of water that is there in milk, when it is evaporated, the copper content that is leached into the vessel, into the milk, would also go up, the concentration, and that could lead to toxicity. And therefore, tinned vessels were given for collection of milk. It looks a very small thing today, but it was a huge observation at that time. Dirty hay was used to cover the vessels. Microbial safety would be a problem, so that was lidded. They were brought to the milk was brought to the institute. Skimming was done so that the fat becomes butter, and then the protein content goes up even more in the defatted milk, and therefore it was buffered to reduce the protein content, and then fortification was done to replace whatever is the missing vitamins and minerals that is present in cow's milk but not in buffalo milk, and that was roller dried. And this is that a product that you see. This technology was given to the Anand Milk Producers Union Limited, which is Amul, and within 10 years, 80% of the market was ruled by Amul. Today, we are the global leader in cow milk production. So that's how far we have come. And the initial years, definitely CSIR was acknowledged by putting the logo on the tins. Then came the white revolution, and it was no longer feasible to have this technology, and therefore it was a thing. One more thing I would like to say is, early days, the photo of a baby was put on the tin. And this, incidentally, as an aside I can tell you, is the elder sister of Shashi Tharoor. And then spray drying became the norm, but by that time, this baby had grown up. So his younger sister became the model on that tin. And he writes in his blog that he felt very unwanted and unloved because he was not a star, whereas his sisters were. And but then came another problem that mothers thought the chubbiness of the baby that was fed on powdered milk was better and it was desirable, and therefore WHO said that babies' photos should not be put, and now teddy bears are put on the tins. So mainly at the initial, this one, it was the protein quality that was actually thought that has to be emphasized in CFTRI, and I'm sure NIN has played a very big role in this. So we only talk about the protein content in the RDA, but actually the quality becomes very, very important because there are certain essential amino acids that have to necessarily come from the diet. And if they are missing, then the protein is not really utilized to the optimal level by the body. And therefore, we call them complete proteins or incomplete proteins. And milk and egg are the reference proteins. It is thought to be having all the essential amino acids as per the RDA. But many of the plant proteins, and India is basically a plant eating country, because even the non-vegetarians do not eat every meal, they do not eat animal meat. So these was one of the problems that we thought that we should look into. And you will find that because the seed proteins that we eat are high molecular weight, they are associated with anti-nutrients, and all of this limits the digestibility as well as the bioavailability of the protein. Our gut enzymes are not able to digest the protein very well because they are high molecular weight and they are folded. And therefore, we need to cook it very extensively to see that it becomes better digestible. Whereas the animal has eaten the plant food and it has redesigned the protein in its cell so that it is able to be digested by our body better. Therefore, the quality of protein, when we talk about animal proteins, are definitely of a better quality. How do you now overcome the deficiencies is by mix and match. When you mix more than two protein sources, you can still make up the deficiency. And that is what we do in our traditional diets that we are slowly forgetting to eat today. So one of the cheapest sources is oilseed, the defatted cake that is there after the oil is removed. So it has a protein content of at least 50%. But because it is not dehulled, and because many of the oil processors do not really clean the material, and there is a lot of stone there, there's a lot of chaff there, there is also the husk is there, because Indian oil seeds have upward of 40% of oil in them. And you cannot use hexane when the oil content is so high. We only use solvent extraction when the oil content comes below 20%. So physical extraction is what has to be done when you have very high oil content. And therefore, a second round of oil extraction has to be done after the first physical extraction is done. And the oil content comes below 20%. But again, our engineering is not developed in the scale. So our ghanis and screw presses have lower capacity compared to solvent extraction things. So there is a residual oil content of anywhere between 6 to 12% in the cake. And which means by the time you have sufficient to run even one solvent extraction batch, it has gone rancid. So typically these, though it is a very good quality plant protein, it always ends up in becoming animal fodder and goes for animal feed, while our children are not getting sufficient amount of protein. And that is the reason why CFTRI worked initially on this. Add to that, because once the oil is removed, you will have the anti-nutrient content in the cake also goes up. So these are the challenges that were there. How do I remove the anti-nutrients? How do I improve the sensory characteristics? How do I supplement with other cereals and pulses so that the protein quality is complete? And having said all that, that would be a very, very cheap source for incorporation in supplementary foods. So one way of doing that is the preparation. This institute had pioneered in the preparation of protein concentrates, protein isolates in the world itself. We had pioneered in the 1960s. And there what you're doing is you are ensuring either that only the protein part of the flour is soluble or insoluble, and remove the other part, and then you dry that material so that you will end up with a protein concentrate with greater than 60% of protein, or a protein isolate with greater than 90% of protein in that. And they are very, very valuable ingredients that you can use. Another is that to improve the digestibility, can we use enzymes to break down the protein in the lab, in vitro, so that you are improving the digestibility of that. So with these ingredients and the kind of plant proteins that we had, we tried to develop supplementary foods. And the advantages is that generally you're utilizing the local materials, the composition can be varied, and it suits the taste of the local population. So becomes a little more acceptable, and the processing is simple. Typically, we use all the ingredients, there will be no byproduct. You will find that many of the states today have the take-home ration, which is a powder of a mix of pulses and cereals and oil seeds. All of these go into the product. There is no byproduct other than the cleaning that is done initially. So it is very, very cost effective because of that. And because it is dry, there is no moisture in the powder, so it will not also spoil very easily. The shelf life is good, and it is cost effective. So this is one Indian multipurpose food that was made in 1955, wherein edible groundnut protein isolate was made, and that is having 90% protein in it, and that was mixed along with tapioca and, along with wheat flour and other cereals, and that was used in midday meal programs for children so that they get better protein. Similarly, Paushtik Atta, today we are very used to seeing these products, multi-grain products in the supermarket, but I'm talking of the 1950s when 2 minutes, I have too many slides. Okay, and then the Mysore flour and Milton. This is again something when between Amul and the White Revolution, our children did not have sufficient amount of milk. So groundnut protein isolate was mixed along with milk 50 to 50, and that was marketed by many of the dairies as Milton, so that our children still got, and there was a lot of impact studies also that was made. This is another product, like I talked about the THR. Here, if you see the Petri dishes, the starch is broken down by use of the amylase, so that you are improving the nutrient density and reducing the water content, so children can actually eat more of the food rather than drinking water. Similarly, protein-enriched biscuits. Here we have used the soy protein concentrate. This is another food which is sesame based. You have a patented food that is given to SAM children, which is patented in France, that is based on groundnut. We have a similar product that is based on sesame. Then Dr. Sheshikiran was mentioning about fortified atta. We have this, and we do have a few states that are using it in the PDS system. And we are also giving it to children. It has a large number of micronutrients that are added to it. Then alternate sources, we have worked on spirulina. It is nearly 70% protein. The only thing is the acceptability, the sensory quality is not so good, although the micronutrients are very, very good. So we have developed a large number of traditional products which do not have that kind of problem of taste. Then Indian population is very, very low in essential fatty acids. Again, there are recommendations how much a person should eat. And here we have actually adapted the chia to grow in India. And it has brought in so much of revenue to the farmer that it has helped him to increase his income. We have also developed an array of instant Nutri-Breakfast. This is for across the zones. So for the north, for the south, for east, west, as well as the northeast. About 12 different kinds of products were developed. Similarly, bakery products. And we have done some training programs. And we have worked with Odisha so that the Ragi Laddu that has been developed goes to nearly 2 lakh children today. We have been represented in many of the committees of the state government and central also. We have been taking part in scoping studies to understand where the problem is. Thank you. I hope I've kept my time. There's a lot more I can say, but due to want of time, I just had to hurry through. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for highlighting the contributions of CSIR-CFTRI. Now, stage is open for a few questions. questions, please.
What is your position? Hello.
And it was based on edible, on groundnut based, and it was patented. So we wanted to reduce the price, one thing, and have an equivalent for India. So we developed a similar product based on sesame, so that we are not infringing on the patent of France. At the same time, our children also can get the benefit of that. So my colleagues will be talking about the intervention program where we have used this and found some positive results.
Good.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dr. Sadhat from the United Nations World Food Program. You talked about the product for infants and young children, and how do you, at CFTRI, you brought in the technology or say mixing of pulses and increasing the protein digestibility there. We're also doing the same, and in fact, we'll talk about it tomorrow in our session tomorrow as well. But one challenge that we've continuously faced is that when you sort of talk about increasing, say, taking proteins from different sources of pulses, or say adding animal-based proteins in there, like milk or something, the cost of the product goes high. And you have ICDS on one hand, which only gives you ₹8 per day per child. So what is any suggestions that you think could help us in that regard, so that we could bring our cost down or maybe fit into that particular gap? So, or possibly advocate with the government to increase the norms?
Thank you for this question. Actually, we realized this problem, and definitely the government has the constraint of money on one hand and logistics on the other. They cannot be increasing the number of products they give because they have to control the supply chain also. So what we have done is, this year especially, we have been successful in getting 4 CSR funding. And we have tapped that. We have a note printing Mudranalaya in Mysore and a paper making for the currency notes. They have given us nearly 1 crore for these intervention studies as CSR funding. CSIR has given us, there is a branch called CEL under CSIR. They have given us for women, and some of these commercial industries, they have given us 2 projects. So we are using that money, and we want to show as proof that within 6 months we can make a difference in their nutritional profile, so that that can be developed as a model to present to Government of India that this is the way you have to go about it. And similarly in Odisha, the millet mission, I think Usha will be talking about it, where in the mining districts, that's where the CSR funding was there, and the state government themselves tapped that, and they have used it for the distribution of ragi laddu. So I feel that is one. Not cleaning roads, maintaining gardens, please give food to the children. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Now, may I request Dr. Sashikiran sir to present a memento to Dr. Sridevi madam, and also I request Dr. Gulfam Ahmad to join. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have a technical sessions on interventions to combat anemia and micronutrient deficiencies, scientific evidence, programmatic updates, and policy synergy. With this, I request Dr. Devendra H. Havare, Senior Principal Scientist, Department of FSAQCL, to take forward the technical sessions. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Today's workshop, we have the first technical sessions, and we have with us the speaker, Dr. Rima Das, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi, and Dr. Usha Dharmaraj. I welcome you, all of you. Madam, please occupy your seats, all the speakers. Dr. Prashant, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And today we have the first technical session. This, I'll give the little introductions about this one. The micronutrients often dominate discussions around the nutrients. The micronutrients, the vitamins and the minerals required in small amounts are just critical for the human health, and deficiencies in the key micronutrients like irons, vitamins A, iodine, and the folate can silently impair the physical growth and conjunctive developments, the immune response, and overall the productivity, particularly among women and children. Anemia, largely caused by the iron deficiency, continues to affect the significant portions of our populations despite the ongoing efforts. Tackling this challenging requires not just a scientific understanding, but also the effective implementations and the coordinating policy supports. Addressing the dietary deficiencies requires the comprehensive and the well-planned intervention strategy. India has made the noble progress in the combating anemia, and particularly through the initiatives such as the food fortifications. And these sessions bring together of esteemed experts who will guide us through the latest scientific developments and share the learning from the ongoing nutrients programs, and highlighting the importance of policy interventions in addressing this silent but the serious deficiency. And we have today Dr. Seema Das, madam. We have today first speaker, Dr. Seema Das, madam, is currently the professor and head of the hematology department at PGIMER, Chandigarh, and with an MD in pathology and DNB qualifications. Dr. Das brings the deep expertise in hematoglobopathies and the thalassemia, G6PD deficiency, and other complex hematology disorders. Madam, Dr. Seema, madam, please, with your presentations.
It's all right. It's okay. Yeah. So I'll just very briefly tell you about what all we have been doing. And when we talk about the hemoglobin molecule, because we understand, everybody understands anemia, because everybody is concerned about what is my hemoglobin level. But in the molecule itself, there are multiple components which are there. We know that there is one component which is the protein component, which is called the globin. And there are other three components which are important, and the protoporphyrin ring is composed of that, which includes iron, of course, very important. But it also has folic acid requirement. It also has B12 requirement. So we need to understand that whenever we are talking about, we always keep on talking about iron deficiency anemia, iron deficiency anemia. We don't really talk about the folate that much, and definitely not about B12 deficiencies, because B12 deficiency is also very, very common in India. So I'll tell you about just some of the highlights that we have done till now. There are some key projects which we have undertaken. We have been working with the wheat flour fortification in Haryana. We have completed this assessment impact of folate, B12, anemia, and iron status. We have just completed the multiply fortified salt study in Punjab, which was evaluating the effects of micronutrient biomarkers among women of reproductive age, and the effects of multiply fortified salt on the micronutrient status of preschool children in Punjab. The ongoing projects are, there was a lot of concern about rice fortification will give rise to iron overload. And this was an initiative which came from the government side also. So there is one project which is going on where we are studying the micronutrient status of the beta thalassemia trait carriers in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh, because in Punjab there is no fortification of food which is done, so that is kind of our control. And in Himachal Pradesh, most of the products of food which is given through the public distribution system has fortified food. So we thought that we will compare the two. And thalassemia major, of course, patients will receive transfusions. So their iron overload is a different kind of iron overload which is there. So we also have the technical support unit in Haryana for rice fortification. And we have also submitted an impact assessment among children receiving fortified food through the Anganwadi centers in Haryana, because the Haryana government themselves have shown a lot of interest. So it's very difficult to do the projects of these types because there are multiple partners which are there, because everybody has their own skill sets. So, you know, a lab like ours has a skill set to look at the blood levels of particular things, but then multiple partners are required, which was kind of a learning exercise for us when we try to do this kind of project. And also the CDC Atlanta, these people were very particular that we have to use the microbiologic method of assay of the folate. So that was again something which we used to do long back but had stopped the practice. So two of us had gone to CDC and we got trained to do this particular methodology, which was more cumbersome. There were multiple phases, 3 phases were there of the study. Initial was the baseline biomarker survey, which was started in 2017. I would just like to point out that at this particular time, the 2016 standards were used, and they had higher levels of these fortificants compared to what is being used now. And then the phase 2 was to see the implementation of the wheat flour fortification. This was more like a market survey. So the mixed method study was done. And their end-line survey was to again go back to the same individuals whom we had studied earlier, and now we studied them again. And I'll just very quickly show you what we did. So the household survey was the head of the family who was analyzed. The non-pregnant women of reproductive age, there were 933 women, and of which the 866 women agreed to give us the blood samples. And so this was a multi-stage cluster probability household and biomarker survey, and there were multiple parameters that we studied. Because I'm a hematologist, so I also wanted to do the hemoglobinopathy screening. So I said we will do also the HPLC screening for this population. And I realized that, you know, working in the population is very different to when we work in the hospitals, because the uptake of whatever you tell them is much, much different. You know, when I find a pregnant woman who comes to our center and she turns out to be beta thalassemia trait, we just have to give a call to the husband and say that, you know, we want to do your screening because your child can have a 25% chance of thalassemia major. They come running because they want the child to be normal. But when you go to the public sector and in the population, we ring them up and tell them, you have beta thalassemia trait. We are perfectly normal. Don't disturb us, you know. So it's a different kind of experience that we have, and it was all part of learning that we got. So out of these phase 3, when we studied 866 initially, we could actually locate about 615, of which many of them were pregnant at this particular time. Some of them were, you know, giving lactating women, so we had to remove those. So we had about 545. Then again, there was an you know, difference that we did was that try to find out that pre-fortification, what was the deficiency, and you can see that why did we take a folate level which was quite high? Because insufficiency is what we have to detect in the population. Insufficiency is associated with neural tube defects. So in the morning, Professor Sasidharan had talked about that, you know, neural tube defects are important, and I think Dr. Khera also spoke about it. But neural tube defects, we just don't need the deficiency, we need the insufficiency which needs to be tackled. So that's why we went for a higher percentage, and you can see that almost 80% of the population for folate was deficient, had insufficiency, but deficiency was not that common. So Haryana happens to be the highest producers of even neural tube defects. So that's why the concern was to do the study in Haryana. Though, you know, otherwise the population is very healthy, but there is this component of hidden hunger. Similarly, if we look at anemia, that was not so much of a problem, and ferritin levels also showed some improvements which was there. That iron deficiency anemia was common, but look at the amount of B12 deficiency we have got. So again, B12 insufficiency was very, very high in this population, because predominantly this population is a vegetarian population. Then we shifted our focus to, because of the success of that earlier study, we were invited to do this multiply fortified salt study. And here again, you can see that how many different partners are there. Of course, NIFTM was a very important partner for us because they did all our diet analysis. And in this particular study, the diet of all the women, there was a subset of women who were, whose diet was looked at, and from morning till evening, whatever they ate. So it was very intensive and difficult to do this analysis. And then the food was all processed and the analysis was done in NIFTM. Then here again, there were three basically different types of salt which were prepared: encapsulated ferrous fumarate with zinc, B12, folic acid and iodine. And we compared it with the two different types of salt, the encapsulated ferric pyrophosphate with EDTA and the iodized salt. None of us knew what particular type of salt was being given to these populations, and various sensory and acceptability studies were also done. And in the phase 1, we just did 100 non-pregnant women just to know how much salt intake is there in the population, how much of these micronutrient deficiencies were there. And then we compared it in the phase 2, which it was completely double-blinded, randomized, controlled, community-based trial which was done. And this was just kind of gives us an idea about how much was the frequency. We did not really find too much of inflammation in the population, in the so-called normal population, but these are the percentages of the deficiencies which was there. Iron deficiency was about 35%, and so on and so forth. So these were the 6 packets of salt which was there, 2 of each type. We did not know which was there. The families were identified that they were getting this particular code of the color code was there. The salt disappearance was also measured, and follow-up was done on a very regular basis kind of. And here again we found that, between the 3, we did not find too much difference in anemia, because anemia, very severe anemia, was anyway excluded, it was not part of the study. And inflammation also did not show major changes. The zinc level also did not show too much changes, in fact, among them. And the amount of salt which was being taken also, that was roughly about 6 grams of salt per day. And the B12, serum B12 was higher in both the quintuply fortified salt group versus the iodized salt, which is kind of expected. And there were 2 subgroups. Some of them went up to 12 months of study, that means 1 year. And some of them, a subgroup we had to recruit again, because there were a lot of dropouts which were there. Because at 3 different time points we were taking the blood samples. So at the baseline, then after 6 months, and then after 12 months. So some of them said, we are not going to give blood anymore. So then, because there was some problem in the amount of analysis, so that's why we had to recruit more people. So we found that B12 deficiency, insufficiency and deficiency were at least 80% lower in both the QFS kind of groups versus the iodized salt. Similarly, this was for the folate. Again, there was a difference which was there. The percentages of all these deficiencies came down, whereas if we compare it with iodized salt, it was not. Similar results were seen with iron, but not too much difference was there. So these are some of the selected codes which are there that people had some problems. And when the project got over, some of the salt we brought home, and when I was cooking with that salt, I found that the salt, some of the dishes really showed a change in color. So it's fine when you're eating among yourself, but if you have to give it to the, serve to guests, it becomes a problem. So we kind of felt that adding the salt is, iron is giving rise to a problem, and then the supplement, the amount of iron which is required is much higher than what we are able to give here also. So probably if we remove the iron from this micronutrient, the food fortification, it might be kind of easy, which was there. So basically we found good results with these, and I'll not really go into the details of, there were multiple parameters which were studied. We also did gut microbiome. There also we did not feel that there was any major difference which was found in the gut microbiome between the 3 different types of preparations which was given. So the rice fortification, this is still ongoing, continuing as a TSU, and our people go to various places and, different places they kind of go and teach how the rice, fortified rice should be handled in that sense. And this is the proposed impact assessment study that we are planning to do. The Haryana government has actually approached us to show that whether we are, there is a major impact which is there between taking the salt and taking this fortified food among the small children who come to the Anganwadi. So this is again going to be case control study. We hope that we'll be able to do this. So the impact of the fortified wheat flour and micronutrient status, this I just mentioned to you, this is ongoing again through ICMR. And at the moment, we'll see, how this study also pans out. But here we are looking at iron toxicity, which we don't anticipate will be there. But the major assessment criteria is to look at iron toxicity, which is why the study has been given. We are planning to screen about 6,000 participants, and then if a carrier is found in the family, the entire family will undergo carrying. So these are just the summary of all the fortification projects that we are kind of handling. And of course, the way forward we are going to discuss as and when at the end of this session. Thank you so much.
Open for questions. Any questions? No problem. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Today we have the second speaker, Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi. Jyoti Lakshmi, madam, is a senior principal scientist in the Traditional Food and Applied Nutrition Department at CSIR-CFTRI, Mysuru. She earned her PhD in Food Science and Nutrition from the University of Mysore in 2001, with her doctorate research focused on the determinants of the undernutrition in the preschool children and the impact of the interventions programs. Prior to joining the CSIR-CFTRI, she served as a research associate in the Department of Studies in the Food Science and Nutrition at the University of Mysore from 2001 to 2004. With this extensive teaching and research experience, Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi has supervised the 4 PhD students and 25 MSc students and is currently guiding the 6 doctorate scholars. Her research expertise includes the development and characterizations of protein and micronutrient-rich food formulations aimed at combating malnutrition, enhancing the micronutrients, the bioavailability, and the enzymatic modifications of the food for the therapeutic applications such as the hypoprotective and hypoglycemia effect. She is also involved in the community-based study to improve the health and nutrition outcomes. Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi has published 54 research papers and presented over the 60 papers at the national and international forums. Her work has several accolades, including the S.G. Shrikantaya Memorial Award, the N.N. Mohan Memorial Award for the Best Research Paper in Indian Food Parker 1997, and the 8th Best Poster Award. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi Madam for her presentations.
So good afternoon, everybody. Today I'll be talking on food-based interventions for alleviation of anemia. Some of the things previous speakers have already spoken, so I would like to just take it forward. If we look at the nutrition scenario of our nation, all of us know that both macro and micronutrient deficiencies are prevalent, both in acute and chronic forms, with coexisting micronutrient deficiencies such as iron deficiency anemia, zinc deficiency, and vitamin A deficiencies. And these deficiencies, apart from affecting the growth and developmental profile of the children will have an impact on the later life also, as these deficiencies would contribute to the increasing occurrence of non-communicable diseases. And there are many contributing factors for these problems. However, as a Food Research Institute, we would restrict to the dietary part of it, wherein dietary adequacy is also one of the major etiological factors for the occurrence of these nutrient deficiencies. Now, coming to iron deficiency anemia, though it is prevalent all over the globe, the extent of severity is more in India, and India is in the high-risk zone. It is prevalent, unlike other deficiencies like fluoride. This is not endemic to any region. It is seen in all states and all age groups to different extents. If we look at the consequences of anemia, in different age groups, it has shown different problems, but on the whole, it is affecting the nation's productivity and economy. That is, overall development of the nation is affected. If we see what is the extent of inadequacy of iron in our diets, the NNMB surveys have suggested that density of iron is quite low in most of the states. It is below the expected levels, and other reasons are poor bioavailability. Like, in addition to inadequacy, the poor bioavailability will worsen the situation much more. The major reason for poor bioavailability is the plant-based foods contain a lot of anti-nutritional factors which actually limit the absorption of iron in the body. In response to this, our governments took up the direct way of supplementing or tackling the deficiencies by providing therapeutic doses of nutrients. However, the reports have shown that this has shown poor compliance and therefore limited success. And the experts have opined that enhancing bioavailability of iron from food matrices would be the right strategy for alleviating anemia. These are some of the factors. We have two sets of factors. One is physiological factors, which are non-controllable, and we have dietary factors which can be modified. The major inhibitors of iron absorption are phytate, polyphenol, oxalate, and insoluble fiber. If we see the different ways of modifying this bioavailability in the foods, one thing is dephytonization. This can be done through processing of foods, that is either thermal processing or enzymatic, or by using promoting components, and then processing of foods. And fortification is also one of the strategy for improving the bioavailability. That is because the ratio between the mineral and the phytate reduces on fortification, and therefore it will support in enhancing the bioavailability. Being the Food Processing Institute, we have tried all methods for improving the bioavailability of iron in different food formulations. That is, we have taken here mainly cereal and pulse mixes, and we have found that through thermal processing there will be, dephytonization can be achieved, but to a limited success. Then through enzymatic methods also it's possible, again that also by some extent. So by using multiple strategies, it's possible to bring in incremental increases with each of the method. And there are several studies which have shown that for food fortification, would improve the iron content and also enhance the bioaccessible minerals, that is iron or zinc, as I mentioned that the ratio between the inhibitor and the mineral reduces, and addition of beta-carotene rich vegetables also would improve the bioaccessibility of iron and zinc. So our institute has developed over 400 food products, and based on the understanding of these mineral and protein requirements, we have chosen a few products. One is the rice milk mix. But here again, we could not go for fortification of iron because this was giving metallic taste and also the color effects were there. So here this product was used to fortify with calcium, and then energy food, which our madam was mentioning in her talk. This is one of the supplementary food which is which provides around 360 kilocalories of energy and 15% of the protein, and this is fortified with vitamins, B complex vitamins, calcium and iron to meet the requirements of the children. And this is mango bar, basically a beta carotene rich food, and this is fortified with zinc, as beta carotene also will improve the zinc bioaccessibility and it will contribute to vitamin A content also. Then high protein rusk and biscuits, these bakery products, we could incorporate the proteins easily without affecting the quality characteristics. And spirulina is used in the traditional product, that is chicky, which is usually liked by the children. So here, like on paper or on this one, we can manipulate the food formulations and develop nutritious products, but if it is not acceptable by the children, it will be of no use. So considering acceptability of foods is also one of the important factors in choosing the foods for fortification, choosing the food for fortification and also for the intervention programs. And we do have this same paste, which is a high energy and protein, energy dense product, which is designed specially for the SAM children. And this is about the nutrient composition of the products we have chosen and how much RDA it meets per serving for the children. And especially when we are targeting malnourished children, we cannot give high doses at a time because the digestion is also compromised. So we have tried to give we have tried to meet small percentage of RDA, and these interventions on long run will definitely be successful. So this is about chicky and mango bar. Then this is one glucose amla beverage, wherein this is having a lot of vitamin C, and vitamin C is also required for iron absorption present in the diet. So this also we have included in our product. And initially, in 2013 we took up some nutrition intervention studies, wherein first project was taken up in the area of Nanjangud. Here we provided the intervention to all the children, that is normal and undernourished children, and we provided these products, and we also showed them how to process and how it has to be done. We gave awareness talks and all, and then we provided the supplementation for a period of 6 months with prior nutritional assessment, and then after 6 months we evaluated the impact, and we found that at the beginning of the study around 50% of the children were only normal, but by the end of the study the severity and also the occurrence reduced, and the ferritin levels also got corrected by the end of the intervention. And this encouraged us to move further, and here we took up some more studies on MAM and SAM children, because in MAM and SAM feeding is a real challenge, and in the field studies, if there is any if there is any, uncomfort experienced by the child, the study would not continue. So considering all those factors, we have given small doses of these micro or macronutrients, and we found that in the MAM and SAM children, there was quite improvement in their height and weight, and also in the occurrence of anemia. So this further gave us full confidence to move ahead, and currently we have 2 projects wherein we are giving a food supplementation for MAM and SAM children. These are the 5 products which has been chosen for the study, and recently we launched the nutrition intervention program along with the state officials, and the program is currently ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. We have with us Dr. Prashant sir. Dr. Prashant is a nutritional physiologist of the St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore. He completed his doctorate from the St. John's National Academy of the Health Sciences, Bangalore, and trained at the Swiss Federal Institute of the Technology in the use of the stable isotopes to understand the physiological mechanisms. His research interest, including the micronutrient deficiency, measuring in bioavailability of the minerals in humans, nutrient-nutrient interactions, and developing the food-based approaches to improve the micronutrient status of the population. He has designed and conducted the several randomized the control trials in the children and young women. He has set up the stable isotopes with a thermal ionization mass spectrometer for in vivo measurement of the mineral bioavailability. He also worked with the medtechs to develop the smart variable devices and the medical equipment to help in the bridging the healthcare gaps and to make the healthcare accessibility to resources the poor setting. He has developed the several prototype devices and is now setting up an ICMR supported Center for the Advanced Research of the Medical Devices at St. John Research Institute. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be back here because I started my career many years ago coming to CFTRI to do my food analysis as part of my PhD. So I remember starting from Bangalore, bringing the food samples here for analysis. And so it gives me great pleasure to be back here and such a beautiful campus and a beautiful greenery around. But the topic that I've been given to speak on is a very complex one. I think in over 75 years, we have not solved anemia, and we are going to discuss and try and understand this in such a short span of time. And I don't know how I'm going to do this in 10 minutes. So my topic today is a more conceptual topic. I'm not going to talk about a study or 2 studies, but more conceptual. And I hope at the end of it, we'll have some discussions where we can engage in understanding the concept really to the bottom of it. So the title, if I were to say, it's Interventions to Combat Anemia, Micronutrient Deficiencies, Scientific Evidence, Programmatic Updates, and Policy Synergy. So that's the broad topic of this technical session, and I think it's really a complex one. And if I were to unpack this entire title, it is Anemia and Micronutrient Deficiencies, Interventions, Scientific Evidence, Program, Policy, etc. And if you were to just ask the question, anemia and micronutrient deficiencies, is there a causal interaction between the two? How many of you say yes? Or you disagree with me? Yes or no? Yes. But not all anemia is because of micronutrients. So can you say anemia is caused only because of micronutrients then? So some anemia is because of micronutrients, while a lot of it is not because of micronutrients. It could be a host of other factors, because anemia is driven in a population, several factors contribute to it, and therefore the etiology of anemia is said to be multifactorial. Unless and until you address all of those things, anemia will not move when you do interventions. And you often hear, oh, we gave so much of intervention, but anemia has not changed. That is the reason why we are addressing, most of our programs are addressing iron, B12 or folate. We're not looking at the host of other direct or indirect causes that influence anemia. When we come to interventions, we talk about supplementation, fortification, and dietary diversification. Are these three similar or are they different? Yes or no? Quickly, I don't have time. They're different. In terms of ease of use, which is easier? Supplementation, fortification, dietary diversification, which is easier? Is fortification easier? Or dietary diversification is easier? I think all three are complex by itself, and we are all dealing with human beings. And human beings are the most complex animals on the planet to deal with, okay? And you know, if you're dealing with more than one person, there's always complexities involved in it. We will touch upon that, and my talk primarily will be on the concepts of food fortification. So if you were to look at anemia, this is a picture I've taken from the WHO. There are a lot of fundamental drivers and underlying risk factors that cause anemia in a population. For example, inequity. What is inequity? Between those who have and those who don't have. And if you were to look at just food, there are so many people in India, 1 billion odd people living, who don't have access to good food. For example, conflicts. Today, conflicts are driving a lot of people out of nutrition security. And how does conflict do that? By taking away resources, which is very much needed for food. Then you have intermediate risk factors, direct causes, and physiological mechanisms. But what are we trying to do in all our programs? The top three, that is to address micronutrient deficiency, to enhance hemoglobin synthesis, and to increase the food consumed in the population. Those are the three things we are addressing in all our programs. But the rest of it, we are not looking at it as a problem statement in all our approaches to address anemia. So the first point I would like to say is anemia is not simple. Anemia is not just a micronutrient story. It's a host of all of this coming in. And next time, whenever you hear, oh, we have not been able to change anemia in a population, please ask the question, has these factors been considered? Was there any important contributors that we have not looked into? And that's where the answer to the complexity of anemia comes from. Coming to hunger, since we are all at the food technology, the premier food technology research institute, I thought I should put this slide here because India has a serious risk for hunger. And I think as food technologists, we all can play a major role in ensuring that whatever food we have produced is managed in a way that it can be given to people to consume. And by having a risk for hunger, it also means that it is not just the macronutrients that is a problem. The micronutrients also delivered is at risk, and therefore you are at risk of not consuming enough. And so we have to consider hunger as a huge issue in our country. Now coming to interventions, supplementation, food fortification, and dietary diversification. We agree all three are complex, but there is one important difference between the three. Anybody? Anybody wants to take a go at what's that important difference between the three? One is prevention, the other is therapeutic, and the final one is a lifestyle approach. But even above that, supplementation is something that is done in a clinical setting where you're giving pills to the beneficiaries. And that, unless it is consumed, and unless it's regularly consumed for a period of time, you will not get the outcome. I think the previous speakers have touched upon it during the opening remarks that the compliance to iron supplementation is so low. So that, in a supplementation setting, you need to engage with the beneficiary very, very tightly. Otherwise, your supplementation program will not see its benefits. Food fortification, on the other hand, I think, again, the previous speaker spoke about the experience at the household where the maids saw the rice grains floating, the taste of iron metallic taste coming in the food. Ideally, in a fortified food, those problems should never be there, okay? And if you look at the guidelines of food fortification is a strategy where the beneficiary need not interact with the strategy. That means I need not know that it's a fortified food. It should be so similar to the unfortified food that color, texture, shape, size, density, all of those things should be identical. I should not be able to differentiate between a rice kernel that's fortified versus a rice kernel that's natural. But today, I don't think technology has come a long way, but still we have lots to do to match the size of the kernel, color of the kernel, density of the kernel, to prevent air bubbles in the kernel so that the floating and the metallic taste does not occur. Once you achieve that sort of a technology breakthrough, food fortification does not need interaction with the beneficiaries, okay? While dietary diversification is so complex that we need to think of agriculture, we need to think of market dynamics, we need to think of how you are going to grow some of the foods in your backyard. You need resources to do all that. So it's much more complex than all the other two. And I think India is far, far away from achieving dietary diversity. If you look at all the programs on supplementation that India has had, I think we started it sometime in 1970. And today we are at the Anemia Mukt Bharat program, which is giving the comprehensive strategy to address the burden of anemia. And again, what are we giving? For anemia, we are giving iron supplementation and folic acid. You can see that we have had so many programs starting from 1970, and now we have the AMB program, and also the modified version of the AMB2 is in the works. But have we made a dent on anemia prevalence in the country? We have not seen significant change in anemia. So again, if you ask yourself the question, why hasn't anemia moved? You need to go back to that framework slide. There are many things that happen in the population that we don't have a good control of. Scientific data is one part of that story, but there's a huge amount of unknowns that's out there, which as public health experts, we need to figure that out. And also COVID made it worse. Post-COVID, anemia levels have increased. So when in the next point in time when anybody asks you if anemia is due to micronutrient deficiency, I think you all have the answer to that. And the Lancet framework gives a host of interventions that you have to do, including provision of household food security, direct and indirect causes. So anemia is a malnutrition problem at the core of it. Unless you address all of these things, it will not change. But having said that, can we wait for India to achieve all that? We can't. So we have to make every effort possible to move the population from a point of deficiency to a point of sufficiency. And food fortification is one such approach where you can provide the nutrients that is lacking in the diet through the food vehicles that is normally consumed. And when we look at evidence, there are three types of evidence. I think the previous speaker also spoke about bioavailability. We have to look at efficacy, and you have to look at effectiveness or impact studies before you roll out the entire country to consume fortified rice. And you have, I will touch on bioavailability studies, I will touch on efficacy studies and impact assessment studies briefly. And so we use stabilized stopes to measure bioavailability, and we can measure quite accurately what is the absorption of nutrients in your body. And stabilized stopes are safe. It has only one extra neutron. It is not radioactive. It can be used in women and children. So what you do is you take anybody in whom you want to measure the absorption of, let's say, iron added to the rusk that you saw previously. You add the stabilized stope into the rusk, you feed it to the person, you take a blood sample and see how much of the isotope has come in the blood sample. And then you can compute what is the bioavailability of that rusk when given to the human being. So it's a complex procedure, but for the sake of brevity, I've simplified it. And you can calculate from various pools what's the absorption of the nutrient. You can either give it in the food, or you can grow the food in the isotope, and then the plant itself will be enriched in that isotope, so it's intrinsically labeled as well. So you can get a lot of evidence in the lab setting that this particular food is bioavailable in human beings, and then take it for efficacy studies. So rice, as an example, has undergone several efficacy studies in India. This was one of the first studies we did on generating evidence that rice, fortified rice, when given to school children, causes a decrease in prevalence of anemia and increases iron deficiency. Like that, a host of studies have been done in India and elsewhere, and this is a recent study that we did which also showed improvement in iron stores when fortified rice, as per the current FSSAI standards, is consumed in the population. And when you take all of this and give it in a pilot setting in a large population, you will again start seeing decreases happening in the anemia prevalence of the population. And there are 3 or 4 different such studies that have been done, and large numbers of children and women and other beneficiaries show a change happening in the prevalence of anemia. Then you know that it is working, and then you go ahead and scale it at a national level. And today we have, I think, the entire country receiving rice fortification. I think it's one of the largest program anywhere in the world on rice fortification that's currently underway in India. And if you were to take all the data on rice fortification that's available, not only rice fortification, in fact, this is a paper from Keats et al. And if you see this paper, it summarizes all the fortification of wheat flour, salt, folic acid, iron, and it gives you a summary. And in terms of iron, you can see reduction in the risk by 54 to 64% in terms of iron deficiency in the beneficiaries who got the fortified rice. This is across, I think, 19 or 20 studies spread across different continents. And risk of anemia also comes down by 27 to 39%. What does India want to aspire? About 3% reduction in anemia. So, but finally, I would want to put this one slide here. On the other side, on the left side, we know all the science there is to it. We know how to make the food, we know how to measure bioavailability, we know all of it. But still, when we go and scale it up, our outcomes are much, much lower. That's what is called the no-do gap. That means I know everything there is to it in the science, but I do not know, when I go to the field, what are the factors that could be inside the house, outside the house, in the society, in the larger landscape, why it doesn't work. So this is called the no-do gap. And finally, if we have to dietary diversify, I think agriculture has to play a major role. Because if you look at the recent data on consumption patterns in India, the bottom 20% of our country this is a picture of the consumption of fresh fruits in India. The southern India, the green part, is where some fruits are being consumed. I would like the entire country to be green, not pink and red. How is it possible for us to reach there? We have to diversify agriculture. We have to apply modern techniques and technologies that we spoke about, such that the foods that we have produced are safe and reach the people who really need it the most. And there's the same story with vegetables. This is for egg, fish, and poultry. Can you see the bottom of the country has some access to it, but a large portion of India does not have access to it. So I think the way forward for tackling anemia is definitely to collaborate, to generate data from all parts. All of you are working in this domain. And I think one of the big problem with anemia research is that we don't have good quality data coming from India. And I think as researchers, we all should collaborate, share data, and put things together so that the regulatory policy makers can update and revise certain the values from time to time. And I think until all of this can happen, food fortification is going to be a major path through which you can reach to the population. With that, I would also like to leave you with this. Nurture is a course that is being held at St. John's. There are still some vacancies out there. If any of you haven't applied, please apply. This is a free course. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time. I'm happy to take a few questions as well, if afterwards, okay.
Thank you, Prashant sir. We have with us the next speaker, Dr. Usha Dharmaraj, working as a principal scientist in the Grain Science and Technology, CSIR-CFTRI Mysuru, got the PhD degree in food science. She has 19 years of research experience, primarily in the processing of the cereals. Her work focuses extensively on the small millets with a special interest in optimizing the processing techniques such as the peppering, extrusions, and the decortications into enhance the nutritional and functional properties. She has made a significant contribution to understanding the impact of processing on the nutritional bioaccessibility, microstructures, and the sensory quality of the millet-based product. She has published the 20 peer review in the reputed international journals and the book chapters and 26 papers at national and international forum. She has the 3 national and the 3 international patents. Dr. Dharmaraj work has greatly contributed to the advancement of the cereal science, particularly in the context of the functional food and the nutritional security. Madam, to you.
Very good afternoon. It is always difficult for the last speaker, and because I know it is already 1:15, and to make you to listen in the hungry stomach, the first point, and the challenge is most of the things which I wanted to speak is already covered by all the eminent speakers. So I will limit myself with the technological approach what we have done. See, in government schemes, we have like different approaches, like take-home ration, midday meal scheme, and in PDS, even now in many of the states, I think almost all the states, the fortified rice has been given, and even also the fortified atta, and somewhere the tablets were also given to the pregnant women and school children. The midday meal scheme is for the school-going children, and take-home ration, it covers the children of age group 6 months to 6 years, and also the adolescent girls, and the pregnant and lactating mothers. And we have heard that, in spite of all this, morning our director madam was telling around 48,000 crores were spent on THR or this kind of a safety net schemes. I think easily each state in India will be spending a few thousands of crores on these programs. In spite of all these programs, you know that NFHS 5 data, it says it is very disheartening, and anemia is a national threat. So why this is happening? Because the previous speaker has already told anemia is a very complex phenomenon. But if we come to the THR, actually no standardized processing protocols are followed by the people who are preparing it. Actually, most of the THRs are prepared by the SHGs. Sometimes it is a centralized production, sometimes it is a decentralized production. And it may be like roasting. You may feel that roasting is a very simple phenomenon, but roasting, if it is over roasted also the end product quality is affected. If it is under roasted also the end product quality is affected. So that is why it is very important in even though it is a very simple phenomena of roasting, you have to standardize the processing parameters. And also in most of these SHGs, generally the raw material selection will be of a very poor quality. That is because of different reasons, and then the policy issues and the benefit what they get from there in terms of economical benefit. But still poor raw material quality also affect this THR. And what happens, most of the THR, that is a take-home ration it is given, it is mainly made from wheat and Bengal gram. In some states they add groundnut to it. And it is generally, the beneficiary is asked to either cook it or mix it with hot water and drink it. And every day you are giving the same thing. And every day morning, if we eat every day dosa or every day idli, 2 days it's fine, 3rd day we ourselves get bored away. So we are, I feel the children are the most, the sensitized population in terms of the acceptability. They, of course, they get this menu fatigue. So that is one more reason. And the micronutrient fortification, as per the government of India norms, most of the THR are it is fortified with micronutrients. But we should imagine the THRs are produced in tons, the quantity is huge, and when we ask the micronutrient to be fortified, the fortification techniques are to be followed very correctly, because micronutrient premix will be a very small quantity and it is going to a huge product. So it has to be done in a sequential manner, and it is because of the maybe the unawareness or the due to lack of training, the fortification is not very much effective. And as it is rightly mentioned, we in public distribution system, the fortified rice kernels are given, and they have already told that during washing it will be thrown. But I wanted to tell you, even I have consumed that PDS rice wherein it is fortified. Once cooked, you can't make out. We can't make out that there is no metallic taste. There is nothing. But the problem is as soon as you add water, it swells. So that is why it floats, because the density differs. The density of the rice kernel and the density of a fortified rice kernel, both are different. And in many of the population, actually these are given to the segment where they are below poverty line. They throw away the gruel. So once this is already, it is a swollen, and then when it gets cooked, it eventually it comes to the gruel and it is thrown away. So that is a problem that we still face this, anemia in the country. I think that is one of the reasons. And we have at CFTRI, we have taken up a few studies with the WCDs of, in Karnataka and Odisha. So what we have conducted is we try to improve the existing take-home ration of the Karnataka state, which was basically on wheat and Bengal gram. We just collaborated with the St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore. They developed a linear programming technique. So based on that, it was like we made some 4 different products which were based on wheat ragi and ragi rice combination. Eventually, the combination of wheat and ragi did not work well. It was not accepted. And the ragi rice with 2 different legumes like Bengal gram and green gram, we made the product. And this product was given in almost 4 districts like Bangalore rural, Mysore, and the other districts of the state, and around 129 children were covered. And in each district, minimum 25 children were taken for the study, and then 1 week feeding trial we have done. And this is the nutritional profile of the product, wherein interestingly, the product with rice, Bengal gram, and ragi combination, which was most preferred by the target population. And then what we have done, because I told that it is given in the in a gruel form, but this acceptability studies we have conducted only in the gruel form. So to overcome the menu fatigue, we developed different recipes based on this THR, and it is possible to give the children or the beneficiary in the different forms so that they can overcome the menu fatigue. And as it was mentioned earlier, we have introduced ragi laddu in Odisha, that too in Keonjhar district, wherein they can introduce this as an additional product to THR. They are giving actually weekly twice. 2 laddus were given per day. And this is because of they have the district mineral fund which has to be spent for the district. So this is a product which was now almost 2 lakh beneficiaries are taking the fruit, and it is being replicated in several districts of Odisha. But the problem is if ragi laddu is prepared, the color of the laddu will be eventually dark. What we have done in Keonjhar is they rolled it with the roasted sesame so that it gives that appearance. and also it improves the nutrition as well. And in Gujarat, what we have done is in Dang district with an NGO, we worked and then we made laddu. It is not out of wheat, actually it looks like wheat laddu, but it is from refined ragi flour. So which can improve the, like ragi always contains most of the insoluble dietary fiber and phytates and polyphenols. So refining almost reduces these anti-nutrients and also improves the bioaccessibility and the sensory qualities of the product. And with Odisha, again we are associated with the WCD because we are giving training program for selection of the good raw material quality and how these ingredients should be processed, so that you will get a good THR. And also because when we have done earlier, maybe some 4 years back, a scoping study in the Odisha state, wherein we found that the THR contained varied protein level. It ranged from 7 to 15% sometimes. That means the THR which is prepared, like they are not following the same protocol. So it varies like anything depending on the raw material quality, depending on how much you add, what is your weighing balance, and whether it is calibrated or whether it is giving accurate result. And there are several factors which come into. And we also gave training for developing different recipes, and of course the main was the fortification techniques which has to go in a sequential manner. So thank you for this, and then if there are any questions, I will be happy to take it.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now the forum is open for discussions. If you have any questions, please.
May I now request Dr. Sridevi Madam to present a memento to Professor Reena Das as a token of our appreciation. I request Dr. Gulfam Ahmad sir and Dr. Havre sir to join. May I now request Dr. Ajay Kumar Kehra to present a memento to Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi Madam. I request Dr. Havre sir and Dr. Gulfam to join. Dr. Manish. Now I request Dr. Sumit Arora sir to present a memento to Dr. Prashant as a token of our appreciation for delivering invited talk. I also request Dr. Manish and Dr. Havre to join. I request Dr. Sahu sir to present a memento to Dr. Usha Dharmaraj, and I also request Ms. Priyanka and Dr. Havre to join. Finally, may I request Dr. Sonal Gupta, Program Manager of Fortification, NIFTM, Kundli, to present a memento to Dr. Devendra Hechaware.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, that is the BMGF, is a pioneer international NGO who extensively work to boost food, nutrition, and health globally. And their contributions are enormous at the global level. Today, we are thankful to our donor for the IHRF Gates Foundation, with the presence of Ms. Ruchika Sachdeva. She is here. I will request her to come onto here, please. Give a big round of applause to Ms. Ruchika Sachdeva. She is the master behind in supporting getting the funds and distributing, taking care of this IHRF Rice Foundation project in India. Now, may I request our Director Madam, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, to felicitate Ms. Ruchika Sachdeva for her supportive activities to the IHRF Rice Foundation program. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would request all of you to join for the group photograph in front of the main mansion. And after that, we have arranged lunch at IFTTC Hall. I know we are running short of time, but be quick to finish your lunch within time, and kindly reassemble back by 2 p.m.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Welcome you all back. Now we begin with technical session 2, focusing on rice fortification, progress, challenges, and supply chain reflections, state representative through state development partners. May I now request Ms. Priyanka Bajaj from IHRF team to lead the session.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and really sorry that I have to take a session post-lunch. We now have two battles to fight, the hidden hunger and the hidden yawns that we'll have to fight. But I think this session where we're going to share the state experiences is going to be a very interesting one, considering that we're going to move from policy and research paper to the practical experiences and the challenges that we face in the field. And all our panelists are one which have a lot of experience on ground, and they understand they're the voices from the ground, and will also give us an idea as to how we have to take it further from scale up to sustainability from that matter. So from now on, I'm going to invite my panelist, Dr. Rajan Kumar sir from Telangana, Deputy General Manager FCI. Sir, please. Dr. Siddharth from World Food Program, Shruti from PATH, Amit Agrawal from Nutrition International, and Dr. Manmohan from Microsafe. First of all, I'm going to just introduce each of our panelists.
Hello, check, hello. Hello, hello, check, hello.
So I'm going to first of all introduce our panelists here. First of all, we have Dr. Rajan Kumar sir from Telangana, Deputy General Manager from FCI Telangana. Sir is a PhD in food science and have worked extensively while he was in Bihar Agricultural University, and since then he leads Telangana's effort to streamline fortified rice procurement and ensure quality standards and are met consistently across the supply chain. We have Dr. Siddharth from WFP. He's a public health professional with over a decade of experience working in nutrition innovation and how to ensure nutrition security, especially in the area of take-home ration and fortification. We have Shruti, with a background in mathematics and a master's in business analytics from BITS. Shruti brings expertise in program design, strategy, and data-driven implementation at PATH. She has worked on the areas of capacity building, compliance, and innovation in food fortification. Then we have Amit. Amit happens to be a mechanical engineer and turned into a nutrition advocate, have worked in the industry and later on with PATH, and recently have moved to Nutrition International and have played a role in kind of bringing up the story of how rice fortification program is being implemented in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And last but not the least, while it is a state experience session, we have Dr. Manmohan Singh from Microsafe Consulting, who is actually supporting the Department of Food and Distribution, Public Distribution Systems at Delhi, who will help us understand, first of all, we're going to talk to the state people, but he will make us understand how things are working at the national level and how are the challenges there and what's being the thought process at the national level. So I think now we're going to dive straight into the panel discussion. So Dr. Rajan, first of all, we all know that Telangana has been doing a great job when it comes to procurement of fortified rice. And that's quite different from what's happening across other states in India. So sir, if you can explain what, how Telangana has been doing it so far.
Thank you, ma'am. Basically, Telangana till now, since inception of this program, we have procured around 200 lakhs MT of fortified rice, which is a great achievement. Out of that, roughly 50 lakh MT procured by a state itself, and it is already distributed up to the extent of roughly 42 lakhs MT, and rest other dispatched to other states, mainly of southern state, and rest other to eastern state, including Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Assam, etc. We are basically doing fortifications since its inception itself. Lot of research had been done in collaboration with some other organizations also, and we are now far ahead. And the procurement model is a little bit distinct than other states. In Telangana, basically procurement of kernels is being done by two agencies involved by Civil Supplies Corporation. Those agencies are NAFED and NCCF. They are basically expert in this food business. They are procuring kernels on behalf of civil supplies. They are supplying it to civil supplies depot is storing it, and as per need, they are distributing it to rice millers, who in turn blending it. The distribution is being made on the basis of capacity of the mills and the paddy allocated to them. That's why this is being monitored very efficiently, and there will be no lag between the supply of kernels, fortification, blending, and supply to the depots of FCI and civil supplies.
That's very interesting, sir. Sir, like in other states, as the tendering happens and the FRK, the fortified rice kernels are actually directly procured by the millers. So taking this route where the civil supplies through the agencies is procuring the fortified rice kernels and then distributing it to the millers, what do you prominently see the advantages of the model?
Yeah, it is really advantageous when millers are procuring. The quality assurance is a bit challenging because they have to procure as per their capacity. Their capacity may be limited. Suppose in Telangana, so many millers cannot consume even a single lot of 10 MT of kernel in 6 months. Sometimes this is going to 7-8 months. But when it is centralized procurement, 1 ton can be distributed among different millers, and quality check can be done through the efficient manner by this NAFED and NCCF. They used to visit the premises of kernel manufacturer also, and they are seeing their capacity. Accordingly, they are allowing to participate in the tenders. If it is being done by millers, then there will be no quality checks at different levels. Though the systems are there, but challenges will be more than the centralized system.
Thanks, sir. So now that you have shown that Telangana has paved the way in terms of procurement, but still now the rice fortification program, what do you still see as the challenges at the state level, on the field level, or from a beneficiary acceptance level? What are the challenges do you think that the stakeholders at large, the academia, the development partners, the government should focus on to further strengthen and sustain a high quality rice fortification program in your state?
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, we traveled a lot on the path of rice fortification, but still challenges are there. Basically, millers are struggling with the maintaining the right fortification ratio, that is blending ratio. 1:100. Maintaining this, it is very challengeable. Because of this, lot of scientists already discussed about the different size, shape, color, and specific gravity. Because of this, uniform blending is always challengeable job for the millers. They are struggling with this. Though with the time they are slowly moved to the dynamic blending facilities. Even then, fortification ratio is very high parameter. It is a one of the biggest parameter in FCI and civil supplies for the rejection of the consignment of the civil millers. And that's why they are facing challenges. They are basically crying on these issues. But chances are there possibilities are there for the scientific community to work on this, to find out the way for informed blending so that these problems can be easily addressed. Considering the challenges faced at the field level for PDS beneficiary, still people are in impression that fortified rice kernels are the plastic rice, and because of that they are picking, choosing and throwing it away. Though we have done lot of awareness program to PDS level, visiting the school children, their school premises, inviting them to FCI and civil supplies depots, media programs, inviting media people to visit our premises, showing them the fortified rice kernel, so that through media, knowledge will be disseminated to the grassroots level. And further, we also doing some social media platform, using social media platform to disseminate the knowledge about the fortified rice kernels and benefit of its consumption. Like Twitters, Facebook, YouTube, everything is being used by Government of India and state government and FCI itself.
Thank you so much, sir. That's a very important message for all of us, that both from a technology perspective and behavior awareness perspective, there's a lot that we need to do. And I think that's a message going forward, that the area that we need to work. Next, Siddharth, moving to you. Considering that WFP has been working in more than 11 states for rice fortification, and recently that your team has compiled the best practices from all these states. I'm sure that you have the the bird's eye view as well as the grassroots level lens to kind of throw light on what's working, what's not working. So from that idea, can you quickly tell us what are the challenges across the states that you see are there, and what are the few effective best practices do you think that others have to learn or can implement that will really boost the sustainability of the rice fortification program?
Thanks, Priyanka, and thanks everyone for inviting us here. I guess the first part of your question, which was basically around what are the key challenges that I see around in, say, during the implementation of fortified rice. So the two key challenges I would like to say is one, with the quality of the kernel itself. And we've been hearing since morning itself, the floating kernels, or be it the density and around issues. So the quality of kernels is one of the challenge. Even in the retention of micronutrients, that could be also the other aspect of it. And the other aspect is around consumer utilization, which Rajan sir also very clearly said, that the consumers need to utilize it properly. So these are two key challenges that we sort of come across and try to address in our programs. When I come to say the best practices and that the way we've observed these best practices across states, so I would like to present two particular case studies, or say two best practices that we've come across. One is in the state, from the state of Uttar Pradesh, wherein this particular aspect, or say the state of Uttar Pradesh, has worked very well on improving the quality of FRK that is being procured and the overall quality of fortified rice that goes into the field. So basically what Uttar Pradesh does is that they have a, say you could say a 3-tiered system or a 3-level mechanism wherein they do quality check of fortified, be it the vitamin mineral premixes, be it the fortified rice kernels, and then down to the fortified rice. So the first level of check actually happens at the level of the fortified rice kernel manufacturer. So whenever the vitamins are coming to the FRK manufacturer, of course they are supposed to procure the VMP from FSSAI empaneled suppliers, but after the VMP goes through a process of, say, certificate of analysis, it's being reviewed by, say, the FRK supplier. Again, before they sort of use that VMP into production, they also check the VMP at their own level. They get it tested from an NABL laboratory. Then the second level of check happens when once this second, or say two times when the VMP is checked and then it's used in the production of FRK, then once you sort of send these FRK to the rice miller. So the rice mill, before they send it to the rice miller, they again get it checked from a NABL laboratory. That is as part of their protocol. Basically, they have to share a certificate of analysis to the rice miller that yes, this fortified rice kernel has been verified. Now the rice miller, again, what in turn they do is they will also verify the FRK sample that is coming through, and be it for n number of batches. Say if the rice miller is procuring 10 batches, for each of these batches, they will again get the FRK checked for the micronutrient content, and basically once it is verified, that is when they will take it into production. And to help all of these people with the system of, say, quality assurance and quality control, Government of UP has a very similar platform, or say, nowadays you have the Fortrace platform. So Government of UP, before even the Fortrace came into play, they had something called as a Fortified Rice Quality Management System platform. So basically, all of these rice millers or all of these FRK players that are there, they are all empaneled or they are all listed on these FRQMS portal. And whenever the certificate of analysis comes from a FRK supplier, they have to first upload it onto the portal. The portal would identify that, these are the results, whether it is valid or okay. If not, send it back. If yes, then go ahead. Similarly, when the second party uploads it, they will also get it verified, and that is when you see that, the quality is there. If at all, if the FRK is of poor quality, if you understand the micronutrients are not there, then they have to, again, replace that entire batch of FRK. So that is basically the level of, say, verification that happens at the level of the FRK supplier or at the level of the rice miller. The third level happens actually when you distribute the rice to the field, to the godowns and to the Anganwadis and to the fair price shops. What happens is that Government of UP has set up a mechanism, or say you could say a committee, under the chairmanship of the additional marketing officer, or say who's based at the state level. And you have all of these district food marketing officers, regional food marketing officers, you have the district AMOs and everything, who are all part of that particular committee. What they are basically responsible to do is that each of them has been given a target that every month.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Okay, so basically what I was trying to say that at the third level of verification, you have these officials from the department who are basically assigned a monthly target. That say the area marketing officer will survey 25% of the FRK supplies in their district, or say the regional food marketing officer will visit at least 10% of the FRK supplies. And the Government of UP has given them a separate budget line item. So basically their travels, or say the visits that they do, or even the samples that they're lifting from the field and getting tested. So all of these are then covered by the state government, or the state government sort of pays for that particular cost. So what it essentially does is that you have more ownership from the stakeholders who are basically responsible for implementing the project. It's not just a WFP or any other organization who's sort of implementing it, but it's the stakeholders who are then owning up for the project. And then in the process, you also see that, your fortified rice, which is ultimately reaching the end user, whether it is getting the right amount of vitamins into the product or not. So that is also something which is being verified.
Hello.
So
Hello.
this is like, in a way, a three-layer system that UP has put in place. And the inherent system, or say the FRQMS portal that they have in their own, the government, what they do is they make sure that any rice miller who wants to partake into, say, rice fortification operations, they are necessarily required to register on that particular portal. And once they get the sample of FRK, they send it out for testing, and then they have to mandatorily upload that particular lab report. So that in turn helps them to sort of get these results, get the system working also. And likewise for the blending part that he mentioned about. So even on blending, the government of UP has put in a place into the miller's agreement itself that the rice miller shall have a dynamic blender or an automatic blender in place, which ensures your blending quality as well. So that way, some of these aspects around quality are being taken care of. And as of what we've seen, is there 100% compliance to all of these parameters that I mentioned, be it the level of testing of FRK testing or say at the level of the rice miller, all of these parameters are being met because that's been put as part of the rice miller's agreement. So that is why there is 100% compliance there as well. So that's in a way how UP manages its particular quality aspects of fried rice. If the other aspect around community utilization, which we talked about, and I mentioned it as a challenge, herein we have a best practice from the state of Bihar. Wherein Bihar, basically what they did was that they had and in fact Bihar was the only state who sort of utilized the IC budget that Government of India has also given to them. So basically they utilize into different activities, be it to say activities like cooking demonstrations or say, which basically was done at village level and involving the different community members and, making sure that each one of them has seen what is fortified rice, each one of them see and eat what is fortified rice so that, there's a feeling of community oneness in there. But not just at the community level, but at different levels of say even at the policy. You would see that, like the secretary at one point in time also comes in and has formed like a lecture series on say, which is displayed on say All India Radio, or just goes live on All India Radio or even on Doordarshan, wherein the secretary of the Department of Food comes in and talks about what is fortified rice and how can it benefit people, and just giving simple messages around that, which basically then goes into each village as well as rural areas as well. But there are multiple field level activities that the state government of Bihar has done. There are involvement of medical colleges like AIIMS as well, who've sort of gone and done seminars around rice. So I think that's in a nutshell what Bihar sort of gets.
One last question from you that, evaluation is very important to define the success of the program, and I understand that WFP has been doing evaluation. So if you can throw very briefly a light on what's happening on that front, and also very quickly if you can tell us what, because there has been a lot of activities that you've been doing across the states for awareness. So what are those key 3-4 critical interventions you think are working the best for raising awareness about rice fortification?
So for evaluation, if I were to talk about, this was basically a request that came from the Department of Food that, at one point in time, they wanted more results from the localized context or say impact of fortified rice. So that is where we undertook these particular evaluations, and there are studies that have come up. One is from the Malkangiri district of Odisha, which was again a tribal district and it was distributing fortified rice. The other one was from Chandauli in Uttar Pradesh, wherein again it's aspirational district for as well. As of the results, if I talk about the results, what we have, again, intervention was measured for a very short duration. So again, we have experts in the team in this audience as well that, that fortified rice as an intervention will need time to also see the results over, say, a good duration or see a massive decline as well. With around 20 months of duration of monitoring the intervention, what we've been able to achieve is in Malkangiri, there was around 8% anemia prevalence in women. And in Chandauli, we've also, in until say 30, in Chandauli, we've had it around, say, 8% among children, and then around 7% has been declined, is what we see in intervention. Evaluation specifically, what we do, the evaluation is primarily about involving independent agencies, research agencies, which then sort of look at the intervention and then say sort of evaluate the project as such. But there's also a best practice from the state government of Chhattisgarh, wherein they've involved the local state health resource center, or say the SHRC, which is associated with the health department. And they've done baseline and endline in the one district which sort of started with the intervention rice fortification as such. There what it's actually helped, by bringing on SHRC or bringing in the local department, what done is basically it's ensured that sustainability and the collaboration that we talk about. Okay, so the collaboration that, the departmental collaboration that we talk about, so that's happened very well in Chhattisgarh. They have a very active steering committee, which is under the chairmanship of the chief secretary. So again, they review the project on a regular basis. They review the impact evaluation assessment that is being ongoing and taken care by SHRC. So again, that has particularly happened very well in Chhattisgarh, and that's sort of a best practice which comes out from there.
Thanks, Siddharth. That's very, very helpful to understand, the evaluation part, and also especially the aspect you mentioned about the quality improvement in UP and the community level work done in Bihar. That's very insightful. Shruti, moving to you and Path's experience in different states, can you just kind of throw some light on what are the challenges in terms of, capacity building to compliance overall that we see, and what are the key things that are happening in the states that you work? How are they being addressed?
Yeah, so from the beginning of the program, we had 15 districts when we started the centrally sponsored pilot, and now we are covering whole of India, which is more than 600 districts. So during the course of the program, we had different kinds of issues and problems. So initially, we did not have the capacities to produce the rice to give to the people. We started with that. We established FRK manufacturing units, helped them in extrusion technology that we were experts in. And then moving on to the community, as we are talking that people do not know how to actually consume that rice, do they need to? We highlighted the importance of eating that or consuming that fortified rice and not throwing it away. And I think that challenge still continues, and as we are speaking about it today. So these are different challenges, and as we scale through the program in those 3 phase-wise manner that government had established us to do, actually the challenge shifted to quality of ensuring the quality of fortified rice being produced than the consumers getting it or they're consuming it. So to ensure that quality from digital technology and the innovation, which is the FORTRACE, Fortified Rice Traceability. We started with a pilot in AP. So as Telangana is a state which is taking ownership in getting fortified rice kernel first and then giving it to the millers. So that added tender, having that tender ensures quality even more. System. And AP was the first state to actually roll out the pilot for FORTRACE, which was then called APFRQMS. Yeah, it's better then. Then now, with the successful pilot, it is now taken up by FSSAI, and this year FCI has also released an order that no right be taken up till the time there's a COA uploaded on the FORTRACE. So that's the whole scene that we have taken from ensuring quality, from actually building capacity to produce the FRK, and to now ensuring quality and the whole supply chain.
Also, just very quickly, if you can also help us explain what you think is required in today's time to ensure the sustainability of the progress and, even further improving the quality of the program.
So for sustainability, the eventual sustainability will come when everything from end to end is taken care of by the government and the state government departments. We can only support them and made the technical support units or COEs, like we have CFTRI, they are talking about rice fortification, addressing anemia and hidden hunger today. So I think that's one step towards sustainability. And now as we progress, what we are trying to do is we have state TSUs, all the partners including PATH, WFP, NI, we have built state technical support units, we are capacitating them, we are linking them to the state governments, and then on the national level we have COEs. So that connectivity will bring that sustainability to the whole infrastructure from state to the national level.
That's actually very insightful, the whole thing that you spoke about Fortrace and how it is helping build the quality, and also about, how TSUs are playing a major role and should be playing a major role coming forward when it comes to sustainability. Moving on to Amit. Amit, if you can give us some idea that, coverage is the most important aspect of any nutrition program, so to say. How has actually Nutrition International helped the government of Madhya Pradesh across the departments to ensure high coverage for the program?
So first of all, good afternoon and thank you for inviting us. So in the state of Madhya Pradesh, convergence was not just about the mere coordination, interdepartmental coordination. It was the aim to create a shared mission across the departments. So the Department of Food and Civil Supplies led the charge, and what set this initiative apart was the strong integration of the other departments which are involved in the rice fortification program, like WCD, Department of Education from PM Poshan, and the Department of Health. So NI played a role of the technical anchor. We tried to facilitate the planning workshops among the departments, created unified frameworks for the rollout, and also helped in creating, or you should say designing the regular review mechanism platforms, so that across all levels, like at the district level as well as at the state level. So this was done, and what helped that state in doing all this, the program was monitored and continuously learned and adapted, and whatever improvements were required, it was quickly addressed on time, so that the supply of fortified rice should be efficiently through all social safety net programs, ensuring the quality also. So this is what NI has supported the department to ensure that the coverage of fortified rice is sustaining and also expanding at regular intervals. We, through our implementing partners, conduct regular field visits. Every month we are conducting 15 to 20 field visits, in which we are meeting fair price shop owners, Anganwadi centers, ASHA workers, ANMs, schools, and everybody who is involved at the grassroots level, so that to build their capacity, so that the myths like plastic rice can be busted through IEC, which was developed by NI, which was designed strategically for people-centric, and this is what we are continuously doing in trying to sustain the program quality and coverage-wise.
That's actually a very good point that you've brought up, that how bringing in all the different departments together with the same framework, that's very important at the state level, and also how you highlighted the importance of field presence in terms of, as you said, there are partners on the field and which are practically being trained and used for myth busting, and that's a very important point. Another aspect, Amit, that a program like rice fortification can only be successful when you bring the private partners on board, in this case the rice millers. So what has been the process to get the rice millers on board effectively for this project?
Yeah, so scaling the rice fortification, the program like rice fortification and a decentralized procurement state like Madhya Pradesh requires a deep engagement with rice millers. So with the NI, initially the adoption was very less. Only three blending systems were there in the state during the pilot phase, and then with the continued efforts and state-specific policy reforms and technical handholding by us and the department as well, the state was able to onboard more than 900 rice millers with the blending systems by phase 3 till April 2024. So in which NI supported this transformation by sensitizing rice millers on the need and importance of blending system in this program, and providing technical support on installation of blinding systems, providing technical support to the good quality blinders so that the quality should not hamper. And also we organized workshops with the Department of Food and Civil Supplies, in which we invited rice millers so that their capacity can be built, or any sort of technical queries if they have installing the blenders can be resolved. So this helped the state making self-sufficient to meet the demand of fortified rice coming through all social safety net programs within the state itself.
That's actually a good perspective to get that, while we can work with the government or the community, it is very important not just to kind of bring the millers on board in case of rice fortification, but also keep on building their capacity and kind of addressing the issues that they're facing. Moving forward, Manmohan, coming to you, and kind of while we were doing a zoom in at the state level, coming back and doing a zoom out, if you've been helping the Department of Food and Food Distribution for more than 2 years, if you can highlight the few key challenges that the department is facing for running this program, and how are they solving it, and also how do they involve states in that process?
Yeah. First of all, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for having me. So I'll just summarize everything my earlier speakers shared with you. At the Government of India level, so they actually went through a lot of challenges. If I start with the pilot in 2019, the first problem was the onboarding of states. So the Government of India took a consultative process with all the states, involved all the stakeholders, onboarded them, and then started this pilot. First they planned this pilot in 15 states, but they could only manage to pilot it in 11 states. So the next big challenge was the scale up. So the scale of this, the operations that are needed to, for every year almost 400 LMT, that is lakh million ton fortified rice is supplied through the public distribution system. So you can imagine the scale that the Government of India runs. So to meet the requirement for that level, the ecosystem that is required was not there in the country. So the Government of India took a very measured approach. So they decided that, okay, we don't have a matured ecosystem right now. We will scale it in a phased manner. Initially started with ICDS and PM Poshan, and then they moved to aspirational and high burden district on stunting. And then finally involved all the remaining districts in the country. By 2024, they actually covered all the districts. So during this phased scale up, it gave a time for the ecosystem to mature. Currently, we have more than 900 FRK manufacturers in the country. Almost more than 21,000 rice mills with blenders in the country. And right now, every district is supplying fortified rice, be it in PDS, PM Poshan, or ICDS. So that was the scales, was the second challenge. Then the third challenge that everyone highlighted was beneficiary perspective. So the Government of India actually done a lot of work on awareness generations. So they involved almost they actually allotted a budget, specific budget of around 5 lakh per district for every state for this purpose during the scale-up phase. And in addition, they in association with the state governments, as well as the academia, as well as development partners, so they conducted workshops, particularly in tribal districts, to actually create awareness for its uptake. And all the partners, states and academia were involved in this exercise. This year only, I guess, the DFPD, they shared the revised IEC material in 12 languages, regional languages with the states, so that the maximum generation, awareness generation can be created in the respective states. So the government of India is cognizant of this problem, and they are continuously working to create awareness among the beneficiaries. The next big challenge that is there from the starting as well as we are facing it today is the quality assurance. So the quality assurance of fortified rice. The government of India through various agencies have done various field studies, surveys, and the field visit by the officials of the department. And whatever feedback they have got, they have revised the SOP for quality assurance multiple times. And recently also, they are in the process of revamping the quality assurance again. So they are cognizant of this problem, the problem of quality assurance. They are trying to cope up with it, and they are revising the SOPs almost every year as per the need. And last but not the least challenge that is there, that is of the evidence generation, what Siddharth also explained. So currently the government of India in association with NI in Hyderabad and Niti Aayog is conducting a multi-year impact evaluation study. So they have chosen around 6 states, and they are conducting this study in 6 districts across those states. And the baseline has been completed in December 2024, and hopefully the midline will be completed in 25, and the end line will be there in 2026. And hopefully we will have a concrete evidence from the whatever programs we have, that is PDS, ICDS, and PM Poshan. So that will further help in, if the positive results come, then it will also help in extension of the program beyond 2028. So these are some of the challenges that are there in the system, and how the government of India is actually tackling them.
Thanks, Manon. That's very elaborate points that you have raised, and especially kind of letting everybody know that the government of India is pretty very well cognizant of all the problems that the states are facing and trying to work through it, and especially with the scientific study coming up, that's actually very pleasing to understand. One very last quick question is, from your vantage point, what do you think are the key innovations that the government of India and even at the state level should be done going forward?
So, as we discussed earlier, quality assurance is a big challenge, and that is something that we all need to focus upon and come up with innovative solutions to tackle the challenge. And just the last remarks to conclude everything, the government of India is also thinking of actually moving towards the dietary diversity. So they have actually promoted millets since 2023 was the International Years of Millets. So the government of India, after this initiative, is very eager to promote millets, and is actually pushing states to raise demand, and then they can procure and distribute through the public distribution system. As well as they have very recently, they are also piloting something called as Jan Poshan Kendras. So they are actually trying to transform the fair price shops into Jan Poshan Kendras, where they want to promote the healthy foods, nutritious food. At least their intention is that at least 50 to 60% of the commodities that these FPS shops should have should be healthier options. So so maybe while residing in cities or towns, we may not understand the importance of this initiative, but just imagine the complex and large network of PDS. So there are around 5.3 lakh FPS dealers in the country, covering almost every nook and corner of the country. So through these FPS dealers, Right now it is in a pilot phase, but if it goes, everything goes well and it will be scaled, it can cover up to 5 lakh APS dealers that caters to almost every geography of the country. And if we can promote nutritious foods through them at an affordable cost, that would be a big achievement. Thank you.
Thanks, Manmohan. The whole idea of Jan Poshan Kendra is very, very promising, and I think we've discussed a lot of things, from procurement to quality to behavior change, the challenges otherwise, also including the millers, how to get them on board. So discussing all this, definitely I think the session what has brought to the workshop is that while we are learning from the researchers as to what are the new evidence that are there and how we have to go about it, this session kind of the problems that have been raised kind of gives a food for thought for the academia and for the social science implementers to see that how further we need to move and work towards improving the quality of the program and taking it further. Thank you so much to each one of you for taking out time and coming up for this important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam and Sirs. May I now invite Agnita from KHPT to present a memento to Dr. Ranjan Kumar. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I now request Manish from IHRF to present a memento to Dr. Shruti Arora. Thank you, Madam and Sir. I now request Mihika from KHPT to present a memento to Dr. Siddharth Waglur to present a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Madam and Sir. May I now invite Ima Chopra to present a memento to Dr. Manmohan Singh, NI, as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Madam and Sir. May I now invite Dr. P. Giridhar to present a memento to Mr. Amit K. Agrawal as a token of our appreciation. I also request Dr. P. Giridhar to present a memento to Ms. Priyanka Bajaj as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir and madam. Now we begin with technical session 3, focusing on cross-learning from other fortification progress, salt, oil, wheat, and milk. May I now request Dr. Shiva Shankar Reddy Singham to proceed with the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now we are moving to the technical session 3. So now we are having honored 4 eminent speakers with us to talk on cross-learning from other fortification progress, that is salt, oil, wheat, and milk. So first, may I request the speakers to restrict your presentation for 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes discussions. So we will begin the session with our chief guest, renewed nutrition scientist, our and former director NIN ICMR, Dr. B. Sesikiran sir. Dr. Sesikiran sir is renewed nutrition scientist and director from the NIN, former director from NIN ICMR, Hyderabad. With decades of experience in the field of food safety, clinical nutrition, and public health, he has contributed significantly to national policy making on nutrition and food standards. Dr. Sesikiran played a pivotal role in strengthening scientific research at NIN and was actively involved in advisory roles with regulatory bodies such as FSSAI and WHO. His work has guided critical initiatives, food fortification, dietary guidelines, and the promotion of nutrient-sensitive public health strategies across India. He has published 120 papers and received several awards. So that is Professor CRM Reddy Memorial Oration Award, Andhra Pradesh, Academy of Sciences, Yella Pragada Subbarao Memorial Lecture, School of Medical Sciences, University of Hyderabad, Shantinath Ghosh Memorial Oration, Department of Clinical Technology, Kolkata University, C. Ramachandran Memorial Oration, Nutrition Foundation of India, Dr. Rajammal Devdas Oration Award, Avinash Lingam University, Coimbatore, Dr. Florence Theophilus Endowment Lecture, WCC Chennai, Dr. Eji Srikantiya Memorial Lecture, Nutrition Society of India, Hyderabad, Sir Neil Ratan Sarkar Memorial Oration, IMA Calcutta, SK Mitra Memorial Award 2009, All India Food Processors Association at New Delhi. Sir, we are all eagerly waiting to hear your views on food fortification. Now the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And so this presentation was intended only to share our experiences in salt fortification and hoping that the challenges which we face may be of some interest to the present day levels of fortification. Now can you hear me? Oh yeah. My 10 minutes starts now. Okay. Now the reason why they thought of adding iron to iodized salt is because iodized salt story was a success and iron deficiency was also an even greater problem in the country. The advantage is salt is a good vehicle because anybody can afford salt and the risk of excess intake is very low here and so therefore the question of toxicity doesn't arise. And we use iron salt with an established efficacy and safety, so we chose ferrous sulfate. But the problems faced was the moment we added iron to an iodized salt, because of the pro-oxidant nature of iron, the iodine left the salt. So we almost jeopardized the iodization program by adding iron. So then we realized it needs to be stabilized. So we had to use a stabilizer. So sodium hexametaphosphate was used. This was already an approved additive and the industry was using it. And even after that, there was loss of iodine because the shelf life wasn't adequate. And since most of the salt actually comes from the coastal areas, if the shelf life is short, by the time it reaches the interior part of the country, the shelf life will become much shorter. So therefore, we needed to ensure a longer shelf life. The reason why iodine was unstable was because there are other elements in the crude salt, like magnesium, which were responsible for the instability. And that led to the issue that we can't use the crude salt, but we have to use a refined salt. So the disadvantage of this was that the moment you use a refined salt, the cost went up. So these are all the kind of problems which we kept facing, and but somehow we have able to manage. Then the various things we needed to do before it comes into the use is number one is the stability and shelf life, which I just mentioned. And next was the preclinical safety and efficacy in animals. You may ask, why do a preclinical safety after all it is salt? Is that the sodium hexametaphosphate, though approved additive, was used at a level whose safety was not established and therefore animal studies had to be done. Then came to the bioavailability using the various cooking practices, and then the sensory evaluation, and finally, of course, setting the standard. So we did clinical studies, both urban, rural, and in malaria endemic areas to see whether the hemoglobin levels sustained in the people who consumed that and who lived in those tribal districts. Then we got regulatory approval, and finally it came to technologies transfer. Here again, of course, the issue was, should we patent it and transfer the technology to one industry? On the contrary, we didn't do that, and we said anybody interested in taking the technology can take it free of cost. The reason is there are small salt manufacturers, there are big salt manufacturers. Everybody should be able to provide this double fortified salt. And then, of course, we needed the government's approval. So this was a study which showed that over a period of 6 months, the iodine was stable. And then these are the various kind of recipes in which we tested. On the right, we used the common salt. On the left, we had the double fortified salt, and these are all the organoleptic acceptability trials. And then we looked at the goiter prevalence. So one of the parameters which we measure for efficacy of an iodized salt is how much is the goiter prevalence in the different areas. And we compared and found double fortified salt, the goiter prevalence had come down from 28 to 13.7. Iodized salt also came on to same, that this confirmed that double fortified salt can be used for goiter prevalence mitigation. Then the proportion of children with hemoglobin less than 12 grams before and after. Before it was around 82.5 and came down to 56. This shows that the iron was getting utilized. And the proportion of anemic children before and after supplementation of double fortified and iodized salt. You see on the left side is the DFS. The anemic children came down from 41 to 29, whereas only iodized salt, it almost remained the same, confirming that the iron was being used. And this was a peculiar study which after 2 years in a tribal district in Andhra Pradesh, which was endemic for malaria, the double fortified salt, the difference in hemoglobin was only 0.175. So this was used by many people to criticize us, saying, what's the use of this salt? It didn't make a change in 2 years. But what you see is in the unfortified salt, you see on the right, the hemoglobin fell down. It went to -5. So actually, if you see, it prevented the fall and was also on the positive side, and therefore confirming that the iron double fortified salt was useful even in an endemic malaria area. And this was a very recent study done by Nutrition Foundation of India, and they found that the top line which is highlighted says there's no change in the mean hemoglobin in non-anemic person. This was what I highlighted in the morning also, that non-anemic did not change. It only improved the levels, the small improvement of ferritin in women who have low ferritin, but no change in the ferritin in women or men who had normal ferritin levels. So the double fortified salt is safe, feasible, affordable, and sustainable method. And then they also studied what is the impact of stopping of the use of iron fortified iodized salt on hemoglobin levels. And they found that the DFS users continued to have a higher hemoglobin even after they discontinued the DFS, because already the iron had got incorporated into iron stores, and therefore it was sustaining the hemoglobin. Beyond 6 months, for the next 12 months, the studies are going on to see whether if you discontinue the double fortified salt, will the hemoglobin fall. Now, this, of course, status of anemia in children. I won't go into this. And then, of course, these are all some of the theoretical slides I put, and I think this is how much investment you need. The targets for investment is, of course, to reduce stunting and anemia in women and the other targets. So the nutrition programs are now spending around $70 billion in 10 years at a rate of $10 per child per year, which works out to only ₹2.30 per child per day, is the amount of investment and the benefits which arise in preventing child morbidity and mortality. And in terms of benefits in US dollar equivalent, this is just for industry or others who are interested, is what is the benefit of spending this much money, is that for every $1 you invest in anemia, you get a benefit around $12. So it is this kind of a 12 times of a benefit in an industry parlance is very good. In a business, if you get that much money, it is fantastic. But in terms here, you measure it as human capital and human health. Then the safety, of course, we don't have to worry. I already spoke about this in the morning. And the safe limits is just to educate those who are not conversant in it, is you see two arrows pointing down. That is the acceptable range of any nutrient. Okay? To the left, as the level comes down, you see a slope going up. That is the morbidity associated with the lower nutrient levels. But if you go right, even here, you immediately don't develop toxicity. You have an area where it is reversible, and you can see what all happens during that. It's only when it's go many times higher, that is when you have an irreversible toxicity. This toxicity bugbear actually sometimes irritates me, because people don't understand how much is the margin of safety that exists for almost all nutrients. Yeah, then that's why based on various calculations, now India has arrived that the safe upper limit is 45 milligrams. So this is the slide which I again highlighted in the morning, that when you look at the iron coming from various sources, and you calculate and see what percentage exceed the tolerable upper limit, everything is minus. That means nobody exceeds the tolerable upper limit. Only there's a slight percentage exceeding the RDA limits, especially in the younger children and also in some adolescent, and even then it is nowhere near crossing near the upper limit. This is calculated for considering a person consumes multiple foods having iron in it. So this is a procedure which we call as the risk assessment. Whenever we introduce any kind of a fortification program or any kind of an intervention, first thing you have to see is what is the benefit. And the next thing you have to see is what is the harm. You have to quantify the harm, or what you call as hazard. After finding out the hazard, you'll have to see whether it is a major one or a minor one. In fact, for example, many international agencies say that the gastritis which arises out of consuming iron should not be considered as a hazard at all. And this is just a kind of an intolerance which occurs in some people. So when the benefit is going to 1 million people, and about a few hundreds have some negative effect, the benefit to hazard ratio is, benefit to harm ratio is, risk ratio is much, much higher. And in a public health, we should take that kind of a risk and manage that particular risk and not condemn the intervention. Okay, this is how we calculate the upper limit. I won't go into the detail. This again is a similar graph. Now you see those levels. You see one estimated average requirement. It is a level of nutrient is adequate for 50% of the population. that means it may not be adequate for the remaining 50%. But if you go a little to the right, the red line RDA will cover that 98% of the population will get adequate. There is a discussion that means 50% of the population will get more than what they require. The question is, so what? Even then it is within the safe limit. And then of course the upper limit you see at the extreme right. And even in the toxic limit also, the individual response to the toxicity also has a normal distribution. So the margin of safety is several times more. So thank you. Wherever you are in the fortification process, remember you are contributing to reducing human suffering and death due to nutrient deficiency. So the people who are fortifying or selling fortified rice, making FRKs or whatever, start wondering, why am I doing this? You are doing this, there's somewhere down the line you saved a child's life or a woman's life or a childbirth has been protected. So that is what you're doing for the country, and I think this is a great service. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasikiran sir, for the informative talk on the iron fortification, new findings and implications. So now the floor is open to discussions. Any question from the audience?
No, the bioavailability of the iodine is no problem at all. And as long as you have that 15 ppm available there's no issue. Iron bioavailability we have studied. Bioavailability is pretty good. That is how we saw the improvements in hemoglobin.
So by actually promoting a double fortified salt, does this give one solution for high fructose salt sugar, where that is considered to be one of the key factors for the non-communicable diseases? Should we look forward of having more fortified and double fortified salt? Because at one side, they're saying that the ultra-processed foods have high
Salt,
sugar.
Yeah. That's a good point you raised. I forgot to mention is, see, when we were, this iodization program is going on, the calculation of an average individual salt intake was 10 grams. Okay. 30, 40 years later, now we are saying that it should come down to less than 10 grams. So now once we decide on that how much salt is permitted, let's say 5 grams, then we'll have to upscale the amount which of iodine and iron in the salt.
Considering the current scenario of consuming of high ultra-processed foods, only in that processor, not in the homemade, we are very careful.
No, homemade or out. See, this is one mistake we are making. We are assuming that our homemade is very good. Shop package once is bad. Salt is bad whether it's at home or outside. In fact, very often we find that people consume so much of salt through pickles, papads, etc. at home that your higher salt intake is coming from your own home, not from the packaged food.
Okay. So, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir, one question. Sir, India is very diverse into food habits. Suppose someone is eating morning to evening rice, every meals, morning, lunch, dinner, everything in rice. Then whether it will be still under tolerance limit. And another question, my second question, sir. What are the risks, basically, even in exceptional cases, are there for toxicity of iron, sir?
Yeah. Actually, the first part of the question is that when you factor in the amount of iron which used to be put itself, you calculate the maximum rice intake. And assuming that a person consumes, let's say, 300 grams or something, even then it should not cause any kind of cross the limit. It should be within the RDA. So that is taken care of. And the second question?
What are the exceptional cases where iron toxicity?
See, iron toxicity, as far as this at this level of iron which you are giving, is hardly any. We have not seen anything there. The most of the iron toxicity people have been talking is when they are given as supplements, and that too is one is some people don't tolerate because of gastritis. There are also issues of constipation. But you see the amount of iron which is consumed through a supplement in several folds higher than what you will get it through a fortified food. So there is no comparison between these two. And here the only question is you calculate how much, as I told you in the morning, whatever iron we are giving, only what is required is getting absorbed. Rest of the iron is going out in the feces. And for the same reason, you find that in normal hemoglobin people, there is no further rise in hemoglobin either, nor there is a rise in ferritin. So that means the body is taking the iron only in people who require the iron. Rest of them, it is eliminating the iron. So that the toxicity risk at the fortification level is hardly any.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have one question. What is the required level of iodine to our body every day to prevent goiter?
That's 15 ppm is what has been targeted, 15 parts per million.
Okay, then salt is normally used as a vehicle for fortification. Is there any possibility of using other food commodities usually consumed?
For iodine.
And
see,
iron.
For iron.
And
No,
iodine, both.
No, in fact, we first, see, salt is only one of the vehicles. Actually, now you are hearing about rice, isn't it? Rice has actually overtaken salt. Rice and wheat is going on. At that time, we wanted salt because it was easier to, the distribution system was already there. Government had already approved. Iodization was going well. So just add one more element and people get both iodine and iron. So that was the original intent of that particular salt. But you can use any other vehicle also, like you see rice and wheat flour. You can even, people have used even millet flour in other places. Maize flour has been used also. So you can use the vehicle which is most appropriate for the population, what they consume more.
Sir,
Sir,
good evening, sir.
One question, sir. Sir, usually in the participants, many bachelor students are there, BSc and all. In behalf of them, I want to ask you, sir, actually we are saying that monosodium glutamate is toxic in that. But how it is really in that? What is any background is there? Why? Because we are saying that this is Chinese salt. Maybe it happened in that Chinese. So what is the history of that? Why you are banned in that?
Actually, monosodium glutamate has been wrongly considered as something harmful. For the simple reason, our body itself produces glutamate. The human milk has glutamate because the flavor of the milk for the baby is because of the glutamate present there. Right from the day the baby is born, it is tasting glutamate. And there was a report of a Chinese restaurant syndrome long back in people who took this. They blamed it on the glutamate, but actually it was on the overall Chinese food. Okay. Subsequently, there was no report of anything happening harm in the glutamate. Monosodium glutamate has one advantage is for people who have high blood pressure, for whom you want to reduce the salt intake, yes, you should add monosodium glutamate because for the same salt taste, it gives 50% less salt intake. And therefore, monosodium glutamate is a great substitute, and there is absolutely no reason. In fact, when I was in FSSA, I was PFA at that time. I almost got that, restrictive thing removed when some activists came and stopped it. But actually, there is no harm. It is absolutely fine.
Thank you so much, sir.
In fact, Chinese are so happy and they're troubling us despite monosodium glutamate.
Why? Because whenever it comes me, they are saying that in Gobi and all. So Chinese.
Sir, good evening, sir. One more, sir. Sir, iodine, salt is the only staple where iodine is added, sir. And as sir rightly said, India is a diverse country and the food practice is very, very different in the entire country, in different parts of the country. Especially where the sea coast or where they eat fish, they get more iodine and intake content, all those things. So government also has mandated iodine, mandatory iodine manufacture, adding iodine in the salt earlier, but now only DFS has come, but still that has not been rolled out or accepted by many state governments. So, and my question, and we see a lot of study coming out regarding iron. Iron is already added in wheat flour, it is already added in rice, all those things.
Salt iron in salt came 40 years before wheat flour came.
But is there much evidence on that, sir?
Evidence on?
But iron and all, now we are getting more evidence. There are more study.
Yeah.
For iodine, do we have enough study
Iodine.
to tell the government that this is really work? Because when we go to the government, when we talk to the government, especially where there is seashore, all those things, they ask this only. If you tell, if I am a hilly station or state like Himachal, if you come and ask me to use iodine, then I would consider. But I am already in the sea coast, and many people are customers.
I got your
eating
point.
this one.
You're trying to say, should we enforce iodized salt in areas where there's sufficient iodine intake? See, that has been studied extensively. In fact, even before they recommended universal iodization, they studied what happens when you give in iodine replete population. And they found the iodine just get excreted. See, the excess iron gets, urinary iodine levels they have measured. In people who have adequate iodine but take iodized salt, the entire iodine comes out in the urine with the same day it comes out. So there is no question of accumulating. And salt is the best vehicle. Only other probably you have to use some oil or something like that. Iodized oil was used some time back. But salt is the one because one, it is cheaper, and second, you can't consume too much salt, and therefore that is the best vehicle. Excess iodine risk is not there. There has been a lot of discussion whether it is responsible for the hypothyroidism which is occurring in many people. And I've discussed with many eminent endocrinologists, and they say there's no evidence of this iodine coming from food being responsible for the hypothyroidism. Because hypothyroidism being an autoimmune kind of a disorder with a different pathway.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, I can't see you. Oh, yeah.
I'm Amog Vedantrai from Yuraja's College. And my question is regarding fortification of fibers in food. Because fiber is most important in absorption of all the minerals and nutrients present in the foods. Fibers.
Okay.
So, what are we doing to fortify fiber? Like, how can we incorporate fiber in the foods that we eat in day-to-day life? Like, let it be rice or wheat, or like we add iodine to the salt. Can we make masala powders just like fibers?
Add fiber, yeah. See, the problem is why our fiber intakes are low is because we are eating highly refined foods. So when you refine wheat flour, you lose fiber. When highly polished rice, what little is there is gone. And that's why what happens is that we are suggesting that one of the best solution to improve your fiber is to have whole wheat flour or millet. And these are the good sources. And of course, fruits and vegetables have plenty of fiber. Our fiber, like RDA fiber intake is around 15 grams or something like that per day. You will easily get fiber when you just eat your normal traditional food. If you eat junk food and those kind of highly refined foods, then your fiber intake will come down. So there is really no reason to add fiber. Of course, treating doctors recommend fiber for the elderly because they have constipation and because their food intake is low. But for the normal people, especially young people like you, you should eat a lot of vegetables and fruits and whole grains, and you will get more fiber than what you need.
Why I had this question was socio-economic doesn't always support this, because we can't get everyone to eat whole grains, fruits and everything. Economically weaker section people won't be able to afford.
Millets is a good option. In fact, millets was one of the least expensive grains. Only recently it became expensive. But otherwise, millets are a good source of thing. And ordinary vegetables, I'm not talking about fancy vegetables. Simple vegetables which grow in your own field, in the backyard of the villages, etc., they are all fiber rich. And the ordinary fruits like just guava or something like that, they are all fiber rich. So you don't have to spend too much money to get fiber. Supplementation of the fiber is can't be a public health at all, because normal food will provide all that. Iron is being fortified because through our normal food we are not getting that iron. Okay. So fiber, just traditional food, you go to dietary guidelines, it will tell you how to get more fiber.
Thank you for your sharing, sir. Now I request Dr. Giridhar Parvatam to present a memento to Dr. Shashikiran, sir, as a token of our appreciation.
Okay. So the remaining speakers, Dr. Sumit Arora sir, Dr. Sakre sir and Usharani madam, please occupy the chairs, ma'am. Please, sir. Okay. So the next speaker is Dr. Sumit Arora. So he is currently principal scientist at IHRF, National Dairy Research Institute, NDRI, Karnal. He is leading expert in the functional foods, food ingredients and heat stability in milk with focus on enriching milk and dairy products. So so he is having a few more awards, like including the Dr. KK Aya Award in 2003 and 7 and 2004-18 by the NDRI Alumni Association for the outstanding contribution to dairy processing research. So the fellowship of the National Academy of Dairy Science in 2014. So and also he is having the Best Teacher Award in postgraduate teaching in 2014-15 during the 13th convocation of NDRI and the fellowship of the Indian Dairy Association. So it is my honor to invite Dr. Sumit Arora to share your insights with us today. Please, sir.
This is down?
Yes, this is the pointer. Okay, left.
Can you put my slides? Okay, greetings from NDRI. So, occupying the stage after Sasikaran is a difficult task. So, I'll be dealing with how we went in for fortification of milk. Now, see, going to the second one, we say why milk was taken as a vehicle for fortification. Number one is it is widely consumed. Suppose I am taking a glass of milk in childhood, I'll continue to do so later in my age if I have no problems at all. And quality control can easily be implemented in factories and all because QC lab is already in place. The cost is also affordable by the target population. Say for example, a double toned milk, a liter of it costs about 57, that is equivalent to about your tinned version of Coke or Pepsi. And stability and bioavailability of the nutrients also remain high. Now, why we went in for milk? One, when you process milk, you see, if you see the first circle, we say, if you pasteurize it, there's about 20% of the vitamin A and D are lost. We'll stick to only vitamin A and D. And when you talk about Tetra Pak, UST and all, so it's about 30% is lost. And if you spray dry milk, about 40% is lost. So how do you replenish the supply? So only this can be done through if you are adding extra milk vitamins from external sources. Or suppose you are drinking double-toned milk, which is the highest milk, milk which is sold universally. Now double-toned milk has 3%, 1.5% fat. Toned milk has 3% fat. So these are fat-soluble vitamins. If you cream it, so the quantity of vitamins goes down. So fortification was the only answer. If you go to the minerals, you will find that only 5% is lost. That is the problem with measurement or contamination and all. So if you see the Indian regulatory scenario, we helped in make the standards. There is a fortification panel, and I was lucky to be part of these panels because of the results we generated. If you see the first one, in milk, only vitamin A and vitamin D are allowed. None of the other fortificants are allowed in milk. If you see the cooking oil, again only vitamin A and D. If you see atta, maida and rice, you find a plethora of vitamins and minerals which have been allowed. But we'll stick on to vitamin A and D. But because of the losses, the problem of stability of the vitamins still persists. Now there's just to show you a case. For example, this was a dairy which was selling milk in North India. It's quite a popular one. If you see the tagline, he says, nutrified with calcium and vitamin D. Now we went in for analysis of this and we found that, yes, vitamin A and D were within the range, whatever they were prescribing with. But so if you see what they were doing, calcium, it's 160 mg. They're saying fortifying with calcium. You see, cow milk has 120 milligram per 100 ml. Buffalo milk has 180 milligram per 100 ml. So he's saying he's fortifying the milk with calcium at 160 mg. So that means the claim was false. He is just taking buffalo milk or mixing buffalo with calcium. You see, adding milk, calcium to milk requires certain stabilizers to change the heat stability. Otherwise, the milk will curdle. So at the time we were in the fortification panel, we asked about how the permission was given and where are the files. The next meeting before that, you see the whole of the North India, they were supplying milk with this chain labels, nutrified with vitamin A and D. The calcium just evaporated. You see, that's how people play with it. You have to understand the science behind it. Now, Amul had launched Amul Calci Plus about 25 years back, and most of you might not have seen this package on the super shelves. Now, this was later withdrawn. Probably it was because they were going through the ultrafiltration process and they were adding the retentate containing the minerals back into milk. So this, after 1 month of storage, this is a Tetra Pak, it gelled. So again, the technology was not fine-tuned at that point of time. Now, this is the present scenario in our country. Most of the dairies have put up a F+ sign, clearly indicating that the milk has been fortified with vitamin A and D. When we initiated our work for vitamin A and D, we find that the vitamins had poor solubility and activity loss during heating. And we also tried fortifying milk with calcium and iron. Here we found problems of flavor, color, and heat stability. Coming first to the vitamin, there are two types of fortificants which are in vogue. First is the oil-based premix, that is like vitamin A palmitate, where the oily form is generally used in our Indian scenario. But incorporation into low-fat products like skim milk or toned milk is a problem. Here, homogenization is needed to mix it with cream properly. But again, this sticks to the wall of the container if it is not homogenized properly. The water miscible premix, you see these are fat soluble vitamins. If you have to, these are encapsulated versions with maltodextrin. Here, when you heat it, thermal heat treatment has to be given. The wall gets open and the activity gets lowered. So this is the costly version. Most of the European countries are using this. So when we initiated work with iron and calcium, we found the gluconate, ferric pyrophosphate soluble, phosphate and citrate. They worked out well with the case of milk. And when we went in for in vitro digestibility of iron along with vitamin A, you see iron and vitamin A has a symbiotic effect just like calcium and vitamin D. So this works out well. We found good symbiotic relationship. You see, in our country, we have to follow the religious protocols. The vitamin D, what we are using is vitamin D2 and not D3. You understand probably why we are using D2 and not D3? You see, D3 if you use, then on the packet of milk, we'll have to give a red mark. And our population is very, very, sensitive. So keeping the sensibilities in mind, FSI said, okay, you go in for D2. Okay? And D3 if it is from the vegetarian sources. So we said, why not, you see, when iron and zinc or something like that, minerals are added to milk, we have a problem with the oxidation process of milk fat. So we said, let us have some sort of reaction between
proteins and these minerals. So what we did, we prepared complexes by ultrafiltration process, and we later spray dried these the ingredients what we get. And we found that these ingredients were very, very stable at all the pH, the effects of heat treatment, they were stable and stable at different ionic concentrations. So these type of complexes, instead of going for encapsulation or taking free iron or calcium, so this worked out wonders. Then we went in for protein iron complexes. We tried for gastrointestinal digestion along with CACO2 cells. So this protein sources such as whey protein concentrates or whey protein isolates or milk protein isolates. So this will work out to be better because those active sites of minerals were blocked by these proteins. So these type of complexes, WPC iron, lactose iron, succinylated sodium caseinate iron. So this type of complexes also works out well if you go in for mineral fortification of milk. This was just to show you how it appears if it is zinc is binding with whey protein concentrates. So this is a good complex, quite stable. Similarly, we applied this to make the complexes with vitamin A and D, with sodium caseinate, milk protein concentrate, whey protein concentrates, and the modified proteins, succinylated or reassembled one. And these complexes gave us, it spread throughout the mass of the proteins. So it gave us good stability. So if you see the pasteurization effect on this, you will find the red one is when you are using the oily form, the vitamin A stability is quite low. If you see the 3 bars after that, you find that they are very stable, clearly indicating these chelates, when they are formed, they are much more stable than the oily form of vitamins we are using here. Then these vitamins, they are light sensitive. So again, when we expose this milk containing these ingredients along with the milk which was fortified with free oily form of vitamins, clearly indicated the stability of these complexes was much more. Again, we stored in LDPE pouches, generally the pouches which are in vogue in our markets, and we stored our milk in glass bottles. More stability was found in the glass bottles. You all know the reasons, because you know LDPE, it's contain pores. So vitamin being hydrophobic substances, they get sorbed up. Sorption is, you know, a combination of both adsorption and absorption. So it's very difficult to extract those hydrophobic vitamins from the pores of LDPE. So glass bottles are the best ones, and if they're amber color bottles, much better. So again, we went for in vitro bioaccessibility trials. If the free vitamin A, the in vitro bioaccessibility was 55%, you go in for the chelates, it's about 74%. Similarly, the case with vitamin D in the oily form, the bioaccessibility will be much higher if you go for in the chelated versions. So this is how, first we were taking freeze-dried samples, then we went in for spray-dried. Here, the lower one, the vitamin A retention was, and vitamin D retention was more than 95% in the spray-dried powders. Then we went in for a consumer survey of fortified flavored milk. We tried at a milk parlor. We have it at our place in National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. And we find that it had excellent ratings, and consumers were willing to buy it, where 71% said if it is at a comparable price, not a very highly priced product, they will able to buy it. So this technology was also transferred to one of the dairies, and these are some of the high impact literature, papers we could publish. So I'll end my talk that switch to fortified milks. It's a much better version. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful talk on the milk fortification. So if any questions is there, we'll note down and we'll discuss after all the sessions. Thank you, sir. So now we move on to the next talk. So we are inviting Dr. Suresh Dilip Rao Sakre. He is a principal scientist and head of the Department of Floor Milling and Baking Technology. He is lead expert in floor fortification technology at CSIR-CFTRI, Mysore. So he is having almost 23 years of experience in food fortification, grain milling and processing with a strong emphasis on wheat and millet-based products development. So as a principal investigator, so he has successfully led more than 16 industry consultancy projects and developed 45 technologies with over 250 transferred to industry, significantly contributing to the grain processing and fortified food sector. So he has published over 60 research papers and presenting more than 110 papers at national and international conferences, along guiding PhD, postgraduate and undergraduate students. In addition to his research, Dr. Sakre has worked as a plant manager for 5 years in various flour mills with capacity 350 tons per day, where he independently managed plant operations. So please welcome, sir. So we are waiting for the your talk. Share your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reddy. Very warm good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to the organizer, including CFTRI, for giving me this opportunity. Basically, I'm going to talk on behalf of CFTRI, plus there are a lot of stakeholders. We have KHPT, with whom I'm working from last 8 to 10 years, GAIN last 15 years, FSSI last 10 to 15 years, flour milling industry last 25 years, and so on. So I'm going to talk about on behalf of all of them, and then I'm going to talk about how our technology, what we have developed in 2008-9, has impacted onto the society. I don't want to go deeply into what is malnutrition, what is fortification, and how it is going to have the impact onto the human health. It is a big problem, as we are talking from morning. So I can say almost 40% world malnourished population lives in India. So that is a huge, about 40% pregnant women worldwide are anemic. So there are different strategies to overcome the micronutrient malnutrition. Could be a supplementation, have some limitations. Food diversification, always we talk about, but during the lunch we also goes towards the butter naan, refined wheat flour, and so on. So it is very difficult to have food diversification. The best way is to have the food fortification. So what is the advantage of food fortification? We need not to change the diet of your targeted population. That is what FSSI is having the regulation for rice. Those who are rice eating states, they can go for the rice fortification, wheat, refined wheat flour, salt, oil, and the milk. The very ideal, that is what could be a rice is one of the vehicle government has selected, keeping in mind production and the distribution systems. Very cost effective when you compare to other, but it depends on the vehicle what we are going to select. These are the different type of fortification. We can classify them into the various fortification. Let us talk about why it is wheat fortification. Look at in terms of cereals, when I talk about 94 countries in the world today have a mandatory regulation to fortify the cereal which is produced at industry level. Out of that, 63 countries have mandatory for flour fortification and so on. And when you look at the production of wheat, we stand number 2, producing around 110 to 15 million metric tons of wheat. When you talk about the wheat consumption, there are 2 ways we consume the wheat. Basically, that it is in the form of refined wheat flour. So I can say 25 million metric tons of wheat is converted into refined wheat flour. But if you take an example of whole wheat flour, that contributes around 60 to 70 million metric tons of wheat. So could be a refined wheat flour as well as the wheat flour which is widely consumed becomes a good vehicle. But these are the losses what we have during the milling, where we take it out the bran and germ and convert endosperm into the refined wheat flour. So most of your micronutrients are concentrated into the bran and germ. And we can see if you look at If you look at the losses is around, it varies from 50 to 80% loss of micronutrient that takes place. Let us come to the technology. What I talk about, this technology was developed in 2008-9 and started commercialization. It's very high capacity technology. You can fortify the wheat flour, say batch-wise, or continuous running from 20 tons per day plant, 500 tons per day plant. So we can do so. Cost of fortification, when you take a cost of fortification in terms of 3 mandatory fortificant, iron, folic acid, and the vitamin B12, maximum 8 to 10. If you compare with the rice fortification, if I am correct, 70 paisa per kg, and that is what it limits 1 kernel into the 99 kernels and a lot of challenges. It's very uniformly goes. Easy to calibrate the equipment and add the micronutrient into the ppm. That means exactly 17 ppm of micronutrients are going in 10 tons per hour of flour. So, and if you take a 5 gram of flour, you will get uniform blending and mixing of each and every nutrient. Okay, so that's what's all about technology. That is also one of the biggest challenge with the rice flour fortification. Very versatile. By using this technology in 2017, we worked with the Mahindra and Mahindra for the fortification of basin. So we got a project with the iron and folic acid fortification that we developed here. So it can be adapted to the any flour at batch level as well as at commercial level. It's very easy to add all micronutrient. We have the 3 mandatory as a part of the wheat flour fortification. 6 are optional one. All of them, some of our clients are adding all of them into the wheat flour. Better automation and the control and easy to incorporate into the existing system. This is very vital. When we talk about this technology, we require 1 or 2 extra machines into the mill that can take care of fortification. These are the norms. I will not go deeply into it. How it is possible, because we have a very great infrastructure at International School of Milling Technology. We have a plant around 22 tons per day, which having equipped with gravimetric feeder, volumetric feeder, and so on. We have entire control from PLC mill. The entire process of fortification can be controlled from your mobile. Okay, laptop, mobile can be done. So this facility we have. When you talk about now the impact, we have transferred almost 85 technology during this, I can say, 15 years, including 20 states. Among them, 8 are from Northeast state. If I take an example, we have the sister atta that is produced voluntarily, again from Agartala. Then we have Magic Cook coming from Meghalaya. And we have the top one, you can see KHPT team, along with the GAIN fortification at Leh Ladakh. So Leh Ladakh, through our efforts, we are reaching to the 2 lakh population. When I went there, they told 90% of population are suffering from the anemia. And we have trained 3 flour mills there, 2, if I'm correct, in Leh and 1 is in Ladakh, Kargil, sorry, in Kargil. Before that, again, the same team, we went to the Himachal government. And today, if I am correct, I think crores of population, Himachal Pradesh, are eating the fortified atta. I was fortunate to train all of them. I was there for 6 days, training the miller for 3 days, 30 millers. So there also we are reaching huge. Now, another success story, if I go back to 2009, it was with the Gujarat government. And there also we were the partner in fortification of a wheat flour that has been stopped after 3 to 4 years. But that was one of the successful story of wheat flour fortification. One of the things I would like to mention here, that is the first tender. If I look at, it was clearly mentioned the mill should have the training and the certificate from CSIR-CFTRI to get eligible for the tendering. So that was there. Then with Akshay Patra, almost so many schools in UP. These were the government program, but if you look at the voluntary program from the flour mills, I would like to give one of the ideal example, Harmony Foods, almost 10,000 tons per month. And they took the technology in 2009-10 till today. Whatever atta they produce, it is fortified from the Visakhapatnam. We have Siddharth Food from MP, around 10,000 metric tons of flour, wheat flour produced. Then we have some of the premix manufacturers. They are supplying to the rice as well as, they also took our technology, PD Naukar, in 2009. They have been trained and then manufacturing premixes, supplying to all over the world. Another is AQ Chemical Lab from Delhi. They also have been trained at us at 2010, and they are also supplying premixes to the entire nation as well as abroad. So these are the various brands. If you look at from last 15 years, more than 50, 60 invited talks, workshop. I think that is the one again, along with the KSPT, and then we have been given the certificate of appreciation by the minister in 2018-19 in Himachal Pradesh, MP, then we have Leh Ladakh, and so on. I was also expert trainer for Kendriya Bhandar, FSSI, FDA, GAIN, KSPT. We have received a couple of awards for this technology. Then MOU. Presently, we are also working with a lot of industry projects, almost 5 to 6 going on with the flour fortification. Again, it's coming from all over the India. So definitely we are reaching crores of population in India through the flour fortification. And what we can say, then what is the next? Okay, the flour fortification is there. Now I think a lot of stakeholders are here. I would like to mention them. We have developed now technology for fortification of suji and dalia. Look at now the powder to powder fortification was there. Then rice kernel from the extrusion. But this is new technology altogether. And then when you look at the cost of this technology, when we developed it was going 90 paisa per kg. Now it is 20 paisa per kg. So it is in between the wheat and the rice. Rice could be 3 times more. But a lot of government program, we have the Samulina comes into the picture. Then we have fortified upma mix, fortified halwa, fortified idli mix, and a lot of private people, industries are interested into these all as per the norms of FSSI. So I'm not talking about the technology. For technology, you have to come and pay to the TTBD, and they will give the technology. Another work is fortified wheat. So here we use it as 2 approaches. One is to debrand the wheat. By removing the debranding, we reduce the phytic acid by 70%. Puffing has increased, and this is fortified with iron and zinc. So this can be also good snack for the children's. I think, thank you very much. I can say at the end together we can end malnutrition through food fortification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative talk on wheat fortification and its impact. So we are moving to the next talk. Next speaker is Dr. Dandamudi Usharani. She is a senior principal scientist working in the Food Safety and Analytical Quality Control Laboratory. So she made significant strides in food safety with a focus on oils and fats. So she developed a in-house techniques for the quantification of antioxidants, vitamins, fatty acids, profiling, and bioactive lipids. So Dr. Usharani supervised 4 PhD and 12 MSc students and currently guiding 1 doctoral scholar. So she has published 59 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and 4 book chapters and 1 book. So Dr. Usharani serves on scientific panel of FSSAI, the Bureau of Indian Standards, and is an expert member on trans fatty acids for WHO, as well as the electronic working group on codex contaminants in foods. So without further ado, let us hear from Dr. Usharani. Ma'am, we have 10 minutes time.
Thank you, Reddy. And it reminds me of yesterday's Girdhar sir that he said me only 5 minutes. Thank you for the bonus 5 minutes. Very good afternoon who have gathered here. I do understand being a last speaker and just before the tea, it is very tough. So I will wrap up very fast. The if you have seen from the first speaker, Dr. Shashikaran sir, who told about the importance of fortification and how iron and salt is implied. Similarly, you have seen some good insights from the milk perspective from Dr. Sumit Arora, who has explained how heat stability is important. So now we are talking about another vehicle, which also told about how a new important floor technology can improvise and reach to the population. So let's see, the last one is this vehicle, edible oil, is having a real implication or not. So if you see about the fortification, the first UNICEF report in 1991 has stated that all the rice-eating populations are actually having the micronutrient deficiency, which is vitamin A, protein energy malnutrition, or nutrition anemia, or iodine deficiency. This could be because of polishing or loss of fiber, as what one of the enthusiastic student has explained. But if you see the current scenario of India, you find 2 out of 5 eligible Indian children were not supplemented with vitamin A. And the surveillance also told that the vitamin A D deficient is highly prevalent in India, especially in Jharkhand and Mizoram, followed by Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Telangana, etc. So how do we address this vitamin A deficiency, and how did the is edible oil really a viable vehicle or viable or not? Ideally, these are fat-soluble vitamins. Being hydrophobic, they blend very well with oils, and since our food practices have different diverse varieties with diverse oils, this fortificant can also be blended with various types of oils. The per capita consumption of edible oil or the demand of edible oil is quite rising, because we are fascinated with the edible oil, because this is a key ingredient of any kind of a food product to have palatability, taste, flavor, aroma. So henceforth, the answer for this is yes. It gives you better health if it is fortified. It is having a wider reach because we cannot eat any food without oil or kind of a containing product. It is low cost and easily affordable for many of it, because it is one of the basic needs. This led to the fortification of oil, and it is been implied in the Food Safety Standard Fortified Regulation 2018. Now, after this regulation has come and the edible oil has become as one of the vehicle for fortification of vitamin A, where vitamin D was more prone to be fortified in milk, they have also enriched that multivitamins can be fortified. Now, the question comes is the fortified vitamin A, D is present in the oil during the storage? Does it retain while cooking, or is there a loss? I am fortifying with A and D and I am labeling the claim, but is this the consumer getting this micronutrient, whatever is been present in the sample? With this idea, we led to understand how does the premix is present. Is this quality good enough which they are fortifying? Is the oil composition is in a good state when they are fortifying? Is there any nutrient retention or stability present? With these objectives, we conducted a project along with the Karnataka Health Promotion Trust and the GAIN, who have sponsored this project. The objective of this project was to understand the impact of the nature of the oil. By fortifying into different oil, does the stability improve, or there is an effect of environmental conditions or cooking losses, which many of the household and domestic and culinary practices, they are not ensure that when you are frying the oil, is it really the A and D is retained in the oil or inside the food. So the outcome that we wanted to look in is the nutrient level is retained, and if it is retained, what are the real preservation conditions and what are the culinary practices. To understand the nature of the oil, we have taken the unfortified oil and also the fortified oil. As you see in this particular table, the oil composition can be understood by stability in terms of acid value, which is free fatty acid, or the peroxide value, because oil has a tendency to get oxidized very fast. In presence of light or dark condition, it has an auto-oxidation mechanism. So the reason for increase in the peroxide value, you can clearly see in the unfortified oil. Many oils, after storing of 2 months, you find it is peroxide value increased. The secondary oxidized products are para-anisodine. On the other hand, the same brand and the fortified, when it is fortified with vitamin A and D, it gives a positive sign, because after 3 months also you do not find so much of increase in the peroxide value. To a certain extent, the para-anisodine is increased in the rice bran oil. So this gives you some hope that probably by fortifying with vitamin A, D, E, will promote little bit of oxidation stability and retain the oil composition, and this could be mainly because of major source of vitamin E, which is an antioxidant. On the other hand, when we have checked the fortified oils of various brands, we found that the oil, whatever is fortified vitamin A or D, is slightly higher than what the real regulation states, which is probably within the overages to maintain them during the time of the storage condition or through the shelf life. So now coming to the understanding that if this oil is already initially fortified correct, during the time of cooking condition, is it retained or not retained? To understand this, we conducted a very simple experiment where generally we put the oil and boil it to a very high temperature, which is the smoke point. This is common practice by many culinary cooks. Or the otherwise, you cook first time and then you cook second time in the same oil and you do not top it, or you top it at the third stage. So does the oil, vitamin A is present in the first stage, second stage, third stage? Many of them think that when it is fried at the first time, all the vitamin A, D is being absorbed to the food, and in the second and the third frying, there is no vitamin A, D left. Is this really true, or is this a myth? To understand this, we have checked all the various vegetable oils at different stages, that is S0 is initial state, 1, 2, 3. You can clearly see that if the oil is heated at a very high temperature at its smoke point, it is as equally getting peroxidized or getting into a high oxidized state of the oil. Whenever oil has a tendency to oxidize, all the nutrients which has been present are also in the same state of oxidation. And when you are frying it, definitely when you are frying to a very large amount, more than 2-3 times, you definitely find the oxidation state of the oil is reached to a stage, to a saturation. When you see the vitamin content which has been fortified in the oil, you clearly see a very gradual decrease of vitamin A loss, and this loss has been present in any kind of oil, whether it is mustard oil or groundnut oil. But if you see the comparison of the smoke point, so if you heat the oil before frying to a very high temperature, there is definitely a loss of vitamin A and D. The reduction of the vitamin A is gradual, which means that the vitamin A is still being retained even in the second frying and third frying. It is not that when you fry first time, all the A and D which is present in the oil is completely entered into or absorbed into the food. So we have also studied in the food that whether the oil, when it is being fried, that the food content has this vitamin A and D or not. But because of constraint in the time, I am not explaining that aspect. But in simple, what we observed is fat-soluble vitamin fortification of oil has improved the stability of oil and its composition. And vitamin A loss is gradual while cooking, and loss is more prone when heated high temperature reaching to the smoke point. And another important feature we observed is when it is a multivitamin fat-soluble in the oil, we find that the loss of vitamin A is very, very higher than the loss of vitamin D on storage condition or on the cooking condition. With this, I duly acknowledge Karnataka Health Promotion Trust and GAIN for sponsoring this project in understanding about the quantification of oil and giving an assurance of oils for during the cooking and storage conditions. And I would like to thank Director CSIR-CFTRI and my students for this particular work. Thank you all.
So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your talk on quality assurance of fortified edible oil. So this is the time for your questions. So in front of us, you have 3 speakers. If you have any questions, you can ask us. Mic. Yeah.
I want to ask Dr. Suresh about the wheat fortified when we are keeping it. What is the longevity of the wheat? Because why I'm asking this question, for Haryana government, they had started wheat fortification. And earlier they were giving the wheat kernels. And later on when the fortified premixes and everything was done, they said that once it is going to the, through PDS to different villages, and when they are giving, they have some difficulty in storage. And that was the reason why they stopped fortifying the wheat. So that was a step backwards. We felt that, you know, once they have started fortification, then they went back to not fortifying. So is there a specific concern about it for storage, etc.?
See, there are 2 concepts. You are talking about wheat fortification. So there is no such technology available to fortify the grain itself.
Not the
So,
grain,
flour.
pre-mixes, flour. So basically the wheat, earlier wheat was given. When we did the project at that time, it was the flour and it was, pre-mixes were made of this, and then the fortified flour was given, not the wheat.
Yeah. See, if you look at the kind of fortificant, there are different form of iron that is being used. So depending on to the extraction of a flour. So usually when you take example of a whole wheat flour, we have more phytic acid, and then EDTA is the common fortificant that has been used for the fortification, and that was the suggestion to the government also. So they were adding the EDTA along with the folic acid and the vitamin B12. If you add literally from up to 3 months, there is no, that is what 3 months is the shelf life of your normal wheat flour at say moisture of 13 to 14% moisture, which is within the FSSI. So there will not be any effect onto the quality of your flour in terms of rancidity is concerned. So it remains the same. And presently we are doing one project with the some of the private industry, and we are fortifying with different fortificants in the for the iron and your vitamin. We are fortifying with 3 times and finding out what happens into the quality. We found that there is no change in terms of quality of the flour.
Basically, it appears, since it's a state subject, it depends on the mood of the government also. It's not always that whatever we say scientifically, it gets...
No. Not only that point, as actually to add on to Sakri sir, the technology that what he has developed has created a mix in a very homogeneous condition. Whatever they would have did would have not been in a homogeneous and would have caused rancidity and other things.
Actually, it was being done by Hafid. So that was to make the uniformity.
No, see,
Hafid was doing
there are various reasons. If you get a wheat from, say, FCI, it's 3-year-old wheat. Already your alcoholic acidity is more. Your raw material itself is having more acidity. And when you make a flour out of it, whether fortified or not fortified, the flour is going to have less shelf life. So it is not, but there is no influence of fortificants onto the shelf life and the quality of a flour is concerned.
So basically, they said that the people who are receiving the through PDS, they were more happy with the not the flour, they were more happy with the grains. That was the problem.
No, I can't talk about that because the grain I can sell it to the others. Flour I have to eat myself.
Okay.
In wheat flour, actually the challenge that we also faced is that when you are, say, converting whole wheat flour, there is also a percentage loss in the overall total weight of wheat as well. So I think that is where the government also has some restrictions. They have to, because they'll have to give additional amount of grain in that case. But my question was to you also, again, any particular packaging that you recommend, like, this is the type of, because our experience with wheat flour is also the same, that, if you give fortified wheat flour, primarily you'll have to strengthen the supply chain or say, work on those storage patterns very much. But if that particular storage element is missed, then wheat kharab ho jayega, and then people say, oh, because of fortification this was sort of went bad. So any particular recommendation for the packaging of fortified wheat flour?
See, let me talk about your earlier question also. Now, see, why rice fortification? Why not wheat fortification? Okay, so we supply wheat into the PDS system. We supply rice. So fortifying rice is become much more easier. If you want to fortify wheat, I have to convert into the wheat flour. There is a loss of 7 to 8%. If I give a 10 kg of 100 kg of wheat, you are going to give me 94 kg of atta. So almost 6% has gone in terms of a bran, in terms of a refraction is concerned. Then there is a conversion charges, the huge conversion charges. Then there is a addition of micronutrient. Okay. Then there is a packaging material, because in case of a PDS, if you are sending it 50 kg back, they will remove and customize themselves and then give it. So that is what there is need to fortify the wheat itself. That we are working.
Biofortification?
No, post-fortification we are working. So that is a new technology we will develop. Okay, so the problem which comes in terms of moisture, what happens, because I was the miller basically, so there is a moisture content into the flour. So I will try to add more moisture to gain money out of it. Okay, so fortificant really does not have much more influence, but now if I am producing a flour more than 13.5 to 14%, that to whole wheat flour, that is going to create a problem for you. So if you don't have proper monitoring system of checking the moisture of your flour, that is going to give a problem for you. Or else your normal HDPE bags that can work out 10 kg, they will not have. So the thing is that you reduce the moisture content, say for 12% or 11% when you are tendering the flour. Then there will be again the fight between the government and the millers. They tell us, "Abhi ye to 12% hai, it's very difficult for us, make it 13%. So these are the problem, but as such there is no influence onto the color, shelf life properties of a wheat
Who
flour.
are staying outside, please be silent.
Yes, definitely. I have shown some of the flour mills. One of my friend classmate from Kolkata, he is grinding almost 100 tons per day whole wheat flour, fortifying voluntarily, and then supplying to the market from last 4 or 5 years. There is no absolute problem because that is not a unit packing. There is a bulk packing. You take 25 kg or 50 kg. There is no as such problem the industry is facing. Bring the moisture down. That is, see, if you look at in the market also, if I am selling into the bulk as a miller, I will try to give it, FSS allows me up to 14. I supply it at 13. But when it is going to the small packet, to the individual, I make it below 10. Because for me, quality becomes important, shelf life becomes important, my brand value becomes important. So all the packaged atta market will be below 10 to 11%, even though FSSAI is allowing 14%. So they are losing it, but they have to share.
So this is humble request. If you are continuing that, we'll continue that after tea also.
Yeah, during tea also.
So, okay, during the tea also you can discuss, sir. So, if any other questions? Sir, just 2 more. Why become other sessions will be delayed?
Sir, we are talking of fortification of different sources. One is oil, one is wheat, what is the other one? Salt, milk. So which source is good for fortification?
All sources are good. The thumb line for fortification is you can use as many sources, as many vehicles, but at one time, 1/3 of the RDA you can fortify. See, if I am eating wheat, I have only one stomach. I can eat either wheat or rice, or so. In a way, 1/3 of RDA will give you RDA, total RDA. It will suffice.
In terms of wheat.
Yeah, please, please.
So there are different nutrients, and for different nutrients, different vehicles work. So as Dr. Usha was presenting and Dr. Sumit, for vitamin A and D, oil and milk are very good vehicles, as you were asking. And for rice and wheat flour, iron, zinc, B vitamins are very good vehicles. So all the nutrients might not work with each vehicle. So since vitamin A, D are fat soluble, so they work very well in vehicles like oil and milk. And for wheat flour, rice cereals, the B vitamins and iron, zinc are good vehicles. So just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move to the next. Okay, felicitation. So thank you all 3 speakers for your sharing your insights with us.
May I now request Dr. Reena Das to present a memento to Dr. Suresh Sakare as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Madam and Sir. Now I request Dr. Ajay Kumar Kehra to present a memento to Dr. Sumit Arora as a token of appreciation. I also request Dr. Singham Reddy to join with us. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Rita Mishra to present a memento to Dr. Usha Rani Dandamudi as a token of appreciation. I also request Dr. Singham Reddy to join. Thank you, Madam and Sir. Now I request Ms. Priyanka Shah to present a memento to Dr. Shivashankar Reddy as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Madam and Sir. Now we break for tea and kindly reassemble back by 4:40.
Ma'am, before going, just I want to ask you one question to Usha Rani Madam. Ma'am, as a layman, for example, now we are saying that this is a cold-pressed oil. So, as one sentence, which oil is better, as a cold-pressed or refined oil? Yes. Cold-pressed and refined is there? Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello. Hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, chick. Hello, hello. Hello, chick. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, chick. Hello, hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, hello, chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello, 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 chick. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello. Mic check. Mic check. Hello? Hello? Hello.
अरे कुकर बंद कर दे तू.
Good evening to all. Again 10 minutes for me. Yeah. Obviously, because we have heard a lot about these programs, food fortification programs, and health issues associated, and what for these programs are meant for. And I'll take your 10 minutes to give some glimpse about to make this kind of program success, how rapid testing kits play a crucial role in making these kind of programs success. Obviously, these programs success lies in their QC, quality control, throughout the flow check, like whatever the from remix to amendment and transportation, storage, and even cooking, consumption. All this level, obviously, you need to know whether the right content of this 45, whatever the fortificant we added, should be there. Okay, in order to do that, I agree that there are several methods are already available, okay, which will give us an opportunity to monitor these kind of food fortificants, nutrients, or iron, or minerals, total, through various methods. But most of the methods are laboratory-oriented methods, okay, requires a lot of equipment, skilled power, and also looking into the quantum, that is magnitude of the program, food fortification program, and we have a very limited facility to facilitate this particular program. Okay, under that, rapid testing kits play a crucial role by reducing the cost, increasing the number, and also they are on-site, and rapid itself says that the detection time is very limited. That means within a short span of time we can quantify or qualitatively detect a particular fortificant. It was used by a layman or a semi-skilled person. This is what the advantage of these fortificates. And for any rapid testing kits is nothing but a kits which are already maybe you may be using in the laboratory. Very simple. It's particularly the basic principle lies in how specifically your kit detect a given analyte. That means specificity and sensitivity. So for that, like generally as students also there, okay, obviously when you identify any one analyte, you will think, okay, how I can design an essay for this. Okay, that's how the thing started the laboratory level. Okay, and any particular analyte means rapid testing means the first thing what we comes into our mind is antibodies. Okay, if you look into the most of the antibodies based kits available in India, most of the things are not prepared in India, they are imported. Again, the running cost, if you import such kind of kits, then under such scenario, then what are the next things available? We can go for the different molecular biology, like even you can design a biochemistry based kits, you can design a chemistry based kits, chemical reaction based kits, or you can design a molecular imprint based kits, or lastly you can design aptamer based kits, which we are going to discuss today. Okay. Yeah, what are aptamers? Aptamers are the short chain oligonucleotides. Usually they are made up of, as I told, nucleotides. It may be RNA or DNA. Today we are talking about mainly DNA because such kind of rapid testing kits, DNA based nucleotides kits are very stable because comparatively DNA is more stable than the RNA. Though RNA and molecular interaction is very well understood for the human biochemistry, but we are exploring DNA for the development of such kit. And they are the short chain oligonucleotides made up of ATGC. And we are using 40 to 60 nucleotide length, and they are single stranded. And just to imagine, then we have a library, okay, of all the permutation combination. That means in one if it is a 40 nucleotide aptamer, at one position there are 4 possibility ATGC. Then you just imagine at all 40th position, 40 position, all possibilities are there. Then 4 to the power of 40. That means you will end up with billions of combinations of aptamer. What's the advantage of these aptamers? It's very typical to your protein. If you denature a protein, ultimately it will end up in a single strand. Okay, if you allow it to renature, it will regain its original structure of tertiary structure. Similarly, here also these aptamers will undergo a conformational changes to form a particular structure, and all these combination lead to a structure. Am I audible? All these combinations leads to a structure That means it will give you all the possible structural variations such that any one or multiple aptamers can detect any analyte. This is what we say, the pools what we have started with. I don't know whether this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that means the pools of aptamers will be there, which are of diversified aptamers, and you can use these aptamers for the multiple analyte. That's what the advantage of these aptamers. And when you analyte interact with these aptamers, as I told already, there are wide range of structural variations are available. Few of them will bind to this analyte, and not all, few of them which are highly sensitive and highly specific. And now you need to separate them, because separate those who are bound to analyte and from the non-bound. And that's we do using the help of surface chemistry of the gold nanoparticle, and you can develop your own methods, but what we are doing is the gold nanoparticle, which will bind to the single stranded DNA, and then through precipitation you can remove them. And whatever the bound aptamers to the analyte, they stay in the supernatant, which you can collect, and then you can proceed with the selects. That's what we call selects. And that supernatant you will be again doing the PCR, and when you do the PCR, your library is enriched. That means the unwanted sequences are eliminated, the required sequences are enriched in one single cycle. In next cycle, you do the same thing. You repeat the same thing such that every cycle your required sequence will keep on enriching. And ultimately, after doing, depending on the analyte type, you will be having the multiple number of selects. Okay, if it is a big analyte or a small analyte, here I am showing the smallest analyte, that is aflatoxin B1, which is of around 312 Dalton in nature, and you can design it for the bigger analyte also, even protein also, what I am saying. But why I taken aflatoxin? Because it's a monoepitopic antigen. You can't tag it to anyone. If you tag it, your aptamer may be different. That's why we wanted to do it the label-free method. Okay, and it won't cause any immunogenicity in your body. That's what another problem is that. And we wanted to address these issues, and we started with this. Okay, and next please. Yeah. And also, yeah, some of the methods, like you can also plan some method of analyte generation, because sometimes analyte is not easily available, or it may not be available commercially. Something which is there in the bacteria, there in the human, or there in the food, and you should be able to extract them and then purify them and prepare the analyte. In this case, we have done that for the aflatoxin B1, because it comes under the category of bioterrorism. Because of that, you won't get in the bulk. If it is available in sigma, but if you order, they won't allow you to take more than 1 mg, because it comes under the Bioterrorism Act. Then you need to have your own method to purify this, and after that, this analyte can be utilized. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now we can change. Okay, yeah. Okay, now we can see here the above one, aspergillus flavus, which produces the aflatoxin B1, and we developed the purification methodology, where we got our own aflatoxin for the purification. Once you finish your cycles, the assay looks like this. You can see the blue color to pink color. That means change in the blue color to pink color indicates a one-point detection, indicates your presence of toxins or absence of toxin. And this assay you will be keep on doing for each and every cycle, such that you can monitor the enrichment of your required aptamers. And this is what I explained the selects, and it's a typical selects process through which we will enrich the required aptamer towards the analyte. And these are some of the photographs how the kit is made. As I told, one-point detection kit, and you can see with the presence of aflatoxin B1 with AFB1, it remains blue in color. In the without aflatoxin B1, it will be color change. That means either you can tune your kits to any either positive mode or negative mode, either color develops or color disappears. And again, once you have a pool of aptamer, it's not something like that you don't know the sequence of that, what is there in that pool. You need to subject them for the sequencing. The classical method is you clone, because your aptamer is 40 to 60 nucleotide here. You clone them and send them for the sequencing, and you will be knowing the sequence, and you synthesize the DNA, and you are ready with the development of the kit. But your pool is not having a single aptamer now. It's again a millions of aptamer. It goes up to 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh. But earlier classical method with cloning used to give only 50, 60, because limitation is sequencing, how many you can pick the colonies and how much you can sequence. But now with the advanced technology of NGS, you can subject the whole sequence pool for the sequencing purpose. That's what we have done for the aflatoxin B1, and we got more than 3 lakh aptamers, which are of highly relevant, that means a potential candidate. Further, we screened them, and again we have a tool of computational studies to understand better which aptamer is going to bind, how they are interacting with each other, and which is better. That means here it is a KD value, based on the affinity towards the aptamer we can decide, and this is done by using the help of supercomputing system of IIT Delhi, where we can simulate the aptamer and our ligand is aflatoxin B1 here, for 500 nanoseconds continuously. After that we can analyze their interaction and come to a conclusion that among the huge pool, which are all the potential aptamers which can synthesize and study. And again you can go for, that means once you identify the sequence, you can go for fabrication of your whatever the rapid testing kits, and one I am showing is the lateral flow fabrication. Why? Because it's so simple, and most of you have already seen this kind of lateral flow kit during the COVID, which are made up of antibodies, and even some of aptamer based kits were also floated during the COVID. Maybe you may not be aware of those things, but aptamer kits are already there in the market, and a few of the kits in India. And this is the fabrication technology, where we will be having a sample pad, conjugation pad and separation pad, then absorption pad, and obviously sample pad is where you will be adding your sample, conjugation pad where you will be adding your gold nanoparticle along with your aptamers, and again test line and control line will be having the complementary DNA, which is obviously complement to your aptamers. And based on that, if analyte binds to your aptamer, it is not available to the complementary DNA. Okay, this is the basic principle which usually also follows for the antibody based kits, and the same principle we followed here, and presence or absence of line indicates whether your aflatoxin is present or not. Okay, and this is so rapid, you can just detect this presence or absence of particular toxin in within 10 to 15 minutes, and also using the limited quantity of the sample of around less than 1 ml. This is the advantage of this kind of kits, and obviously as I told, sensitivity and specificity are too important, because for aflatoxin there are several aptamers are there. Okay, but why ours is so important? Because ours is having the highest sensitivity compared to the any aptamer present globally as of today. And that's the advantage. That's why we went for the patenting of these aptamers. And cross reactivity is something like that, whether this aptamer is going to interact with other analyte present like aflatoxin B1, B2, B3, G1, G2, M1, M2, and other than like fumonisin, ochratoxin, and this is what cross reactivity. But when you analyze any food material, it shouldn't cross react with any other other molecules, and also whether it works with the food material or feed material. And this is the next stage we need to work out, because actual sample analysis. This is what we have done, and we can see here this is the manually fabricated kit. Now we are moving towards the mechanistic, like machine based fabrication of the same kit, where the absence of line indicates the presence of toxin, and you can tune it. That means presence of line may indicates the presence of toxin also. It is up to you how you design the assay. Again, we are demonstrating this wherever it's possible. Now the 17 aptamers what we have produced through this way is patented, and now we are moving towards the kit. Like one is qualitative, another is quantitative. Quantitative is very simple, your competitive ELISA, where you will be using the antibody, but we are replacing the antibody with the aptamer here, so that somebody wants to quantify in the laboratory with very cheap cost, they can purchase and they quantify, and the sensitivity is equivalent to antibodies. And similarly, we are working on folic acid relevant to this particular topic, where obviously this is amended with rice as of now. And again, we are working with carbendazim, similar technology for the carbendazim. It's a pesticide, and most of these states banned this pesticide. And Pseudomonas aeruginosa, it's a pathogen, it's a waterborne and foodborne pathogen, and causes urinary infection primarily. And we are working on wide range of the this one analytes. And again, coming into the iron fortification in this one, it's also important. One is iron source, because sometimes in the name of iron, anybody can amend any different iron. But your ICP-MS, the current existing method, only tells iron presence or absence, but it can't differentiate what kind of source of iron. As an example, instead of ferric pyrophosphate, if they amend orthopyrophosphate, then orthopyrophosphate is not recommended for the fortification in the rice. And how to differentiate that? And we are in the process of developing, we are in the process of patenting this kit, which can differentiate between the 7 different types of iron. Not only for rice, it can go to wheat, it can go to pharmaceuticals, where the pregnant woman will be taking some ascorbate based iron. Like that, it can detect different 7 different sources of iron. And it's a simple, very color based method, and using a app based technology, you can also tell what kind of source is there, what's the iron source. Similarly, quantification of the iron, same principle we used using the lambda max of the reagents what we developed. As I told, it may be chemical reaction, it may be biochemical reaction. Or you can use the holoenzyme, or you can use the apoenzyme, or you can use the principle of inhibitors also. And the same we are using here. And I can't disclose the reagents because it's under the patent now. And using the lambda max, you can quantify the iron present in that also. Again, the last issue, like in between, we were talking about the density of the fortified rice and how this limits the whole program, because at the time of transportation, because of vibration, most of this rice segregates itself, and some of the fortified rice may go settle at the bottom and the normal rice at the top. When it is distributed, somebody may get all the fortified rice, somebody may get completely normal rice. And that's why we need to have a very cheap source of equipments which can differentiate, and also non-destructive method. Destructive methods already we have, and either iodine or sodium thiocyanate, people use that one to develop a color in the fortified rice and differentiate. But that, looking into the number of samples every day needs to be this one tested, and the destructive methods are not feasible. For that, we developed an image processing method and an equipment which can capture the image and differentiate between the normal rice and fortified rice and give us the direct homogeneity ratio. Whether the homogeneity is within the permissible limit or not, based on that one can take a decision whether this rice needs to be again mixed or whatever the next process is there. Okay, like that we are moving towards the various other analytes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hari, and apologies for the time limitations. I think we'll take up the questions after the session is complete, so you may have your seat, please. Yeah, so next in line is IIT Kharagpur, and there's a team working on a lot of things at IIT Kharagpur under the guidance of Professor H.N. Mishra. So today they would present optimizing of the process, and that is to maintain the nutrients are retained during the process of manufacturing and cooking, and also on the kind of the visibility, sensory, other factors. So with us from IIT Kharagpur is Dr. Yuvraj Bhosle, and Dr. Yuvraj Bhosle is currently working as a research engineer in the Innovation Hub on Rice Fortification team at IIT Kharagpur, working under Professor Mishra. He completed his BTech and PhD. He did his PhD from NIFTAM, Thanjavur. Later, he served as an assistant professor at Lovely Professional University. Also worked on some industry works, and he has published over 18 papers in reputed peer-reviewed journals. Contributed to numerous book chapters in the field of food science and engineering. So, without a longer introduction, I would request the tech team to please connect Dr. Yuvraj. Dr. Yuvraj, your time is 10 minutes.
Sir, my slides are visible? Hello?
We are waiting for the visibility, Yuvraj. You're not yet visible. Yeah, you are visible now.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Gulfam, for introduction. So today I'm going to present on process optimization for FRK manufacturing, that is fortified rice kernel manufacturing. So to start with, whenever we see this FRK manufacturing, so the process start with raw material cleaning, then conversion of broken rice into refined flour, then mixing with vitamin mineral premix, conditioning for attaining some moisture content, followed by extrusion, drying, polishing, and blending. So among these process, like before extrusion and after extrusion, like pre-extrusion processes are there and post-extrusion processes are there. So size reduction, mixing, and conditioning, these are considered as pre-extrusion process, and drying, polishing, blending, these are post-extrusion process. These pre-extrusion and post-extrusion, these are quite universal process which can be optimized, or whatever protocol is developed at IIT Kharagpur, that itself can be utilized by the industries. However, the extrusion is a little crucial unit operation that need to be optimized based on the equipment parameters which are present in particular industries. So to start with optimization, there are in each unit operation, there are some parameters which need to be considered for optimization. Like for grinding, the average particle size of rice flour need to be optimized. Then in mixing, we need to first identify what is the micronutrient content in a vitamin mineral premix. Then the quantity of VMP need to be added in the rice flour, and the time of blending, the rotational speed of the blender, and then how much quantity of water need to be added in the flour, and followed by different extrusion conditions like diet, temperature, screw speed, feeder screw speed. Then followed by drying can be optimized for temperature and air velocity, followed by whatever dry FRK we are getting, that need to be blended with normal rice. So to start with grinding, like we all know, size reduction is mainly conversion of larger particles into smaller particles. So the theory parts are like different laws governing size reduction and all. But in FRK manufacturing, the particle size plays a very important role in the quality which we are getting final FRK. Like as the floor is having higher particle size, so the blending of vitamin mineral premix might be an issue. Considering that thing, the particle size of rice flour should match with the particle size of vitamin mineral premix. Apart from that, when next unit operations are there, like conditioning and all, at the time of conditioning, if particle size is smaller, the water distribution or moisture distribution will be uniform, so that the gelatinization at the time of extrusion and starch damage will be proper, and will get compact rice structure. So this is how the homogeneity of mixture can be played very important role by particle size. Then the extrusion efficiency, mainly the gelatinization of starch which is present in the rice flour, that is also having very high impact through the particle size. Apart from that, the compaction and final sensorial as well as physiological quality parameters of FRK in terms of texture or mouth feel, they are also impacted by particle size. So hardness of the rice flour, what is moisture content present in the rice flour, then what is the rotor speed and screen size, what is the feed rate, initial particle size, environmental conditions, these all things plays very important role in size reduction. So as we have optimized the based on all these parameters, the grinding has already been optimized at IIT Kharagpur, and we suggest that the particle size of rice flour should be at least 250 micron or less than that. But if you can attain particle size up to 150 micron, it will give a better quality of FRK. Then further thing is mixing. Now initially when we see mixing is done to uniformly blend the vitamin mineral premix in rice flour. And as we know, like I already said, relative particle size of rice flour and vitamin mineral premix, what is the particle shape, particle density, that plays very important role in the mixing. So considering all these things, we need to optimize the mixing conditions. So here in this slide, you can see this is the paddle blender which is present at IIT Kharagpur pilot plant. So different trials at different RPM and different quantity of rice flour and vitamin mineral premix mixture is being done to understand the uniformity of micronutrients in terms of iron content. So as we can see at RPM of 80%, within 30 minutes only, the relative standard deviation was achieved was less than 2%. But when we are decreasing the rotational speed to 70 RPM or 60 RPM, the time required to attain the relative standard deviation less than 2% is nearly 60 minutes. That represents the the rotational speed of blending unit or blending element is increased, we can achieve minimum standard deviation in the micronutrient content of the nutrients. So based on this, the blending time can be optimized for each equipment. Now, how much quantity of vitamin mineral premix need to be added in the rice flour, that also plays a very important role in acceptability as well as safety of the FRK which is being consumed by the people. So different manufacturers of VMP, they maintain various levels of micronutrients. So we need to first understand what is the level of micronutrient content in that particular vitamin mineral premix. Based on that, we need to calculate like how much, what is the batch size of that particular uh, blending equipment is there. Based on that, we have to calculate the amount of vitamin mineral premix. Like in this case, 20 kg of rice flour mixture will require 418 gram of vitamin mineral premix, which is having around 345 mg of iron in the final product. Now, when we are talking about conditioning, conditioning is mainly dealing with distribution of moisture content. Like for extrusion, we need to increase the moisture content of the VMP and rice flour mixture up to some extent. So the addition of water content, like we have visited many industries and we have seen like through mug or something, they are adding the water to mixture of VMP and rice flour. So what will happen when we are adding the water abruptly, whatever starch molecules they are coming in contact with water, they will absorb maximum amount of water, and like this clump formation will be there. So due to this clump formation, these and improper or non-uniform distribution of moisture content, it will interfere with extrusion conditions and we will get inferior quality of FRK in terms of structural integrity of FRK. And these kind of FRK, when we go for cooking, they will disintegrate, and the whatever micronutrients are there, they will be destructed at the time of cooking. So considering that thing, we suggest a spray type of water feeding system should be attached to the conditioning equipment, so that uniform blending of moisture content will be there. Moisture content will be there in the mixture of VMP and rice flour. Moreover, these flour can be passed through sieves. Different sieve sizes are there. So around 1 mm sieves you can pass these flour after conditioning, so that whatever clumps are there, these clumps will be removed and we will get free flowing flour for the extrusion. Same way, like this is the paddle blender in which different combinations of VMP and rice flour were mixed, and the water was added with different flow rates, and samples were collected from different positions, and the moisture distribution was analyzed. As we can see at 80 RPM, when we are adding the moisture or water by this spray assembly, so within 10 minutes, we can attain the equal moisture distribution. But when it comes to abrupt moisture addition, the time required for the moisture attainment will be quite higher. And as RPMs are like the rotational speed of mixing element is decreasing, the time will also increase. So considering that thing, we need to maintain the blending speed also. So what studies we have conducted at IIT Kharagpur, based on that, at 80 RPM, if we are maintaining the blending, like within 10 minutes, we can distribute the moisture equally. However, the dry blending and wet blending, both are having some different parameters. Like for dry blending, wherever we are mixing vitamin mineral premix in the rice flour, we are suggesting multi-stage mixing. Now, what is multi-stage mixing? Suppose by calculating, you got 500 grams of vitamin mineral premix need to be mixed in the refined wheat flour. So in multi-stage mixing, 500 gram of vitamin mineral premix should be mixed with 500 gram of rice flour for 1 minute. Then that mixture will become 1 kg. So that 1 kg mixture will again be added by 1 kg of rice flour, and again 1 minute of blending will be done. Then this mixture will become 2 kg. Again 2 kg of rice flour will be added. So this whole process, we are mixing the vitamin mineral premix in multiple stages. That's why we are calling it as multi-stage mixing. And at least 3 stages of mixing are advised. And after 3 stages, whatever mixture you are getting, that mixture will be then added with remaining quantity of rice flour and then final mixing can be done for around 60 minutes. Then after 60 minutes, moisture addition need to be done, and again 10-minute mixing at 80 rpm can be done, and then again that particular mixture is there, it will be left for an hour for equal moisture distribution or conditioning. So for calculation of water, initially we need to measure what is
Dr. Yuvraj, I
moisture.
think, I'm sorry for budging in. You'll have to be a little careful about time now.
Just 2 minutes, sir. So this is the example how we calculate the moisture content. So when it comes to extrusion is like basic process where amylose and amylopectins are there. At the time of initial extrusion stages, gelatinization will happen. Starch will absorb the moisture content, and when further extension of dough and all will be happening, starch damage will happen. Further, when the screw compresses the die and convert it into viscoelastic melt after gelatinization and starch damage, it will be compacted and it will be passed through dia forming the FRK. But the problem is that at the time of extrusion, it is very critical to maintain the feed rate, barrel temperature, screw speed, and cutter speed. So these parameters are optimized. Nearly 29 to 31% moisture should be added in your rice flour. 90 to 92 degrees Celsius will be your barrel temperature. Your feed screw will be 30 to 40 rpm, and 58 to 60 rpm will be your screw speed. So these parameters are optimized for Swarna variety, which and trial has been conducted at IIT Kharagpur. When it comes to drying, we all know drying is a removal of excess of moisture content. What happen in conventional drying, that or even in industry, hot air is exposed to FRK, it will evaporate the moisture or evaporate the water, and the water will be forcefully removed from the starch network. At the time of removal from starch network, what will happen? It will damage some of the starch network, and the cracks will be forming in the rice kernel. These cracks are generally known as fissure formation. So the study has been conducted at different temperatures. As we increase the temperature, like in this image you can see, this is the sample which is dried at 40 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Celsius, 60 and 70 degrees Celsius. In first image you can see at 40 degrees Celsius, the moisture will minimally damage the starch network, and your FRK kernels are there. They are compact and intact in nature. But when the temperature is increased, the starch damage or starch network damage will be higher, and higher amount of fissure formation will be there. So considering that thing, the temperature which we can maintain at the time of drying, it should be minimum. But when it comes to air velocity, 1 meter per second air velocity can be maintained at the time of drying. So these are all the optimization conditions which we need to maintain during FRK manufacturing, pre-extrusion, extrusion, and post-extrusion conditions. So thank you. If any questions are there, I'll be open to take that.
So thank you, Dr. Bhosle. Sorry for the limitation of time. Since Dr. Yuvraj is online and we may have problem connecting him again, I would request if there is any question to Dr. Yuvraj. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your elaborative presentation. I have here one question that in India, we have so many rice varieties. And, and we are showing the rice variety of only Swarna. And
yes, like I have okay, please.
my question is, like in your extrusion technology, the cutting machine what we are having, if you are having a specific cutting machine for each variety is there means, so that we will have a local way, because in different states, people are consuming different varieties, so that we can match our shape as well as we can match our, what is this called, density also. Yeah.
Yes. So, yes, yes. Okay, so you are right. Like in India, we are consuming different rice varieties. So mainly what is the amylose and amylopectin content is there, that will be affecting the final quality of rice. because I divided whole FRK manufacturing process into 3 stages: pre-extrusion, extrusion, and post-extrusion. Whatever pre-extrusion unit operations are there and post-extrusion unit operations are there, they can be universal, like how much should be particle size, how much water can be added. So these can be universally acceptable. But when it comes to extrusion, due to compositional difference, the extrusion parameters can change. Like what should be the screw speed? That's why I divided into 3 different stages. So these pre-extrusion and post-extrusion can be adopted what we have already optimized, but extrusion condition need to be optimized for each variety, and the die need to be designed. Like we have already done a study in which we have collected different rice samples from various states, northern India, southern India, and we have measured the dimension, and already we have designed the die so that the physical dimension will be matching with the existing rice variety. However, the density and all can be matched by tweaking the extrusion parameters only.
Sir, one more question I have.
Thank you.
The thing is, sir, suppose because in FRK kernel, in like different rice varieties which are having different colors like white to half white. But when we are going through the FRK kernel, we are also having a white to half white. But while mixing the white kernel with the half white rice, the distinction easily we can distinguish the FRK rice as well as the normal rice. So is there any process like we can say that FRK kernel, if you want to make that FRK kernel is off white, or if you want to make that FRK kernel is clearly white, like that?
So mainly the kernel color is dependent on mainly what temperature you are giving at the time of extrusion. Extremely white kernel is there, that may be because at lower temperature you have done the extrusion. So complete gelatinization and all that things would not have happened. Apart from that, at the time of extrusion, there are some browning reactions also happening in the FR, like that rice flour. So if you increase the temperature, the rate of browning reaction also increases. So based on that, what is your color requirement? Based on that, you can optimize the temperature for color parameters also.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. In case there are further questions, you can write to us. We'll get your answers. So with that, thank you so much, Dr. Yuvraj. Thank you for making that important presentation.
Thank you.
So next important aspect is about the quality strengthening. And as you understand, it's very important both for meeting the standards and also for the safety of consumption to the beneficiary. In that part, the lab strengthening today would be presented by CFTRI, and I would request Dr. Usha Rani to present it. Apologies for the pronunciation. Dr. Dandamudi Usha Rani is a senior principal scientist and group leader of the Oils and Fats Division at the Department of Food Safety and Analytical Quality Control Laboratory, CFTRI. No, I will. She has supervised PhD students, MSc students. Her research focuses on molecular modeling of fats, oils, and bioactive components. She has around 60 publications. She serves on the scientific panel of SSAI, the BIS, and is an expert member of trans fatty acids for WHO, as well as the electronic working group on codex contaminants in food. So the list is very long. Dr. Usha Rani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gulfamji. A very good evening to one and all after the tea break. It's the presentation here, whatever we are trying to discuss in this session is about IHRF project activity, how each partner is contributing into this project, and how that progress would actually assist further the rice fortification ecosystem. So if you see the title that we have under this particular project is Analytical Quality Control and Quality Assurance in Rice Fortification. We have a huge team of Department of Food Safety Analytical Quality Control Department, where each team is working on one analyte. Dr. Devendra Havre and Dr. Sivasankar Reddy are working on iron. Dr. Sindhu Nambiar on blending efficiency, Dr. Mathan Matthew on premixes and HPLC, and myself on LCMSMS. And we have a huge young team who are research associates and also project associates who are our backbone to make this lab strengthening a huge success, which you all agree with me, which you have witnessed in the last 3 days. The relevance of this particular project and we partnering to the IIT Delhi, IIT Kharagpur and our another co-partner that is NIFTEM is because India has agreed with the World Food Program and we are very, very strong in fortifying the rice in the production scale, manufacturing scale and in the supply chain, which Food Corporation of India is taking a lead in storing and utilizing this rice, fortified rice. It has begun in 2019, but however, as I said in my previous presentation, quality assurance is a main key to say that the rice which is fortified, which is stored in FCI or it is sent in the public distribution, is it really having that fortificant or not? And to test this fortificant or not, it is needed that our HR or the lab needs to be strengthened. So our chief goal in this particular project includes 4 important objectives. First, share and standardize and disseminate this particular method so that all other laboratories understand how to analyze the micronutrients in the rice fortification. And also digitally maintain and monitor this quality of the fortified rice, standardize some simple blending efficiency for fortified rice and training and capacity building. If you see in the first presentation by Dr. Hari Prasad, he has very clearly told about premixes and how the various salts of iron are affecting and how you can use a simple rapid test kit. On the other hand, the second partner has explained about how the fortified rice kernel manufacturing plays a key role in its quality and assurance. They are also doing an imaging technique to identify FRK. But the final finished product is fortified rice. So the development of identifying whether the fortified rice has the fortified rice kernel or not is a key, and that is the reason why there is a need of different rapid kits. And the last, strengthening of training and capacity building is a key for quality assurance of rice fortification. So with this, if you just see the mapping of ecosystem which was being done, the survey by path, they have identified that they are FRK testing laboratories 22 and 44 fortified FR testing laboratories. This number is gradually been increasing, where FSSAI is trying to notify those labs based on their testing capabilities. However, we see that some of these states are still not reaching to their potential in analyzing the fortified rice content in the fortified rice kernel or in the fortified rice. So with this moving forward, the objectives were framed that both laboratories, that is NIFTEM Kundali and CFTRI Mysore, will share the objective of lab strengthening. So how did we start? So our first work was to strengthen the testing capabilities of the laboratories. To do that, you need to know the standardized method and test whether all the methods which are being proposed by FSSAI are being adoptable and user-friendly for many of the labs who are using it. And then do the quality assurance monitoring system, evaluate whatever the FRK which are being manufactured. As my previous speaker said, if there are small changes and subtle changes in extrusion or post-extrusion, there are so much of variation in the fortified rice kernel. Does that still meet to the standard or not? The third, identifying the fortified blending efficiency, and the fifth, proficiency testing of the labs so that the labs bring their competence and confidence, saying that they are certain of their confidence of the results and they can make a decision whether it is meeting to the standard or not. So first we supported the hub by training different stakeholders by hands-on training sessions, and we are continuing it from the beginning of the first year. We started conducting all research studies on the test methods of micronutrients of all the AOAC, International Standard Organization methods, ISO and FSSA method to completely evaluate which would be the most easier method where the lab can adopt, and if at all it is adopting FSSA, what are the real troubleshooting mechanisms that they need to understand. Then we started analyzing all the premix and the FRK samples which our IHRF team was constantly sharing from the sources that they are collecting from the manufacturers. We have also ensured that whatever the training that we are doing it, try to give them a survey questionnaire so that we do know that whether they have learned anything from our training program, and if they have adopted it, were they successful enough, or they really found something new, more information, which could be included in our standardization and dissemination. The blending efficiency or quality evaluation of the fortified rice was also been optimized, where iron detection reagent was being identified, and currently we are processing for the PDRU. We have also qualified the B9, B12 and iron proficiency testing, and we are in the progress of notification of FSSAI or conducted trainers of training program of all the PT labs so that we share a common platform to understand and disseminate the knowledge on micronutrients. This is the strengthening lab testing capabilities which we have conducted in the last year. There are 3 training programs which we organized, and every time the training program was included with the admixture of 12 food analysts or the food safety officer. Some are having a knowledge how to work in the lab, they do work on the bench. Some are mainly the quality managers. It is important that it is not only the bench person who is doing the analysis should know the analysis, but it is also the quality manager, because the decision rule is taken care by the quality manager. So he needs to understand the fundamental problems that the analyst face and how does he arrive to a conclusion. So we see that there is always a blend of quality managers and also food safety officers. We have visited Assam State Public Health Laboratory, and then we have trained all the people who are there in their laboratory who had completely learned and got notified for the FSSAI licensing for FRK. And they also had got an enable accreditation for a fortified rice kernel and FR. Now in 2025 we conducted 2 training programs. The first training program was conducted in January 2022 to 2025. Here also we had participants from the industry, labs, and from all the sectors, where we had conducted from the minimum basic theory to the advanced handhold training for the HPLC, LCMSMS and ICPMS, including the maintenance and the troubleshooting, because the challenging aspect in the mass spec where the analyst has in mind is HPLC is much easier, why do I need to use the LCMSMS? But if they do not move towards the LCMSMS, we will not advance ourselves, and if the troubleshooting and maintenance is not taught properly, they may end up in not using the mass spec efficiently. So that is a key factor that we have trained all our analysts in the 2025. So the method validation is very, very key, and how do you validate and verify so that you get a consistent results. So that was taken care in 3 days, and this is a recent picture where we have a group of Food Corporation of India people and also from the IHRF team from the various institutes participated. We just completed yesterday. Now if you come to the state where the testing laboratory, where do we stand? Of course this slide is little old. I updated Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Now I can say that they are now trained. However, we want some more sectors to be trained, some more regions to be trained, and we are moving forward to train all the analysts across India so that it strengthens the labs to ensure quality of the fortified rice. Now coming to the challenge, or what knowledge we are disseminating and what is it that they have learned from this particular training program. In principle, the regulation of rice fortification and methods of fortified rice is well established, and it is given in FSSAI, and anyone can read and understand that. So there are several rules, regulations and methods, as you can see, for each kind of a matrix, whether it is premix or FRK or FR, there are several methods depending upon the analyte. So what we make them understand is how different these methods are and how you utilize these methods so that you ensure consistent result. We teach them the importance of the pH, which is a very key factor for the solubility of vitamin B9, because if you do not extract at a right time of a pH, it would lead to the degradation, or it will not lead to a proper B9 analyte estimation. Similarly, an important reference matrix or a control or a spike is not there. It doesn't give you any idea about your recovery or reproducibility or repeatability of your result. Apart from that, we have developed under this project a single LCMSMS method where you can analyze premix, FRK and FR so that it ensures the laboratory to utilize one method for optimizing all the different matrices rather than doing laborious all FSSA methods. Still, since this method is only a single laboratory validation, we have not used this method in the training, but this method after multi-laboratory validation will go as a recommendation to the Food Safety Standard Authority of India to adopt an alternative method. Why we came to this kind of a conclusion is we wanted to analyze different analytes by using one method and also different matrices, whether it is a premix or an FRK or an FR, whether it is a B9 or a B12, there should be a one single method where an analyst or a lab, there is no burden in chemicals, there is no burden in extraction procedures, which lead them to have a easy maintenance or analysis of results. Analysis also becomes easier for them. What we understood that is matrix effect is very, very high with the existing FRK methods, and the matrix effect in the FR method is much lesser than the FRK method. The same applies in the case of B12 method also. What we observed is the FR method of the B12 is much more superior than the B9 method, and it gives you a better results in all kinds of analysis. With this, I would come to the third component, that is quality assurance and monitoring system. We have created one Google form. It sounds very complicated because it has many questions, so we did not give during the time of training program. After you are impressed with our training, we will send you this particular Google form, and we require your inputs because that gives us our strategy. So far, these are the laboratories which have already filled the Google form, and what we understood is all these laboratories are accredited with rice fortification, and some of them are not accredited or integrated. They did participate in PT, but some of them have not been qualified in the PT. They did not get or understood one matrix they could pass and the other matrix they could not pass. And they have clearly explained that how often they have to use the LCMSMS calibration and maintenance, and we have got the diverse mass spectrometry instruments because often when they are using LCMSMS, the confusion is how does the method gets adopted to different mass spec instruments. So that's the reason some important tricks and trade has to be given in the manual so that any particular analyst can analyze the data. With this, I come with the last component, that is blending efficiency of test standardization, which is not only been tested with the pyridine iodine solution, there is also another reagent which I am not declaring here or presenting here because of it is in the process of PDRU. So this also enables as a simple iron test for the blending efficiency. So with this, I would come to the last slide, that we have completed successfully 5 comprehensive training programs, and we assure that we have got an interesting feedback from all different zones across the India, where the completion of our revalidation tests of all 6 FSSA methods led us to identify a very simple method to assure the fortificant in the fortified rice, kernel, mix, and also fortified foods. This development of standard optimization procedure is a collective effect not only from the FSAQCL but from all the labs who have come for the training. The monitoring of FRK and FR samples also led to identify that most of the FRK samples are in 1:100 ratio, not in 1:50. So the FRK distributors have to label whether that FRK is used for blending of 1:50 or 1:100. So these are the take-home lessons from our study. Thank you all. A big thank you to the IHRF team, and I wholeheartedly thank them for the funding, my director and my team FSAQCL.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Usha, a very energetic presentation as always. Last but not the least, we also have our partner Niftem Kundli, presented here by a very dynamic speaker, Dr. Sonal Jain. The Niftem Kundli presentation would be focused on capacitating industry for quality FRK production. And the presentation will be done by Dr. Sonal Jain, who is leading the Fortification Innovation Hub at Niftem Kundli. She is a PhD, done a lot of research papers. She's also a co-founder of easynutritionhub.com, and she has given inputs to different consulting on WHO, FAO, DST, etc. she would be taking us through the efforts on capacitation of the industry. So.
Thank you, Dr. Gulfam. I know I'm last of the last. So the last session and the last speaker. So I know it's very hard, but please, I would try to make it as interesting as it can be. And it's an overview thing. For any specific details, we can always personally connect, because I think this is not the right time where I focus on all the details and all. So first of all, I would like to thank the IHRF team, the CFTRI team, ma'am, for having me here and giving me this opportunity to share the what we're doing at NIFTIM. Okay, so this is just an introduction of NIFTIM. It's an institute of national importance, and it basically works as an international center of excellence that integrates all the facets of food technology, entrepreneurship, and management. And the 4 main pillars with which we are working at NIFTIM is academics, research and outreach, incubation, and other facilities where an institute of national importance, and it basically works as an international center of excellence that integrates all the facets of food technology, entrepreneurship, and management. And the 4 main pillars with which we are working at NIFTIM is academics, research and outreach, incubation, and other facilities where we have different center of excellences and pilot plants at NIFTIM. So we have Center of Excellence for Food Fortification, which is one of its kind of a center where we have the 3 pilot plants of wheat flour fortification, edible oil fortification plant, and fortified rice kernels pilot plant. And we do a lot of hands-on training because of these pilot plants which we have with us. And what we have been thinking since, listening since morning, hidden hunger, micronutrient, we work solely for eradication of that and to the max of what we can contribute. So Fortification Innovation Hub, a subset of Center of Excellence for Food Fortification, where we are trying to give a maximum in terms of capacity building, quality assurance, and also advocacy, knowledge management, and research and novel product development. So these are the 3 in-house products of ours, which is fortified rice, fortified atta, and edible oil with our brand called Sehat Plus, Source Energy, Health and Toughness, which has been made in our own NIFTIM, and it is being given and in the mess and the hostels, and we eat the same there also. So we would like you to be there and have a taste of it. So coming on to the projects, the key highlights and the key objective on which NIFTIM is working first is capacity building, where we are doing a lot of hands-on training, with different stakeholders, telling them about rice fortification, working with food business operators, and also in a process of formulating different structured training courses, short-term training courses. As of now, we have 3 modules, 1, 3, and 5-day module training for different stakeholders, as in what the requirement comes. And also, we are working on the module development in collaboration with our hub partners, and we are working on advancing those modules also, and research and development, where we are producing novel products, and we are doing the physiochemical studies, proximate analysis, and acceptability of that all products. Quality assurance in terms of, we recently finished our third-party audits for 4 states, and also we are in process of becoming a certification body for the micronutrient premix, which has been used in the FRK production. And we serve as an incubation center for the small budding entrepreneurs. They come with their problems to us, and in a pilot plant, we do the pilot testing or the research study which they want, and we act as an incubation center. And also, along with the CFTRI, we are working on the lab strengthening. So as of now, we have completed more than 30 training programs and trained more than 800 people, which are FRK manufacturers, different FCI personals. We have students also, academicians, research scholars. With rice fortification, conducted audits in 4 states, and also created different products, which I'll be showing later. So this just shows the diverse participants which we have for our training, which includes our research scholars, people from industry. We had at NIFTIM. So we have a Center for Food Research and Analysis, which is an NABL and PEDA accredited, and we are a referral lab for FSSAI also. And in collaboration at NIFTM. So we have a center for food research and analysis, which is an NABL, and we've got people from the industry as ma'am also, and in collaboration with three FCI, FCI, we are conducting labs, NABL accredited labs, which wanted to know about the various methods along with other trainings on NABL and ISO 2000, 22000. The things which we have been doing in our labs training program. We've got people from the industry, as ma'am mentioned, from the industry, FCI, FSCI, labs, with other stakeholders. So these are some of the snippets of our training programs which has happened. So regarding the third-party audits, so it is a big thing which we just finished, and the primary objective of this third-party audit was to assess and evaluate the compliance of FRK and premix manufacturers. We've been hearing that there is a lot of gaps which are there. To go in the field and see what are the gaps to. So regarding the third-party audits, so it is a big thing which we just finished, and the primary objective of this third-party audit was to assess and evaluate the compliance of FRK and premix manufacturers. We've been hearing that there is a lot of gaps which are there. To go in the field and see what are the gaps to help, and we have our partners helping us in that audits. And also this audit was in association with FSSAI, and the main concern was to see the non-compliance and inappropriate quality of FRK which we are getting, what's the main cause behind it, and we also had a partner which did the Fortress training for these manufacturing units there. So the main scope for this audit was to evaluate their infrastructure, to verify the premixes and the salts which have been used there, the quality control measures, the compliance with GMP and GHP, and also the sampling impartiality and the transparency which is there in the entire process of making FRK and the premix at their organization. So there was this whole process where we impaneled the auditors, and there was a team which actually went into the field, which has the CFSO, an auditor, and the observers from our partners and developmental sectors, which were a part of the team. They actually went there, did the audits, gave them the Fortress training, and the report is in process, and soon it would be shared with everybody so that the inputs can be taken, and this further can be helping in the regulation and policy making. The states which we covered was Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. So yes, nothing can happen in silos. So as NIFTM, we do understand that, and we've been signing over 40 MOUs with different organizations. We are very open for collaborations and further, saying, because I think the best work happen when we work collaboratively. It's just not happen when we work in silos. So MOUs which basically strengthen the evidence-based approaches, more of capacity building, more of technology transfers and innovation, more of community reach, behavioral change, which is I think which is most important when we talk about fortification. That is your behavior change, and resource mobilization, all leading to policy advocacy and technical support. So these are some of the MOUs which have been, the collaborations with which NIFTM is presently working. The product development. So we are working on two sets. We are working on the traditional product development and the extruded or the snack items which we consume. And these are the traditional foods where we have worked with fortified rice, and further research is there. The further research is also happening where we're working on the other, sensory analysis, the textural analysis, the physicochemical properties, all the detailing, and also the retention of the micronutrients, which we are working on presently. So the extruded products, we have this twists and twirls which have been made using fortified rice. We have multigrain chips which we have made, biscuits, muffins, these. And along with this, we've tried to replace the maida or other thing and bring in along millets also, since in the morning we just heard that, we are focusing more on the traditional approach. So it's just not fortification, but overall we are trying to make it a healthier product by incorporating millets and other things, and a product which is more healthy for us to consume. So it's just a nutshell that what basically we are planning to do along with development, where we are, kind of optimizing the process. We are also kind of evaluating the retention of various micronutrients in the traditional product after making, and also in the various extruded and other products which we've made. And moving forward, so yes, this is just a beginning, I think. We are looking forward for more trainings, more specific trainings where we are targeting more FCI. We've just got a request where we are working more with FCI personals. More, you people can come to us and tell what you want, which type of training do you want. We are very open to that, and we actually kind of formulate a course in that way as per what is the need of the audience. So more of trainings, more of advancement of the modules which have been developed, and the checklist. The checklist is almost finalized. We'll be sharing it with our partners. The certification, it's in the process. It's a long process where we're working to be a certification body, and the research, which is there. But again, I would like to say that we are very open to your feedbacks. We are very open to the collaborations. So please, please, I would request you all to come, visit us, give us what is required, and we are there to help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal, for the quick and yet very crisp presentation. So I now open the floor for questions, if any, to the three presenters.
I have a few questions, not a single question. First, this question is to Reena, madam. The thing is, recently I have seen in FSSAI advisory and notifications, they have omitted the clause that people are having sickle cell anemia and thalassemia. They need to take fortified rice under medical supervision. But they have omitted that clause recently. I wanted to know what is the rationale behind it. Why they have included before and why they have removed now.
It started actually with one of the minister's two children. Both of them had sickle cell disease. And because they used to receive transfusions, so it came to his mind that maybe iron overloading may be a problem in these people. So advisory came on the packets of packaging of rice that this should not, like you're saying. So then there was a whole board which was there, in which they had a lot of hepatologists as well as a lot of people from nutrition as well. And this was conducted by ICMR. And there it was kind of, discussed in detail that people who are receiving transfusions, that means thalassemia major or sickle cell anemia patients who are severe, they anyway, the amount which is there of iron in the fortified rice is very little, and it's not going to make any difference. So they said that whether, this extra iron is going to become toxic. So I think Dr. Sasikaran in the morning told you that iron is different. The one which is getting absorbed by food is the one that the body needs. And the one which is coming through transfusions is a different iron, which can be toxic for the body. And because of that, the patients actually receive chelation therapy, where extra iron, which is being given by transfusions, will be removed. So there are two different types of iron, and the concern is also, different. So all the hematologists who were there, the clinical people as well as the lab people, all of us debated, and we said there is no basis for giving this advisory. So after, this was given, so basically, a lot of it is politically motivated also, and there are some lobbies which go for anti-fortification also. So it was the end result of beginning and the end result of all this. So at the moment, I think the advisory is probably not there.
No.
Yes, sir. Now it has omitted, ma'am. Actually, one more question, ma'am. The thing is.
Sorry. I think we'll limit the questions right now to the session. We can take, this discussion can happen.
Yeah. The next question is, ma'am, like the FSSA also has announced one more advisory that expiry was not there for fortified rice kernel. We should not mention the expiry date for the fortified rice kernel on the packaging of fortified rice. Why it was not there, the expiry? Because earlier it was there for the 2 years.
Yeah.
Now it has been removed.
It's a decision of Food Corporation of India. When they have studied the fortified rice kernel formation, they have found or ensured that it is better to give an expiry date for kernel for 1 year. So whatever the batches of the fortified rice which was been going to the public distribution was being given with an expiry date of 1 year. However, they do know that rice doesn't expire in a year. So later on the stability studies and ensured that the nutrient loss is not there when the fortified rice kernel is blended in the fortified rice, they removed that labeling of expiry date on the rice.
But the thing is, ma'am, as the kernel is an artificial product, so every artificial product will have an expiry. Why? Because even in storage also, that product will have effect. Sometimes you may like microbial content, if you are saying, it may increase, or the nutrients may lose. So every product, artificial product will have an expiry.
It is not only artificial product. If you take your natural source of paddy or rice, if you're storing in your FCI, the infestation is common. As rightly pointed in the previous session by CSIR-CFTRI, if the flour or the moisture content is not been properly maintained, either in the wheat, flour or rice, independent of fortified rice kernel or fortified rice, they will not have enough shelf life at all, because the composition, the original composition of the nutrients present in that is lost already. Forget about what is fortified as a nutrient in the FRK. The rice itself loses its nutrition as over a period of time. However, we are protecting that particular rice for the food security purpose. And then we are trying to protect it from the infestation and other things. So the fortified rice kernel is not something synthetic, sir, and don't say it is artificial and etc. It is made up from the same natural source, which is fortified rice flour or rice flour, and then modified it to look like fortified rice kernel, isn't it? We did not chemically synthesize that particular compound. It is being blended with the natural sources and then try to enrich with the nutrient which is lost. This is common phenomena even in the oils or in any other thing. When you refine it, there are some important nutrients lost. But they again add to that particular thing. Doesn't mean that it is synthetic. Yes. As a part of an FCI, you should not say FRK is synthetic after at least this many initiatives.
No,
at least I
would
like to correct you at this point, and that's why I've just given you justification.
Thank you.
Both of you, both the panelists and the FCI person, please use the word extruded.
So, sir, just wanted to add, thanks for bringing in. So the way fortified rice kernel is made, the way your sevia is made, it is rice powdered, micronutrients added, and pulverized it into a kernel form. So the way vermicelli is made, the way pasta is made, the noodles is made. So it is the same process. Actually, a lot of studies have been done on FRK, and when the micronutrients are added, they are added to take care of the overages, take care of cooking, take care of transport conditions, so that by the end of the product is used, their stability, the micronutrient levels are the same. So generally, there are studies which shows it's still 2 years. There are some more studies being done, and even if that it goes beyond that product period, it will not become harmful. It's only the level of micronutrients might get a little this thing, but here also fat is not being added. Where fat is there, it might get rancid. So just wanted to kind of add that. Thank you. And apologies, Dr. Gulfam.
One question. Sir, just one clarification to Professor Hari Prasad, sir. Sir, you have mentioned about gold nanoparticle aptamer-based detection for aflatoxins as well as folic acid and all. So I would like to know the economic feasibility of the detection, because those are colorimetric strip based and assay strip. So what will be the cost of that strip, or since you are making a composite of gold nanoparticle and aptamer, which are little bit expensive. And one more, sir, you have also explained about one equipment which shows a different detection for FRK with some red colors, color change will be there. So how it will be, what is the feasibility of that method for how a common man or in Anganwadi level, how they can use that technique for checking the blending efficiency, or how they can detect the fortified rice kernels in normal rice?
Yeah, the first question, like lateral flow strips. Lateral flow strips are already available even with the antibody-based strips. With the gold nanoparticle, they are coming around 50 rupees. And when we replace the same one with the aptamer, it is going down as low as 25 rupees.
Okay,
and at mass, it may go to 13, 14 rupees also.
For one strip, na sir?
Yeah.
So it is like disposable after
disposable.
one? Okay,
It's a one-time use and one-point detection kit.
Okay, okay, sir.
And the second one, like the image processing one, we are not shown the the machine here, which is costing up to 30,000 as of now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and anyone can take an image by putting the rice there.
Okay,
and there
sir.
is an app which can count the individual grains there,
Okay, sir.
fortified and non-fortified, and calculate the homogeneity itself.
Okay,
and
sir.
the app will give, this is the homogeneity percentage. Let's see, coefficient of variation, 10%, below 10%.
Sir, this is a qualitative method, sir?
Yeah, it's even homogeneity is a quantitative method.
So then what is the principle of that? Like how
As it
FRP
is under
able to
patent,
detect
that's
it?
why I couldn't show the equipment also.
Okay, okay, sir.
And maybe soon we will be disclosing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Thank you so much. Oh, please.
Good evening, everyone. My question is about what are the parameters that, like the cooking methods and geographical region absorption, bioabsorption of the nutrients in the FRK and FRs, and what is the ultimate goal of so many fortification techniques that are coming up? What is the ultimate goal of this fortification? Ultimate goal, because as we know that we all are aware that we are doing fortification because of the malnutrition that's occurring in the country, and to aid it, we are doing fortification. So, what is the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal is to come out from the hidden hunger, which is micronutrient deficiency. We do know that there are several cases and several methods are, now we are in the transit stage, we can say that we have identified the problem, there is a hidden hunger. You agree with that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we overcome this hidden hunger? We are eating our diet normally. We are not ready to take a tablet and supplements. If we are extremely severely malnourished, definitely they go on supplementation. But to protect the next younger generation, the upcoming generation, that's the reason is our target population is we are not trying to correct anyone who are currently in this particular generation. It is not easy to have any kind of a dietary intervention which will go in overnight or in 5 years to really see a radical change on this hidden hunger. For sure, that cannot happen so drastically until unless we really have studied vehicles or this fortification to that extent proven at clinical stages. Still we are learning, and we are learning front and back to see that which kind of a fortification could really lead us to success so that the next generations are free from the hidden hunger. So the goal is not the current generation, but the next generation. If we have adopted a good practices of the diet, if you have adopted a good practices and changes in the diet which can overcome this nutrition, the next generations is our goal.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Dr. Usha.
My question about the cooking
yeah.
methods which might affect the fortified rice.
Sir, kya kare?
It is also the fat or protein or carbohydrate. Without modification of the basic nutrients of the food, you do not get taste, color, palatability. Nothing comes out of it. But how often you are balancing this nutrient over the taste is what the food scientists and technologists are doing. And you being an enthusiastic, you should become a food scientist. Then you will understand the food chemistry, then you will understand a better food to the public health.
What is the preferred
I
cooking
think
method?
it's really nice
Sir,
to
it's
see.
related to the
it's
same
really
question.
nice to see a lot of. Allow me, sir. I'm really happy to see that the title for the last presentation, collaboration, has actually seeped through the audience, and that's what we wanted. You know, the curiosity leads to collaboration, and I'm really happy that we could connect. Thank you so much. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the speakers, and thanks everybody. I hope we did justice to the session. Thank you.
May I now request Govind Raju sir to present a memento to Professor Hari Prasad sir. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Sindhu Nambiar to present a memento to Ms. Sonal Jain. Thank you, madam. May I now invite Dr. J.K. Sahu to extend our gratitude to Dr. Usha Rani Dandamudi. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Giridhar P. to present a memento to Dr. J.A. Hashmi. With this, we have arrived at the end of today's program. Also, I would like to inform you that participation certificates will be issued tomorrow after the sessions. Also, please note that vehicles are waiting for your pickup at the main mansion.